Good evening, dear friends. I hope you've all been able to savor the beauty of this splendid spring day. As the blossoms gently sway in the evening breeze, let us now turn towards the tranquility of the night. Relaxation is the key to sweet dreams, so I invite you to cozy up and let the gentle narration guide you. Tonight's stories will transport you to magical and peaceful places, perfect for this season of renewal and serenity. Let us embark on this soothing journey together. Story 1. In a hidden glade deep within the ancient Oakwood Forest, a mystical well stood at the center of a verdant clearing. Its gnarled stonework was adorned with intricate carvings of vines and woodland creatures, hinting at a forgotten magic from a bygone era. According to the elders of nearby Willowbrook village, a single wish whispered into the well each full moon night would be granted. Young Aila had often gazed upon the well with wonder sparkling in her hazel eyes. She longed to unravel the mystery surrounding its supposed powers, her curious spirit yearning for an adventure that would break the monotony of her quiet village life. One moonlit eve, the night before her 12th birthday, Aila slipped out of her cottage and ventured into the forest, guided by the silvery beams filtering through the canopy above. As she neared the glade, she heard the faint melodies of woodland folk drifting on the gentle breeze, the chirping of crickets, the hooting of an owl, and the rustle of small creatures scurrying about unseen. Drawing closer, Aila gasped in awe at the sight before her. The well seemed to glow with an ethereal radiance, and tiny flickering lights danced around its rim, almost like fireflies made of pure light. She took a tentative step forward, her heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. Who dares approach the wishing well? A voice like tinkling bells rang out, causing Aila to jump in surprise. A small, winged figure emerged from behind the well, her gossamer wings fluttering rapidly. Aila's eyes widened as she realized she was in the presence of a forest sprite. "I am Aila from Willowbrook village," she stammered, suddenly feeling very small and insignificant. The sprite regarded her with luminous eyes, then flitted closer, circling Aila curiously. "Ah, a human child drawn to the well's magic on the eve of her birthing day. How delightfully unexpected." Aila found her voice once more. "Is it true, then, that the well can grant wishes?" The sprite's tinkling laughter filled the glade. "Indeed, little one, but only once a year, when the moon is at its fullest and brightest, and even then, caution must be observed." "What do you mean?" Aila's brow furrowed, her curiosity piqued further. "The well's magic is ancient and powerful," the sprite explained, her tone growing more serious. "Those who seek to harness its power must do so with a pure heart and noble intentions. For every wish carries a cost, a lesson to be learned." Aila considered the sprite's words, her young mind trying to grasp their weight. "What kind of cost?" The sprite gave her an enigmatic smile. "That is for the well to decide, little one. But fear not, for the lessons it bestows are meant to guide and enrich, not punish." Emboldened by the sprite's reassuring presence, Aila made her way to the well's rim and peered down into its seemingly bottomless depths. A shiver of anticipation rippled through her. "So, what shall your wish be?" the sprite murmured, hovering at her shoulder. Aila closed her eyes, thinking carefully. In that moment, a powerful yearning stirred within her, a longing for something greater than the confines of her small village life. I wish to embark on an incredible adventure that will help me grow and find my true purpose." No sooner had the words left her lips than a sudden gust of wind whipped through the glade, causing the flickering lights to swirl in a dazzling vortex. Aila shielded her eyes against the brilliance, and when she opened them once more, the world around her had shifted. The forest had vanished, replaced by a vast windswept plain stretching as far as the eye could see. Towering stone monoliths dotted the landscape, their ancient weathered surfaces etched with cryptic symbols that seemed to hum with power. Aila gasped in astonishment, spinning in a slow circle to take in her otherworldly surroundings. The sky above was a kaleidoscope of swirling colors, like the aurora borealis come to life. "Welcome to the realm of Alcara, little wanderer," the sprite's musical voice rang out. Aila whirled around to face the diminutive being, her heart racing with excitement and a hint of trepidation. This is real? It's not just a dream?" The sprite laughed, a jingling sound that seemed to reverberate through the air itself. Oh, it is very real, I assure you. This is but one of countless realms that exist beyond the veil of your waking world. Aila's mind reeled, struggling to comprehend the enormity of what she was experiencing. But how? Why me? The well sensed the yearning for growth and purpose in your heart, and has granted you the extraordinary gift of journeying to Alcara, the sprite explained. Here, you will face challenges that will test your courage, your wits, and your spirit in ways you cannot yet imagine. As if on cue, a series of thunderous booms echoed across the plain, causing the ground to tremble beneath Aila's feet. She instinctively crouched, her eyes wide with fear and wonder. From behind one of the towering monoliths, a massive creature emerged, a behemoth of scales and sinuous muscle, with glittering obsidian horns and wings that blotted out the swirling sky above. Its reptilian eyes locked onto Aila, and it unleashed a terrifying roar that sent a shockwave rippling through the air. Aila's breath caught in her throat as the beast began lumbering toward her, its thunderous footfalls shaking the very earth. She turned to the sprite, eyes pleading for guidance. "Do not fear, little one," the sprite said, her tone soothing. "Alcara presents many dangers, but also great opportunities for growth and wisdom." Aila swallowed hard, forcing herself to stand tall despite her trembling legs. What must I do?" The sprite gestured toward the nearest monolith, where strange symbols were etched in intricate patterns. "Decipher the ancient glyphs and unlock the secrets they hold. Only then will you be granted the tools to face the beast and continue your journey." Aila nodded, her hazel eyes shining with determination. Though her heart pounded with every earth-shaking step of the approaching monster, she knew she had to muster every ounce of courage and intellect if she hoped to survive this incredible adventure. Without hesitation, she raced toward the towering monolith, studying the intricate symbols with rapt fascination. Her village elders had instilled in her a love of ancient lore and puzzles, and she prayed that knowledge would prove invaluable in this strange and perilous realm. As the beast drew ever closer, its shadow looming over her, Aila's nimble fingers traced the glyphs, her mind working feverishly to unravel their meaning. Fragments of half-remembered stories and myths began to coalesce, and she gasped as a hidden pattern emerged from the seemingly random etchings. With a surge of triumph, she pressed her palm against a central glyph, and the ground beneath her feet rumbled ominously. The monolith split open with a grinding of stone, revealing a shimmering, crystalline object nestled within. Aila reached in with trembling hands and grasped the object, feeling its energy thrum through her body like a living pulse. As her fingers closed around it, a blinding flash of light erupted, momentarily searing her vision. When the brilliance faded, Aila found herself holding a gleaming sword, its blade shimmering with an otherworldly iridescence, and its hilt adorned with runes that seemed to shift and dance before her eyes. The approaching beast let out another deafening roar, its massive jaws gaping wide as it prepared to strike. But Aila stood her ground, clutching the sword with a newfound sense of courage and purpose. As the creature lunged, she pivoted on her heel, swinging the blade in a graceful arc. A shockwave of pure energy erupted from the sword, rippling outward and slamming into the beast with the force of a hurricane. The behemoth was flung backward, crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact that shook the realm to its core. It thrashed and roared, but Aila knew her blow had stunned it, if only temporarily. The sprite appeared at her side once more, beaming with pride. "Well done, little wanderer. You have passed the first trial and unlocked the power of the ancient blade." Aila gazed in awe at the sword, its blade humming with energy as if imbued with life itself. What is this?" "The celestial blade," the sprite replied reverently. "A relic from the dawn of creation, forged by the celestial beings who first shaped this realm. Its power is immense, but wielding it requires courage, wisdom, and a pure heart." Aila nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility settle upon her young shoulders. "I understand, and I won't let you down." The sprite's luminous eyes twinkled with mirth. "I have no doubt, little one, but your journey has only just begun. Greater challenges await, each one an opportunity to grow and discover the strength within." As if on cue, the stunned beast began to stir, shaking off the effects of Aila's blow and rising to its full, towering height once more. It fixed her with a baleful glare, jaws snapping in fury. Aila tightened her grip on the celestial blade, steeling herself for the battle ahead. She knew the path before her would be fraught with perils, but she was determined to face them head-on, to grow and learn and discover her true potential. "I'm ready," she said, her voice ringing with newfound confidence. And with the sprite's tinkling laughter echoing in her ears, Aila charged forward to meet her destiny, the celestial blade blazing with radiant power. From that day forth, tales of Aila's exploits would echo through the ages, of a once ordinary village girl who embarked on an extraordinary journey of self-discovery and transformation. Through countless trials and battles, she would wield the ancient power of the celestial blade, her courage and wisdom growing with each challenge she overcame. Yet the journey in Alcara was not just about battles. As Aila traveled through the vast plains, she encountered the nomadic people of the realm, the Alcarians. They were a vibrant and diverse group, each clan carrying its unique traditions and wisdom. They welcomed Aila with a warmth that reminded her of home, sharing tales of the stars and stories of ancient heroes. Through their stories, Aila learned the importance of unity and the strength found in community, values she had cherished but never fully understood until now. The Alcarians spoke of a prophecy, a child from beyond the veil who would unite the realms and bring peace to their world. Aila listened intently, her heart swelling with the possibility that she was part of something much larger than herself. The sense of belonging she felt among these people was profound, and it fueled her determination to succeed in her quest. In the evenings around roaring fires, she practiced with the celestial blade, honing her skills under the guidance of the Alcarians' warriors. These sessions were more than mere training. They became a meditation of sorts, helping Aila find balance and clarity amidst the chaos of her journey. With every swing of the blade, she felt the pulse of ancient magic thrumming through her veins. The blade was not just a weapon. It was a bridge to the celestial forces that governed Alcara, and through it, Aila could feel the whispers of the realm itself guiding her steps. As her journey progressed, Aila discovered new facets of her personality, her ability to empathize with others, her capacity for patience, and a quiet resilience that had always simmered beneath the surface. Each lesson learned, each obstacle overcome, molded her into the hero she was destined to become. The sprite, ever her guide and confidant, watched with pride as Aila grew into her role. "You are becoming the legend this realm needs, little wanderer," she would say with a smile. Aila faced many trials in Alcara, each one testing her resolve and pushing her to the limits of her abilities. But with each victory, she felt herself drawing closer to the truth of her wish. The adventure she had longed for was not just about discovery, but about transformation. The day finally came when Aila stood at the threshold of the final challenge, the culmination of her journey. The celestial beings themselves awaited her, their forms ethereal and majestic, their presence filling her with awe. "You have journeyed far and learned much, young Aila," one of them spoke, its voice resonating like 1,000 chimes in harmony. "Your heart is pure and your spirit strong. You have proven yourself worthy of the celestial blade and the legacy it represents." Aila bowed her head, humbled by their words. "I am grateful for this journey and the lessons it has taught me. I promise to use this knowledge to bring light to my world and yours." The celestial beings nodded, their forms shimmering with approval. "Then you shall return to your world, but know that Alcara will always be a part of you. The bond you share with this realm is unbreakable." With a final farewell, Aila felt herself enveloped in a cocoon of light, the warmth of the realm's magic wrapping around her like an embrace. When the light receded, she found herself back in the glade of Oakwood Forest, the well standing silent and enigmatic before her. The sprite appeared one last time, her wings a blur of iridescent color. "Your journey in Alcara may have ended, but your true adventure has only just begun. Go forth, little wanderer, and let your light shine brightly." Aila nodded, her heart brimming with gratitude and determination. The world was wide and full of wonders, and she was ready to embrace it all. With the celestial blade at her side and the lessons of Alcara in her heart, Aila returned to Willowbrook village, forever changed and ready to forge her own destiny. And so, the tales of Aila, the girl who wished upon a mystical well and found her true purpose, became legend, inspiring generations to come. For in the end, it was not the magic of the well that defined her, but the courage and wisdom she discovered within herself. Story 2. In the quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, life unfolded with a serene rhythm, each day a gentle echo of the last. The village itself was a tapestry of cobbled streets and ancient stone cottages, their walls draped in blooming wisteria and ivy, creating a picturesque scene reminiscent of a timeless painting. Amongst these dwellings was the home of Leora, a young woman whose spirit was as gentle and nurturing as the earth she tended. Leora's cottage, with its thatched roof and ivy-clad walls, stood at the village's edge, where the forest began its gentle embrace. Here, the air was always tinged with the scent of pine and fresh earth, and the soft light of dawn filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows across her small home. This was a place where time seemed to stretch languidly, each moment infused with the peaceful cadence of nature. Every morning, as the golden fingers of dawn touched her windows, Leora would rise to greet the day, her heart both light and heavy. Her cottage garden was a vibrant oasis, a patchwork of color and scent that she had lovingly cultivated over the years. The lavender swayed gently in the breeze, its soothing aroma mingling with the sweet perfume of honeysuckle, creating a fragrant symphony that danced on the air. Yet beneath this surface of tranquility, Leora carried a quiet burden, a fear of change that anchored her to the familiar. Despite the beauty she cultivated around her, Leora felt as though she was rooted in place, unable to grow beyond the boundaries she had set for herself. The village, with its familiar faces and old stone paths, was both a comfort and a cage. Her days flowed one into the next, a stream of sameness that both soothed and stifled her restless heart. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun cast a golden glow over the dew-kissed leaves, Leora decided to take a walk into the forest, drawn by a longing she could not quite name. The forest was alive with the soft rustling of leaves and the gentle songs of birds, a melody that seemed to beckon her deeper into its embrace. As she wandered along the winding path, the earthy scent of fallen leaves filled the air, mingling with the distant murmur of a stream that promised refreshment and renewal. It was then that she noticed an unusual light flickering through the trees, its glow like a beacon in the shadowy depths of the forest. Curiosity sparked within her, a flicker of excitement that momentarily overshadowed her apprehensions. As she approached the source of the light, she found herself standing before an ancient oak, its massive trunk etched with the passage of countless seasons. The bark was rough beneath her fingers, a living history of the forest, etched in lines and whorls. At the base of the oak sat a small, luminous creature, its wings shimmering like stained glass in the morning sun. The creature, a forest sprite named Lumina, looked up at Leora with eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of ages. "Greetings, dear Leora," the sprite said, its voice as gentle as a breeze through the leaves. "I am Lumina. You have journeyed here seeking something, have you not?" Leora nodded, her heart fluttering with a mix of excitement and apprehension. "I feel as though I'm stuck, unable to change or grow. I fear what lies beyond the safety of what I know." Lumina smiled kindly, its glow casting a warm light that seemed to chase away the shadows of doubt in Leora's heart. "Change is a part of the natural world, much like the turning of seasons. It is not something to be feared but embraced. Perhaps I can help you see this more clearly." With a delicate wave of its hand, Lumina conjured a vision that shimmered in the air before Leora's eyes. It was the image of a caterpillar, inching its way along a branch, its movements slow but purposeful. Leora watched as the caterpillar found a safe spot and spun a cocoon around itself. Time seemed to pass in a heartbeat, and soon the cocoon began to tremble. With a burst of color and motion, a butterfly emerged, unfurling its wings to reveal a tapestry of dazzling hues. The caterpillar did not fear its transformation, Lumina explained, for it trusted in the journey. It knew that the cocoon, while confining, was but a temporary refuge on the path to becoming something more. Entranced by the vision, Leora's heart brimmed with a newfound hope. She thanked Lumina and made her way back to the village, her mind alight with new thoughts. She decided to seek the advice of her dear friend, Rowan, who lived near the village square. Rowan, with his wise eyes and gentle demeanor, was known for his ability to see the heart of any matter. His home, a cozy abode filled with the scent of herbs and the soft glow of candlelight, was a sanctuary for all who sought comfort and counsel. As Leora shared her encounter with Lumina and her fears about change, Rowan listened intently, nodding with understanding. "Leora," he said softly, "you have a gift for nurturing the world around you. Perhaps the time has come for you to extend that same care and attention to your own soul." Rowan's words lingered in Leora's mind like the echo of a sweet melody. She realized that she had been so focused on maintaining the familiar rhythm of her life that she had neglected her own inner garden, where dreams and aspirations lay dormant, like seeds awaiting the warmth of spring. Determined to nurture her own growth, Leora began to make small changes in her daily routine. She ventured into new parts of the forest, discovering hidden groves where sunlight filtered through the canopy like liquid gold, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and wildflowers. She tried her hand at painting, capturing the vibrant colors of nature on canvas, and found joy in the creative process. Her brushstrokes, once tentative, grew bold and confident, mirroring the changes within her heart. With each step she took beyond her comfort zone, Leora felt herself blossoming in ways she had never imagined. Her confidence grew, and with it, a newfound appreciation for the beauty of change. She began to write her thoughts in a journal, her words a tapestry of hope and discovery. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in strokes of pink and orange, Leora returned to the ancient oak where she had first met Lumina. The sprite was waiting for her, its light a gentle glow in the twilight, casting long shadows that danced across the forest floor. "Leora," Lumina said, its voice filled with warmth, "you have begun to understand the power of transformation. Tell me, what have you learned?" Leora smiled, her heart filled with gratitude. "I have learned that change is not something to be feared, but embraced. It is an opportunity to grow, to discover new parts of myself, and to find beauty in the unknown." Lumina nodded, its wings shimmering with approval. "You have taken the first steps on a journey that will continue to unfold. Remember, dear Leora, that you are like the butterfly, capable of transformation and flight." With those words, Lumina vanished, leaving Leora with a sense of peace and purpose. As she made her way back to her cottage, the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, guiding her path like gentle beacons. In the days that followed, Leora continued to embrace change, her journey one of personal growth and magical transformation. She discovered that the world was full of wonders waiting to be explored, and that her own heart was a treasure trove of potential. She shared her newfound wisdom with the village, her words inspiring others to seek their own paths of transformation. And so, beneath the vast expanse of the starry sky, Leora found her wings, soaring on the winds of change with grace and courage. Her journey was just beginning, a tapestry of discovery woven with threads of wisdom and friendship, and she knew that wherever it led, she would be ready to embrace it with an open heart. In the gentle glow of her cottage, surrounded by the whispers of the forest and the warmth of friendship, Leora had found her place, a home not just in the village where she lived, but within herself. Her heart, once burdened by fear, now danced with the promise of tomorrow, a testament to the power of change and the beauty of the unknown. As the seasons turned, Leora's transformation inspired others in the village. Her neighbor, Alara, a skilled weaver, began to incorporate vibrant, unconventional patterns in her work, inspired by Leora's courage to break free from the expected. Meanwhile, young Tomas, who often watched Leora's garden from afar, found himself drawn to the forest, where he discovered a passion for wood carving. His creations, once simple, became intricate works of art that captured the spirit of the forest. One day, the village gathered for a harvest festival, the air thick with the scent of baked apples and spiced cider. Under the canopy of twinkling fairy lights strung between trees, villagers danced to the lively tunes played by Rowan, who had taken up the fiddle. Leora, surrounded by friends who had also embraced change, felt a warmth in her heart as she realized that her journey had sparked a wave of transformation throughout the village. As she joined the dance, her feet moving in time with the rhythm of life, Leora marveled at how interconnected they all were, each person's growth enriching the tapestry of their community. The village, once a place of comfort and stasis, had become a vibrant landscape of creativity and discovery. In the quiet moments that followed the celebration, Leora sat at the edge of the village, looking out over the hills bathed in moonlight. She reflected on her journey, the fears she had faced, and the courage she had found within herself. The forest whispered its secrets to her, and she knew that this was just the beginning. With a heart full of hope and a spirit ready for whatever lay ahead, Leora embraced the unknown, ready to write her own story in the ever-changing book of life. In the months that followed, Leora's transformation continued to ripple through the village. An elder named Eamon, who had long been the keeper of the village's history, was inspired by Leora's journey to begin chronicling the stories of change and growth within their community. His tales, woven with the threads of each villager's transformation, became a cherished part of their shared heritage, a testament to the power of embracing the unknown. The village itself seemed to breathe with new life, its heart beating in tandem with the rhythm of change. Flowers bloomed in unexpected places, art adorned the walls of cottages, and laughter echoed through the streets. The once static village had become a living canvas, a place of possibility and wonder. Leora, at the center of this transformation, found herself not just a part of the village, but intertwined with its very essence. She felt a deep connection to the land and its people, her heart a wellspring of love and gratitude. She had discovered her purpose, to nurture not just her garden, but the community around her, to plant seeds of hope and watch them grow. As the first snowflakes of winter began to fall, covering the village in a blanket of white, Leora stood at the edge of the forest, her breath misting in the crisp air. She looked out over the landscape, her heart filled with a sense of peace and anticipation. She knew that the seasons would continue to turn, bringing with them new challenges and opportunities for growth. And she was ready, her spirit like the butterfly's wings, ready to soar. In the quiet embrace of the forest, Leora had found her place, a home not just in the village, but within herself. Her journey was a testament to the power of change and the beauty of the unknown, a story of transformation woven with threads of courage, friendship, and love. And as she walked back to her cottage, the snow crunching softly underfoot, she knew that this was just the beginning of a new chapter in the ever-unfolding tapestry of life. As the village continued to blossom under the influence of change, a new opportunity arose that would further test Leora's newfound courage. One day, a traveler arrived at the village, a merchant named Alaric, whose tales of distant lands and exotic treasures captivated the villagers. With his arrival came an invitation to explore beyond the village's borders, to join an expedition to the coastal town where vibrant markets and bustling docks offered a kaleidoscope of cultures and experiences. Leora felt a familiar flutter of apprehension, the echo of her old fears whispering at the edges of her mind. Yet as she listened to Alaric's stories, her heart swelled with curiosity and a longing for discovery. Encouraged by her friends, who saw the spark of adventure in her eyes, Leora decided to take a leap of faith. The journey to the coast was unlike anything Leora had ever experienced. As the landscape shifted from rolling hills to rugged cliffs overlooking the sea, she felt a sense of liberation, the salty breeze carrying away the remnants of her doubts. Each step was a reaffirmation of her courage, and with each new sight, the ocean's endless expanse, the vibrant chaos of the marketplace, she felt her world expanding. At the market, Leora's senses were overwhelmed by the riot of colors and sounds, the calls of vendors hawking their wares, the rich aromas of spices and roasted meats filling the air, the vibrant textiles fluttering in the breeze like the wings of exotic birds. Here she found treasures both tangible and intangible, a painted seashell that reminded her of the forest sprite, a hand-woven tapestry that mirrored the interwoven stories of her village. As the sun set on the final evening of her adventure, Leora stood at the water's edge, the waves lapping at her feet. The horizon stretched before her, limitless and inviting. She realized then that while the village would always be her home, the world beyond held wonders that called to her soul. With this realization came a promise to herself, to continue seeking, growing, and embracing the unknown. When Leora returned to the village, her heart was full, her spirit renewed. She shared her stories with her friends, her eyes alight with the joy of discovery. Her journey had not only enriched her own life, but had inspired others to look beyond their own horizons. In the days that followed, the village buzzed with excitement. Alara began crafting tapestries inspired by the stories Leora shared, weaving threads of adventure into her work. Tomas, inspired by Leora's tales, carved intricate seascapes into his wooden sculptures, capturing the essence of distant shores. Leora's journey had become a bridge between worlds, a testament to the power of embracing change and the beauty of the unknown. And as the stars twinkled in the night sky, she knew that her story was just one of many in the ever-unfolding tapestry of life, each thread a promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. Story 3? Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a verdant valley, where the sun dappled through the branches of towering oaks, there was a small village known as Willowbrook. This village was a place where time seemed to move at its own gentle pace, where the air was thick with the scent of wildflowers, and the murmur of the nearby brook provided a constant lullaby. The villagers went about their days with a serene rhythm, tending to their gardens or weaving tales in the village square as the sky above shifted from dawn's blush to dusk's embrace. In Willowbrook, there lived a young girl named Lila, with hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as bright as the morning sky. Lila was known throughout the village for her curious nature and her insatiable love for stories. She would often be found perched on the stone wall that bordered the village, listening to the tales spun by the elders, or watching the world beyond the village unfold like a living storybook. Her mind was a tapestry of dreams and legends, each thread woven with the richness of imagination. One chilly autumn evening, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Lila sat by the hearth in her cozy cottage. The fire crackled merrily, casting a golden glow over the room and warming her cheeks as she pored over a dusty old tome. Her grandmother, a wise woman with a heart full of stories and laughter, sat across from her, knitting quietly. The soft click of needles was a comforting sound, a rhythm that spoke of years spent crafting warmth from mere strands of yarn. "Grandma," Lila piped up, her voice filled with wonder, "do you think there are worlds beyond this one, hidden where we can't see them?" Her grandmother paused, her needles clicking to a halt, and looked at Lila with a twinkle in her eye. "Ah, my dear, the world is full of mysteries and magic if you know where to look. Sometimes the most wondrous places are hidden right under our noses." Her words hung in the air like a promise, weaving a spell of curiosity around Lila's heart. Lila's eyes shone with excitement. "Have you ever seen one of these hidden worlds?" Her grandmother chuckled softly, the sound like the chime of distant bells. "Perhaps I have, and perhaps I haven't, but I do know of a place not far from here, where the boundary between our world and another is said to be thin." Intrigued, Lila leaned closer, hanging on her grandmother's every word. "Where is it?" she asked eagerly. "It's said to be in the heart of the enchanted woods, where the oldest tree stands. They call it the Whispering Oak, and it's said that if you listen closely, you can hear the secrets of another realm." Lila's heart fluttered with excitement, her imagination running wild with images of fantastical lands and creatures. She longed to see this other world, to uncover its secrets and weave its stories into her own. That night, Lila lay in bed, the moonlight streaming through the window, casting silver patterns on her quilt. She imagined the whispering voices of the oak, forming bridges to realms of magic and mystery. Her dreams were vivid, filled with swirling colors and shadowy figures that danced just beyond her reach. She awoke with a renewed determination, ready to seek the magic hidden in the world. The next morning, the village was cloaked in the soft light of dawn when Lila set out on her adventure. She wore her favorite cloak, a deep shade of green that matched the leaves of the forest, and carried a small satchel filled with bread, cheese, and her grandmother's special honey cakes. Her heart beat in time with the earth, each step a drumbeat of anticipation. As she walked through the village, the cobblestones cool beneath her feet. Lila felt a thrill of anticipation. The path to the enchanted woods was well trodden, lined with wildflowers that nodded in the gentle breeze. The birds sang a cheerful melody, and the air was crisp and fresh, carrying the earthy scent of the forest. As Lila entered the woods, the tall trees closed around her, like ancient guardians. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor and illuminating the vibrant tapestry of moss and ferns. She could hear the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a cuckoo, a soothing symphony that accompanied her journey. The forest whispered secrets in a language only the heart could decipher. With each step, Lila felt the magic of the woods seep into her soul, filling her with a sense of wonder and possibility. She followed the winding path deeper into the forest, her heart guiding her towards the whispering oak. After what felt like hours, Lila finally reached a clearing where the trees formed a perfect circle around a magnificent oak. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, and its branches stretched upwards like ancient arms reaching for the sky. The air was filled with a soft whispering, as if the tree itself was alive and speaking in a language only the heart could understand. Lila approached the whispering oak with reverence, her fingers brushing against its rough bark. She closed her eyes and listened, letting the whispers wash over her. For a moment, it felt as if she stood on the threshold of another world. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swirled around her, and as she opened her eyes, she saw a shimmer in the air, like a veil lifting to reveal a hidden realm. Before her lay a path of glowing stepping stones that seemed to float in midair, leading through the shimmering veil. With her heart pounding in her chest, Lila took a deep breath and stepped onto the first stone. As she did, she felt a tingling sensation, as if the very air around her was infused with magic. She continued forward, each step bringing her closer to the unknown world beyond. As Lila crossed the threshold, she found herself in a place unlike any she had ever imagined. The sky was a deep indigo, speckled with stars that twinkled like diamonds. The air was filled with the sweet scent of night-blooming flowers, and the ground beneath her feet was a carpet of soft, luminescent moss. All around her were creatures of extraordinary beauty and grace. Delicate butterflies with wings that shimmered like stained glass flitted through the air, while gentle deer with antlers like branches grazed nearby. It was a world of dreams and wonder, where the impossible seemed possible. Lila wandered through this enchanted realm, her heart singing with joy. She met a group of playful sprites who danced through the air, leaving trails of sparkling light in their wake. They laughed and twirled around her, inviting her to join their dance. As she danced, Lila felt a sense of freedom and happiness unlike anything she had ever known. It was as if the magic of this world had awakened something deep within her, a part of her that had always longed to soar. Amidst the revelry, Lila noticed a small, timid creature watching from the shadows. It was a tiny creature, no larger than a mouse, with fur as soft as clouds and eyes like liquid amber. It seemed hesitant, as if unsure whether to join the dance. Lila knelt down, extending a hand to the little creature. "Hello there," she said softly, her voice gentle and inviting. "Would you like to join us?" The creature hesitated for a moment, then slowly approached, its tiny paws brushing against her fingers. As it did, Lila felt a connection, a spark of understanding that transcended words. With a soft chirp, the creature leapt onto her shoulder, its presence comforting and warm. Lila named her new friend Pip, and together they continued to explore this wondrous world, sharing in its magic and joy. As the day turned to night and the stars shone brighter in the indigo sky, Lila realized that she had to return to her own world. Though her heart ached at the thought of leaving, she knew that her adventure was not yet over, and that she would carry the magic of this place with her always. With Pip nestled on her shoulder, Lila retraced her steps, finding her way back to the shimmering veil. As she crossed the threshold, she felt a gentle tug, as if the very fabric of the world was bidding her farewell. Back in the enchanted woods, Lila stood before the whispering oak, her heart full of gratitude and wonder. She knew that she had been changed by her journey, that she had discovered a part of herself that she had never known existed. With Pip by her side, Lila returned to Willoughby, her mind abuzz with stories of her adventure. She shared her tales with the villagers, who listened with rapt attention and wide-eyed wonder. As the days turned to weeks, and the leaves of the forest turned from green to gold, Lila continued to explore the world around her, guided by the magic she had discovered within herself. She knew that the whispering oak and the hidden realm were always there, waiting for her to return. And so, with each new adventure, Leela grew wiser and more courageous, her heart forever open to the mysteries and magic of the world. In the warmth of her cozy cottage by the crackling fire, Lila would often sit with Pip by her side, dreaming of the wonders that lay beyond the veil. And in those moments, she knew that she was never truly alone, that the magic of friendship and discovery would always light her path, no matter where her journey took her. As she drifted off to sleep, lulled by the gentle murmur of the brook and the soft rustle of the leaves, Lila knew that the world was full of wonders waiting to be discovered, and that she was a part of that magic, a storyteller in a world of endless possibilities. In the quiet moments before sleep claimed her, Lila's thoughts would drift to Pip's gentle breathing, a comforting rhythm that spoke of companionship and shared adventures. She realized that the true magic of her journey lay not just in the places she had visited or the wonders she had seen, but in the connections she had made and the courage she had discovered within herself. One afternoon, as the sun cast long shadows across the village square, Lila sat with Pip on the stone wall, her eyes fixed on the horizon. A gentle breeze carried the scent of ripe apples from the orchard, mingling with the earthy aroma of freshly turned soil. Villagers bustled about, preparing for the harvest festival, their laughter and chatter a harmonious chorus that filled the air. Lila's gaze lingered on the distant hills where the enchanted woods lay hidden, her thoughts drifting back to the hidden realm and the creatures she had met. Pip chirped softly, nuzzling against her cheek as if sensing her longing to return. "Do you think we'll visit again soon?" Leela asked, stroking Pip's soft fur. The little creature chirped in agreement, its eyes shining with eagerness. Her grandmother, who had been watching from the doorway of their cottage, approached with a knowing smile. "You have the heart of an adventurer, Lila," she said, her voice warm with affection, "and the world has many stories yet to be told." Lila nodded, her heart swelling with the promise of future journeys. She knew that with each step she took, whether in the familiar paths of Willowbrook or the mystical realms beyond, she was weaving the fabric of her own story, one filled with courage, friendship, and endless possibility. As the harvest moon rose high above the village, casting a silvery glow over the fields, Lila lay in bed, the gentle hum of the brook lulling her to sleep. She dreamed of starlit skies and whispering oaks, of worlds hidden and yet to be discovered. And in her dreams, she danced with Pip under a canopy of twinkling stars, her heart alight with the magic of the world and the stories she was destined to tell. With a smile on her lips and dreams of starlit skies in her heart, Lila embraced the mysteries of tomorrow, ready to weave its stories into the fabric of her life. Days in Willowbrook unfolded like the gentle turning of pages in a cherished book, each one bringing new discoveries and connections. On a particularly crisp morning, as the first frost dusted the village with shimmering crystals, Lila decided to visit the town's small library, a place she had often found solace and inspiration. The library was housed in an old stone building, its walls lined with books that smelled of history and adventure. There she met Thomas, the librarian, a man with spectacles perched precariously on the bridge of his nose, and a love for tales that matched Lila's own. He was a curious soul, always eager to share his knowledge and learn from others. As Lila browsed the shelves, Thomas approached her, holding a book bound in faded blue leather. "This," he said, handing it to her with a knowing smile, "is a compilation of legends from far beyond our valley. Some say they contain truths hidden in the guise of fiction." Lila's eyes widened as she accepted the book, feeling the weight of its potential stories. She sat on a window seat, the morning sun warming her back, and began to read. The tales transported her to distant lands, each story unfurling like a new adventure, filling her with a sense of kinship with storytellers from across the ages. She learned of brave knights and cunning tricksters, of enchanted forests and forgotten kingdoms. Each story added a new layer to her understanding of the world and her place within it. She realized that stories were not just entertainments, but bridges connecting hearts and minds across time and space. As she read, Pip nestled comfortably beside her, occasionally peeking at the pages, as if trying to understand the world Lila was so engrossed in. The library, with its quiet corners and shelves heavy with knowledge, became a sanctuary for Lila, a place where she could explore the realms of imagination without leaving the village she loved. Thomas, noticing her rapt attention, offered her a challenge. "Perhaps, Leela, you might write your own tale one day. You have the spirit of an adventurer and the curiosity of a true storyteller." The thought intrigued Leela. She had always been a collector of stories, but the idea of creating her own filled her with a mix of excitement and trepidation. She pondered the possibility of weaving her experiences and dreams into a story that others could discover and delight in. As autumn gave way to winter, and the village was cloaked in a blanket of snow, Lila began to pen her tales. She wrote of Willoughby and the enchanted woods, of the whispering oak and the hidden realm beyond. Her words flowed like the brook that sang through the village, capturing the magic and mystery she had experienced. The villagers, when they read her stories, found a reflection of their world, seen through Lila's eyes. Her tales became a cherished part of the community, reminding them of the beauty and wonder that lay within and beyond their familiar surroundings. In the warmth of her cozy cottage with Pip by her side, Lila continued to dream and write, her heart ever open to the adventures that awaited her. She understood that her journey was ongoing, and that each step she took would add new chapters to her story. And so Lila embraced her role as a storyteller, weaving the threads of her adventures into a tapestry of wonder and discovery. She knew that the world was full of stories waiting to be told, and that she was destined to share them with those who would listen. With each tale, she built a bridge to the unknown, inviting others to join her in the exploration of endless possibilities. One day, as the first signs of spring began to stir in the valley, Lila received an unexpected visitor. A young boy named Oliver, who had just moved to Willoughby with his family, stood timidly at her door. He was a quiet child, with eyes that seemed to carry the weight of unsaid words and a heart eager for adventure. "I heard about your stories," Oliver said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I was wondering if you could teach me how to write them too." Lila saw in Oliver a reflection of her younger self, a kindred spirit yearning to express the worlds within his imagination. She welcomed him with open arms, eager to share the joy of storytelling with someone so eager to learn. Together they spent afternoons in the library, their heads bent over notebooks as they crafted tales of faraway lands and mythical creatures. Lila guided him with gentle encouragement, helping him find his unique voice and style. As Oliver's confidence grew, so did their friendship. They often ventured into the enchanted woods, where Lila shared the secrets of the whispering oak and the realm beyond the veil. Oliver's eyes sparkled with wonder as he listened to her tales, and he began to weave his own stories, drawing inspiration from the world around him. In nurturing Oliver's talent, Leela discovered a new dimension to her own journey. She realized that storytelling was not just about creating worlds, but about connecting with others, about passing on the magic she had discovered to those who might carry it forward in their own ways. Through their shared adventures, Lila and Oliver formed a bond that transcended age and experience. They taught each other the value of friendship and the power of imagination, and together they explored the endless possibilities that lay within the pages of their stories. As the seasons turned and the world around them changed, Lila knew that her role as a storyteller was not just to entertain, but to inspire. She had found joy in sharing her tales, but even greater joy in seeing the spark of creativity ignite in others. In the gentle embrace of Willoughby, surrounded by the beauty of the valley and the warmth of her newfound friendships, Lila continued to dream and write, her heart forever open to the wonders of the world and the stories that awaited her discovery. Story 4. Once upon a time, in a village nestled at the edge of a vast, whispering forest, there lived a young girl named Mia. The village was a peaceful place, its cobblestone paths winding through cozy cottages with thatched roofs and windows adorned with blooming geraniums that added a splash of vivacious red to the serene landscape. The scent of fresh bread from the village baker mingled with the aroma of dew-kissed earth each morning, creating a tapestry of home and warmth. The villagers were a close-knit community, greeting each other with warm smiles and sharing tales by the fireside at the end of each day, their laughter echoing through the crisp evening air. Mia was known for her curious spirit and a heart as gentle as the morning breeze that rustled through the trees. She spent her days exploring the meadows and woods that bordered her home, often accompanied by her faithful dog, Jasper, a shaggy, golden-haired companion with eyes that sparkled like topaz. Together they discovered hidden nooks in the forest, where sunlight dappled the ground through a canopy of emerald leaves, and the air was sweet with the scent of pine and wildflowers. Mia had an insatiable thirst for knowledge, often sitting by the stream that wound its way through the woods, listening to the stories it seemed to whisper as it danced over stones worn smooth by time. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced their fiery ballet to the ground, Mia ventured deeper into the forest than ever before. Her steps were light, the crunch of fallen leaves beneath her feet echoing softly in the quietude of the woods. Jasper trotted beside her, his nose twitching with the scents of the forest, a symphony of earth and life. As they wandered, Mia's eyes caught sight of something unusual, a glimmering light flickering between the trees. It was not the golden glow of the sun, but something else entirely. Intrigued, she carefully made her way toward the source of the light, weaving through the underbrush with Jasper at her side, his excitement evident in the wagging of his tail. They soon found themselves in a small, secluded clearing, where the light seemed to be emanating from a peculiar object, resting on a moss-covered stone. It was a mirror, small enough to fit in the palm of her hand, encased in a frame of intricately carved silver vines. The mirror's surface shimmered like liquid moonlight, and as Mia gazed into it, she felt a soft warmth radiating from its depths, a sensation akin to a comforting embrace on a chilly night. The mirror was unlike anything Mia had ever seen. When she looked into it, she didn't see her own reflection, but rather a vision of a forest that was both familiar and strange. The trees in the mirror's forest were taller, their leaves shimmering with hues of silver and gold. In the distance, she could see a castle, its towers reaching toward the sky, their spires crowned with gleaming crystal. Mia's heart quickened with excitement and curiosity. She knew, deep within her, that this was a portal to another world, a hidden realm within her own forest. As she held the mirror, a gentle voice whispered in her mind, like the rustle of leaves in the breeze. "Follow your heart, brave one, and you shall find the path." With the mirror in hand, Mia looked around the clearing, searching for any sign of a path that might lead her to this hidden world. Jasper barked softly, nudging her leg with his nose, and she noticed a narrow trail winding away from the clearing, bordered by luminous blue flowers that glowed faintly in the dimming light, offering a soft luminescence that seemed to beckon her forward. Taking a deep breath, Mia stepped onto the path, her heart alight with anticipation. Jasper walked beside her, his tail wagging with excitement. As they followed the trail, the forest around them seemed to change. The air grew cooler and tinged with the scent of jasmine and honeysuckle, while the light took on a silvery hue, as though the moon had risen early to guide their way. The path led them through a grove of ancient trees, their trunks twisted and gnarled, their branches stretching high above like the arms of slumbering giants. Mia marveled at the beauty that surrounded her, each step filling her with a sense of wonder and serenity. She felt the gentle touch of time and nature, as if the forest was sharing its secrets with her, whispering tales of old. At last, they emerged from the grove to find themselves standing before the castle from the mirror's vision. It was even more magnificent up close, its walls shimmering with iridescent hues, as if woven from stardust and dreams. The air was filled with the gentle music of a nearby stream, its waters sparkling under the soft glow of the castle's light, a melody that seemed to echo the heartbeat of the land itself. As Mia and Jasper approached the grand entrance, the doors swung open with a sound like the sighing of the wind, revealing a spacious hall lit by chandeliers of crystal and silver. The walls were adorned with tapestries depicting scenes of the forest, each one telling a story of the land and its people, a rich history woven into every thread. Standing in the center of the hall was a figure, cloaked in robes of deep green, embroidered with silver leaves. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall of golden light, and her eyes shone with a warmth that matched the gentle cadence of her voice. "Welcome, Mia," the figure said, her smile as radiant as the dawn. "I am Seraphina, guardian of this realm, you have found the Mirror of Elysia, a gift from the Ancient Ones, meant to guide those with pure hearts and curious spirits. Mia's eyes widened with awe and wonder. "But why me?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Seraphina stepped forward, her gaze kind and knowing. "Because you possess the courage to seek beyond the known and the wisdom to see with your heart. This realm is a reflection of your own world, hidden within its folds, yet connected in ways unseen." Mia listened, her heart swelling with a mixture of joy and humility. She could feel the truth of Seraphina's words resonating within her like the gentle hum of a lullaby. "There is a journey you must undertake, Mia," Seraphina continued, "one that will lead you to understand the true nature of bravery and friendship. Along the way, you will meet others who will help you uncover the mysteries of this realm." With those words, Seraphina extended her hand, and a path of silvery light unfurled before them, leading deeper into the castle. Mia took a deep breath, feeling the reassuring presence of Jasper beside her, and stepped forward, ready to embrace the adventure that awaited. As Mia and Jasper followed the path of light, the atmosphere in the castle shifted subtly, each room they passed through telling its own tale. In one chamber, the walls were lined with shelves filled with books that whispered softly to each other, sharing secrets of the universe. In another, delicate glass sculptures hung from the ceiling, catching the light and casting rainbows across the floor, turning the hall into a kaleidoscope of colors. At last, they reached a room that was unlike any other. The walls were adorned with maps and charts that depicted not only the lands Mia knew, but also those of the hidden realm. In the center stood a large table, upon which lay a collection of objects, each one glowing with a soft inner light. Seraphina joined them, her presence as calming as a gentle breeze. "These are the artifacts of the realm," she explained, gesturing to the objects on the table. "Each one holds a story, a lesson to be learned, and a piece of the puzzle you must solve." Mia's gaze fell upon a small, intricately carved box made of dark wood. Its surface was etched with symbols that seemed to shift and dance as she looked at them. Seraphina nodded, as if reading her thoughts. "This is the Box of Whispers," she said. "It holds the voices of those who have traveled this path before you. Within it lies guidance for your journey, but it can only be opened by the one whose heart is true." Without hesitation, Mia reached out and gently touched the box. To her surprise, the lid lifted with a soft sigh, revealing a shimmering piece of parchment inscribed with elegant script. As Mia read the words, she felt a warmth spreading through her chest, as though the words themselves were alive with magic. "In the heart of the forest, where the ancient oak stands, seek the well of wisdom, where time's river expands. With courage and kindness, your path will be clear, for the voices of the past will guide those who hear." Mia looked up at Seraphina, her heart filled with determination. "I will find the well of wisdom," she declared, her voice steady and sure. Seraphina smiled, her eyes sparkling with encouragement. "Remember, Mia, the path is not always easy, but you are never alone. Trust in yourself and in those you meet along the way." With those words echoing in her mind, Mia turned to leave, Jasper at her side, ready to embark on the journey that awaited them beyond the castle walls. The path led them back into the forest, where the air was crisp and the leaves whispered secrets to the wind. As they walked, Mia felt a sense of purpose guiding her steps, the Mirror of Elysia safely tucked into her satchel, its light a comforting presence. They journeyed through the woods, following the clues from the Box of Whispers until they reached a place where the trees parted to reveal a meadow bathed in golden sunlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide, its trunk thick and gnarled with age. Mia approached the tree with reverence, her heart filled with a sense of awe. She could feel the wisdom of the ages emanating from its roots, like the pulse of the earth itself. As she laid a hand on the rough bark, she felt a gentle vibration, as though the tree was speaking to her in a language beyond words. At the base of the oak, nestled among the roots, was a small stone well. Its surface was smooth and worn, and the water within shimmered with an ethereal glow. Mia knelt beside the well, her reflection gazing back at her from the surface of the water, her eyes bright with determination. Remembering the words of the Box of Whispers, Mia dipped her fingers into the cool water and closed her eyes, allowing the wisdom of the well to flow through her. She felt a warmth spreading through her, like the embrace of a dear friend, and in that moment, she knew she was not alone. As she opened her eyes, she saw images dancing in the water, visions of the past and the future, of those who had walked this path before her and those who would follow. She saw faces filled with hope and courage, each one a part of the tapestry of the realm. With the well's wisdom in her heart, Mia rose to her feet, her spirit renewed. She knew that the journey was far from over, but she was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, knowing that she had the strength of the forest and the guidance of the realm to light her way. As she and Jasper turned to leave, the oak seemed to whisper a blessing, its leaves rustling softly in the breeze, and Mia felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be. With renewed determination, Mia and Jasper continued their journey through the forest, the path ahead illuminated by the soft glow of the Mirror of Elysia. The forest seemed to come alive around them, the trees whispering secrets to the wind, the ground beneath their feet resonating with the heartbeat of the earth. They traveled for what felt like hours, the sun dipping low in the sky, casting long shadows that danced among the trees. As twilight descended, they reached a clearing where a group of creatures had gathered, their forms shimmering in the dim light. The creatures were unlike any Mia had ever seen, small, with delicate wings that sparkled like the surface of a tranquil lake under the moonlight. Their eyes were bright with curiosity and kindness, and their laughter was like the tinkling of silver bells. One of the creatures, a sprite with hair the color of autumn leaves, flitted forward and greeted Mia with a smile. "Welcome, traveler," she said, her voice as light as a breeze. "I am Lyra, and these are my kin. We are the guardians of the forest's heart." Mia returned the sprite's smile, feeling a sense of camaraderie with these gentle beings. "I am Mia, and this is Jasper," she replied, gesturing to her faithful companion. "We seek the well of wisdom and the path that leads us to the heart of this realm." Lyra nodded, her eyes alight with understanding. "The well of wisdom is a sacred place, known only to those who truly listen to the whispers of the forest. We will guide you, for your journey is one of great importance." With the sprites leading the way, Mia and Jasper followed a path that wound deeper into the heart of the forest. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers, and the sound of gentle laughter echoed among the trees, a melody that lifted their spirits. As they walked, Lyra shared stories of the realm, tales of bravery and friendship, of challenges overcome and mysteries solved. Mia listened intently, her heart swelling with admiration for the creatures who called this world home. At last, they reached a glade, where a pool of crystal-clear water lay nestled among the roots of an ancient tree. Its surface shimmered with an inner light, and Mia knew that they had found the well of wisdom. With Lyra and the sprites watching, Mia approached the well, her heart filled with a mixture of excitement and reverence. She knelt beside the water, her reflection gazing back at her, and dipped her fingers into its cool depths. As the water rippled, Mia heard a voice, soft and gentle, like the rustle of leaves in the wind. It was the voice of the well, speaking to her in a language of the heart. "Mia, seeker of truth, bearer of the Mirror of Elysia," the voice intoned, "you have journeyed far and shown great courage. The path you walk is one of unity and understanding, of friendship and hope." Mia listened, her heart open to the wisdom of the well. She felt a warmth spreading through her, a sense of belonging and purpose, as if she were a part of something greater than herself. "The challenges ahead will test your resolve," the voice continued, "but remember, you are never alone. Trust in the bonds you have formed, in the wisdom of the past, and in the strength within you." With those words echoing in her mind, Mia rose to her feet, her spirit renewed and her heart aglow with determination. She knew that the journey was far from over, but she was ready to face whatever lay ahead, knowing that she had the guidance of the realm and the friendship of those she had met along the way. As she turned to leave, the sprites gathered around her, their eyes bright with encouragement and support. Lyra smiled, her voice filled with warmth. "We will always be with you, Mia, in spirit and in heart. Trust in yourself and in the journey that awaits." With a final nod of gratitude, Mia and Jasper set off once more, their path illuminated by the light of the mirror of Elysia, their hearts filled with the wisdom of the well and the strength of friendship. They traveled through the night, the forest bathed in the silvery light of the moon, the stars twinkling above like diamonds scattered across a velvet sky. The air was cool and crisp, carrying with it the scent of pine and the promise of new beginnings. As they walked, Mia felt a sense of peace settling over her, the challenges of the journey fading into the background, replaced by the warmth of friendship and the wisdom of the realm. She knew that whatever lay ahead, she was ready to face it, her heart filled with courage and hope. As dawn broke, casting a golden glow over the forest, Mia and Jasper emerged from the trees to find themselves standing at the edge of a great lake. Its waters shimmered in the morning light, a tapestry of colors that danced and played like the laughter of the sprites. In the center of the lake stood an island, its shores lined with trees that stretched toward the sky, their leaves glistening with dew. Mia knew that this was the final leg of their journey, the place where the mysteries of the realm would be revealed. With a deep breath, Mia stepped forward, her heart filled with anticipation and wonder. She could feel the presence of the forest around her, the whispers of the trees, the laughter of the sprites, all guiding her toward the truth she sought. As they crossed the lake, the water lapping gently at their feet, Mia felt a sense of unity with the world around her, the bonds of friendship and understanding weaving a tapestry of light and hope. At last, they reached the island, its shores welcoming them with open arms. Mia could feel the energy of the place, a pulse that resonated with the heartbeat of the earth, a song that spoke of love and unity, of courage and understanding. In the center of the island stood a circle of stones, each one inscribed with symbols that glowed with an inner light. Mia knew that this was the heart of the realm, the place where the past and future converged, where the mysteries of the universe were woven into the fabric of the world. With Jasper by her side, Mia stepped into the circle, her heart filled with a sense of purpose and destiny. She could feel the presence of those who had walked this path before her, their voices a chorus of encouragement and support. As she stood in the circle, the mirror of Elysia in her hand, Mia closed her eyes, allowing the energy of the island to flow through her. She could feel the wisdom of the realm resonating within her, a light that shone with the brilliance of 1,000 stars. In that moment, Mia understood the true nature of the journey she had undertaken. It was not just a quest for knowledge or understanding, but a journey of the heart, a path of friendship and unity, of courage and hope. With newfound clarity, Mia opened her eyes, the light of the realm surrounding her, the whispers of the past guiding her steps. She knew that she was ready to face whatever lay ahead, her heart filled with the strength of friendship and the wisdom of the realm. As the sun rose, casting a golden glow over the island, Mia and Jasper stood together, their hearts united in purpose and destiny. They knew that the journey was far from over, but they were ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, knowing that they had the strength of the realm and the power of friendship to light their way. And so, with the light of the mirror of Elysia guiding their steps, Mia and Jasper set off once more, their hearts filled with hope and courage, ready to embrace the journey that awaited them beyond the horizon. For they knew that with each step they took, they were weaving a tapestry of light and love, a story of friendship and unity, of courage and understanding that would resonate through the ages, a beacon of hope for all who followed in their footsteps. As they journeyed, a new scene unfolded before them. The path led to a quaint village nestled within a valley, where the scent of lavender and freshly baked pastries filled the air. The villagers, a community of artisans and storytellers, were engaged in preparing for a festival. Colorful banners fluttered in the breeze, and the sound of music and laughter filled the air, creating an atmosphere of joy and celebration. Mia and Jasper, drawn by the infectious energy, decided to join the festivities. They were greeted warmly by the villagers, who shared tales of the festival's origins, a celebration of unity and heritage, where stories of the realm's past were passed down through generations. Mia listened with rapt attention, her heart swelling with a sense of connection to these people and their traditions. In the heart of the village square, a storyteller, began weaving a tale of old, a story of a courageous traveler who, like Mia, had embarked on a journey to uncover the secrets of the realm. The tale resonated deeply with Mia, as she realized that her journey was part of a larger tapestry, a story that transcended time and space. As the festival continued into the night, Mia and Jasper found themselves surrounded by warmth and camaraderie, the villagers' stories and songs intertwining with their own journey. The festival became a moment of reflection for Mia, a reminder of the bonds she had formed and the strength she had discovered within herself. With the festival's closing ceremony, a beautiful tapestry was unveiled, a depiction of the realm's history, woven with threads of gold and silver, capturing the essence of its people and their stories. Mia felt a deep sense of honor and gratitude, knowing that her journey was now a part of this rich tapestry, a thread in the fabric of the realm's legacy. As the first light of dawn broke over the valley, Mia and Jasper bid farewell to the villagers, their hearts full of newfound wisdom and understanding. With the mirror of Elysia guiding their way, they continued their journey, ready to face the challenges that lay ahead, knowing that the strength of the realm and the power of friendship would forever light their path. Together, they walked into the rising sun, their spirits renewed, and their hearts filled with hope and courage, ready to embrace the adventure that awaited them beyond the horizon. Story 5. Once upon a time, in the heart of an ancient forest where sunlight painted the leaves with golden hues, there lay a secret world known only to those who listened closely to the whispers of the wind. This was a place where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the soft rustle of the leaves formed a symphony that harmonized with the gentle babbling of crystal-clear brooks. The forest seemed to breathe with life, exhaling a fragrance of earth and greenery that embraced all who ventured within. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled shadows that danced on the forest floor in rhythm with the sway of branches overhead. In this enchanted forest, the creatures lived in perfect harmony, guided by the wisdom of the ages. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Garin, whose shell was etched with the stories of countless generations. The elaborate patterns on his shell were like a tapestry of history, each groove and ridge containing memories of the forest's past. His footsteps, though slow, resonated with the rhythm of the earth itself, leaving faint imprints on the soft, mossy ground. His eyes, deep and knowing, often gazed upon the verdant world around him with a sense of quiet contemplation. Garin was revered by all the forest creatures, from the smallest ants to the majestic deer that roamed the glades. He was the custodian of the forest's secrets, and it was said that he knew the language of the rain and the songs of the stars. His closest companion was a sprightly squirrel named Poppy, whose vibrant red fur was as bright as autumn leaves. Poppy's curiosity was boundless, her bright eyes always searching for new wonders, and she often scurried alongside Garin, eager to learn from his vast store of wisdom. Her laughter, a tinkling sound that echoed through the trees, was a testament to her joy and zest for life. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves began to turn shades of amber and crimson, Garin sensed a subtle shift in the forest. The wind carried a hint of unease, rustling the leaves with a sound akin to a distant, haunting melody. The creatures murmured in hushed tones about strange occurrences. The rains, which usually arrived with the changing seasons, had not yet come, and the forest was thirsty. The normally vibrant greens had begun to fade, a sigh of desperation in every leaf. The usually lively song of the forest seemed muted, as if the very soul of the woods was holding its breath. Poppy, who had been gathering acorns for the coming winter, noticed the worry etched on Garin's face. "What troubles you, wise Garin?" she asked, her voice as light as a feather dancing on the breeze, yet tinged with concern. Garin paused, his ancient eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy. "The balance of our forest is delicate, dear Poppy," he replied. "The rains are late, and the earth thirsts for water. We must ensure that harmony is restored, or the forest will suffer." Poppy nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Her small heart, though brave, felt the weight of the responsibility. "What can we do?" she asked, her voice now carrying a note of determination, as steady as the roots of the oldest trees. Garen pondered for a moment, then spoke with a gentle resolve. We must seek out the spirit of the seasons. It is said that she resides at the peak of the Whispering Mountain, where the clouds kiss the earth. She alone can summon the rains and restore balance to our forest. With a nod of agreement, Poppy scampered up a tree to gather provisions for their journey, while Garen set his gaze toward the distant mountain, its peak shrouded in mist. The path to Whispering Mountain was long and fraught with challenges, but neither Poppy nor Garen wavered in their resolve. As they journeyed deeper into the forest, the air grew cooler, and the scent of pine needles filled their senses. The forest transformed around them, with towering pines swaying gently, whispering secrets of ages past. They passed through groves where the trees whispered ancient secrets, and meadows where butterflies danced in the sunlight. In one meadow, they paused to watch as a family of deer grazed peacefully, their movements a ballet of grace and serenity. Each step brought them closer to their destination, and with each step, Garen shared stories of the forest's past, tales of creatures long gone but not forgotten. He spoke of great migrations of birds that once painted the skies with their numbers, and of a time when the forest had been covered in a blanket of snow so thick it had silenced all sound. There were tales of a great bear who once protected the forest, whose roar could shake the very mountains, and whose heart was as kind as the gentle streams that ran through the woods. On the second night of their journey, they made camp beneath a sky filled with twinkling stars. Poppy lay curled beside Garen, her small body rising and falling with each breath. As she drifted to sleep, Garen kept watch, his thoughts a gentle swirl of hope and memories. He remembered his own youth, a time when the forest was a different place, and how he had once journeyed with an elder much like himself now, learning the secrets of harmony and balance. As the firelight flickered against the dark silhouettes of trees, Garen's mind wandered to a memory of his mentor, an ancient tortoise named Aila. She had once shared the legend of the forest guardian, a mythical entity believed to embody the spirit of the woods. It was said that the guardian's presence was strongest in times of great need, guiding the creatures of the forest towards unity and resilience. Garen wondered if their quest would awaken the guardian, and if so, what wisdom or aid it might offer. On the third day of their journey, they reached the foothills of Whispering Mountain. The terrain became rugged, and the air was crisp with the promise of change. As they climbed higher, they encountered a wise old owl named Leora, her feathers as soft as moonlight. Leora perched on a gnarled branch, her eyes gleaming with wisdom. "Greetings, travelers," Leora hooted softly, her voice an echo of the night. "What brings you to the heights of Whispering Mountain?" Garen bowed his head in respect. "We seek the spirit of the seasons, kind Leora, to ask for her aid in restoring the rains to our forest." Leora nodded, understanding their quest. "The spirit is elusive, but she is drawn to the harmony of nature. Follow the path of the silver stream, and you shall find her." With gratitude in their hearts, Garen and Poppy continued their ascent, following the gentle murmur of the stream that glistened like liquid silver under the sun. The higher they climbed, the more the landscape transformed, with patches of snow dusting the ground and a chill breeze whispering through the peaks. They encountered other creatures along the way, each offering a small token of guidance or encouragement, as if the forest itself was aiding their quest. A family of mountain goats, with eyes as clear as the sky, paused in their grazing to nod approvingly at the determined travelers. A pair of foxes, with fur the color of embers, shared a path they knew well, a shortcut that would save the travelers precious time. Each encounter was a reminder of the interconnectedness of the forest, a web of life where each thread was essential. Finally, at the summit of Whispering Mountain, they found themselves in a tranquil glen, where the air was filled with the sound of tinkling bells. In the center of the glen stood the spirit of the seasons, her form ever-changing like the seasons themselves. Her hair shimmered with the colors of spring blossoms, summer sun, autumn leaves, and winter snow. The glen itself was a breathtaking spectacle. Frost-kissed petals of rare flowers lined the ground, and the air was alive with the scent of fresh rain and budding life, a tapestry of the seasons woven into a single moment. With grace and serenity, the spirit regarded Garen and Poppy. You have journeyed far, wise tortoise and brave squirrel, she spoke, her voice as soothing as a lullaby, carrying the warmth of summer and the crisp bite of winter. What do you seek from me? Garen stepped forward, his voice reverent. Great Spirit, our forest thirsts for the rains that have not come. We ask for your blessing to restore the balance and ensure that all creatures may thrive. The Spirit of the Seasons smiled, her eyes twinkling like starlight. You ask not for yourselves, but for the harmony of all. A noble quest indeed. With a gentle wave of her hand, the Spirit summoned the clouds, which gathered overhead like a soft, gray blanket. The first drops of rain began to fall, pattering softly on the leaves and nourishing the earth. The sound was like a whispered promise, a song of renewal and hope. Return to your forest, dear friends, the Spirit said, her form shifting like the wind, and carry with you the wisdom of the seasons, for balance is the heart of nature's song. With hearts full of gratitude, Garen and Poppy descended the mountain, the rain a gentle companion on their journey home. As they returned to their beloved forest, they found it rejuvenated, the trees standing tall and the streams flowing with renewed vigor. The air was filled with the joyous sounds of creatures celebrating the return of life-giving rain. The creatures of the forest gathered to welcome them, their voices raised in joyous harmony. An elder deer, with antlers that seemed to reach for the sky, approached Garen. Your journey and return have reminded us of the strength in unity and the power of nature's balance, he said, his voice deep and resonant. The forest guardian smiles upon your deeds. And from that day forward, the story of Garen and Poppy's journey was passed down through generations, a reminder that wisdom and friendship could overcome any challenge, and that the balance of nature was a gift to be cherished. As the sun set on the horizon, casting a warm glow over the forest, Garen and Poppy rested beneath the sheltering branches of an ancient oak. The crackling of a distant fire blended with the symphony of the forest, and peace settled like a gentle mist over the land. As darkness embraced the forest, the stars stretched across the sky, forming constellations that seemed to tell their own stories, a tapestry of light and darkness. And so the ancient forest thrived, a testament to the delicate dance of balance and harmony, where the wisdom of the ages guided every creature, and the spirit of the seasons watched over all with a benevolent smile. The forest, with its rich tapestry of sounds and colors, remained a sanctuary for all who sought solace and wisdom in its embrace. 6. Once upon a time, in a sleepy village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a curious young girl named Aila. She had a heart as light as a feather, and eyes that sparkled with wonder. Her days were filled with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the gentle murmur of the brook that wound its way through the village. Yet, Aila often found herself gazing beyond the familiar, toward the edge of the mysterious forest that bordered her home, its canopy a tangle of emerald and shadow. One sun-dappled morning, as the mist clung to the earth like a silvery veil, Aila set off on an adventure. She followed the path that twisted through the fields, her footsteps a soft rustle against the carpet of fallen leaves. The air was crisp and carried the songs of distant birds, each note a promise of wonders yet to be discovered. As she entered the forest, the world transformed around her. The trees stood tall and wise, their trunks wrapped in mossy robes. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, painting the forest floor in dappled gold. Aila marveled at the tapestry of colors, where deep greens met the vibrant hues of wild mushrooms and delicate ferns. It was as if she had stepped into a living painting, one that breathed and whispered secrets only the adventurous could hear. As she ventured deeper, a gentle breeze carried the sound of laughter, light and tinkling like crystal chimes. Guided by the sound, Aila found herself in a glen that seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly glow. There, she discovered a gathering of whimsical creatures, unlike any she had ever seen. Tiny, winged beings flitted among the flowers, their wings iridescent in the sun. They danced in the air, leaving trails of sparkling dust that shimmered like stars. "Welcome, Aila," chimed a voice as soft as a lullaby. A creature with eyes like twinkling sapphires and a crown of morning dew perched upon a nearby toadstool. "We have been expecting you." Aila, though surprised, felt no fear. Instead, she was filled with a warmth that spread from her heart like the glow of a crackling fire. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "We are the Kithlings," the creature replied, bowing graciously. "Guardians of the Whispering Woods. We've watched over this place for generations, ensuring its magic remains undisturbed." The Kithlings shared tales with Aila, stories of ancient trees and streams that sang. They spoke of the harmony between nature and magic, a balance that made their forest a sanctuary for all who entered with pure hearts. Aila listened, enraptured, feeling the stories weave into her like threads of a beautiful tapestry. But the Kithlings had a gentle challenge for Aila. "Would you help us?" they asked, their eyes bright with hope. "A sadness has settled upon the Silver Spring, and it has grown silent. We lack the strength to awaken its song alone." Determined to help, Aila agreed without hesitation. The Kithlings led her to the Silver Spring, a hidden pool that lay still and quiet beneath the canopy. Its surface was like a mirror, reflecting the world with eerie stillness. Aila knelt beside it, her reflection looking back with curiosity and courage. Remembering the tales of harmony, Aila closed her eyes and let her heart speak. She sang a song of joy and light, of laughter and love, weaving in the melody of the forest and the whispers of the Kithlings. Her voice shimmered in the air, a soft lullaby that swept across the water's surface. Slowly, the Silver Spring began to ripple with life. Its waters danced and sparkled, a melody of tinkling notes rising from its depths. The Kithlings joined in, their laughter a chorus that mingled with Aila's song, lifting the sadness and filling the air with joy. "Thank you, dear Aila," the Kithlings sang, their wings fluttering in delight. "Your courage and kindness have restored the balance. The forest shall sing once more." With her heart full and her spirit light, Aila knew it was time to return home. The Kithlings waved her farewell, their smiles as warm as the sun. As she made her way back through the forest, Aila felt a newfound courage within her, a reminder that exploration and kindness could bring about the most wondrous of changes. When she emerged from the woods, the village lay bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. The world seemed brighter, more alive, as if it too had been touched by the magic of her adventure. Aila returned home with a heart full of stories and the gentle hum of the forest song forever in her mind. And so, as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky above, Aila drifted to sleep, dreaming of the whispers of the woods and the friendships she had forged. Her dreams were a tapestry of shimmering colors and joyful melodies, and she knew that the spirit of adventure would always guide her to new wonders. From that day on, the villagers would often find Aila at the edge of the forest, her eyes shining with the promise of infinite possibilities. For she had learned that courage and exploration could open doors to the most enchanting of places, and in her heart she knew that the world was filled with magic just waiting to be discovered. And so, the gentle tale of Aila and the enchanted forest became a cherished story, told by the fireside to curious children with dreams as bright as hers. And as they listened, the warmth of the crackling fire and the soft cadence of the story lulled them into a peaceful sleep, where they dreamed of their own adventures yet to come. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a realm where the boundaries between reality and imagination blurred, there lived a young girl named Luna. Though she appeared like any other child, Luna possessed an extraordinary gift, the ability to see the wondrous world of the Whispering Woods. On her 10th birthday, Luna received a peculiar present from her eccentric aunt, an intricately carved wooden box adorned with symbols she couldn't decipher. Little did she know that this unassuming object would unlock the door to a hidden realm and set her on an extraordinary journey. As the first rays of moonlight bathed her room, Luna noticed the symbols on the box glowing faintly. Curiosity piqued, she traced the patterns with her fingertips, and the lid sprung open, releasing a warm, fragrant breeze that carried the scent of pine needles and wildflowers. Peering inside, Luna gasped as a miniature forest unfolded before her eyes, complete with towering trees, babbling brooks, and creatures she had never seen before. Drawn in by its enchanting beauty, she leaned closer, and suddenly, the world around her shifted. In the blink of an eye, Luna found herself standing amidst the very forest she had glimpsed within the box. The air was crisp and invigorating, and the birdsong that filled her ears was unlike any she had heard before. Richer, more melodious, as if the birds themselves were weaving melodies of joy. As Luna marveled at her surroundings, a soft voice whispered in her ear, "Welcome, dear child, to the Whispering Woods." Turning, she came face to face with a majestic oak tree, its branches swaying gently as if in greeting. "I am Oakroot, guardian of these ancient forests," the tree continued. "Your aunt has entrusted you with a precious gift, the ability to traverse the realms between worlds and bear witness to the magic that dwells within." Luna listened, captivated, as Oakroot explained that the Whispering Woods were a sanctuary for creatures and beings of myth and legend, hidden from the prying eyes of the human world. Here unicorns grazed in misty glades, pixies danced among the wildflowers, and ancient spirits watched over the delicate balance of nature. However, a dark force had begun to encroach upon the woods, poisoning the streams and withering the trees. Oakroot revealed that only one with a pure heart and a connection to the earth could restore the balance and save the Whispering Woods from this sinister blight. Filled with a sense of purpose, Luna embarked on a quest to heal the ailing forest. Her journey led her through enchanted meadows, where she befriended a mischievous sprite named Willow, who became her loyal companion and guide. Together, they navigated treacherous ravines, scaled towering cliffs, and braved the depths of the Whispering Woods, encountering wonders and challenges at every turn. Luna learned to harness the power of nature, wielding the elements to overcome obstacles and confront the forces that threatened the forest's very existence. In the heart of the woods, they discovered a hidden valley where a crystalline pool shimmered with ethereal light. Here, Luna met a wise old centaur named Asterion, who revealed the true source of the blight, a malevolent spirit born from the greed and ignorance of humanity. Asterion taught Luna the ancient rites of purification, and together with Willow and the denizens of the Whispering Woods, they performed a sacred ritual to cleanse the land. As Luna's pure heart resonated with the rhythm of the earth, a powerful energy pulsed through her, banishing the dark forces and restoring the vibrant beauty of the forest. In the aftermath, Luna realized that her journey had not only saved the Whispering Woods, but had also transformed her. She had grown from a timid girl into a courageous protector, forging bonds of friendship that transcended the boundaries of species and realms. As the sun set over the Whispering Woods, Luna stood beside Oakroot, marveling at the majesty of the forest she had come to love. The ancient tree's voice rumbled with gratitude. "You have proven yourself worthy, Luna. The Whispering Woods will forever be your sanctuary, a place where magic flourishes and dreams take flight." With a bittersweet smile, Luna knew that her adventures in the Whispering Woods had only just begun. She would return time and again, guided by the wisdom of her newfound friends, to safeguard the delicate balance of nature and ensure that the magic of this hidden realm endured for generations to come. And so, as the moon rose high in the velvet sky, Luna bid farewell to the Whispering Woods, her heart filled with wonder and her spirit forever changed by the extraordinary journey she had undertaken. For in the embrace of this enchanted forest, she had discovered the true meaning of friendship, courage, and her own inner strength, a treasure more precious than any worldly riches. Story 8. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the silver moonlight danced upon the leaves and the air carried the sweet scent of blooming night jasmine, there lay a quaint little village called Eldergrove. The village was known for its vibrant gardens and the gentle streams that hummed lullabies as they wound through the mossy stones. Eldergrove was a place where magic was as natural as the breeze, and enchanted creatures lived harmoniously with the villagers. One soft evening, as the stars began to twinkle like tiny lanterns in the sky, a peculiar thing began to happen. The village's beloved lanterns, which were crafted from the luminous blossoms of the moonflower plant, started to flicker and dim, casting unusual shadows that danced across the cobblestone paths. The villagers, wrapped in their shawls and seated by their windows, noticed this strange occurrence and whispered among themselves, wondering what could be causing such a mystery. In the heart of Eldergrove lived a wise old woman named Mirabelle. Her cottage was a haven of warmth, filled with the aromas of freshly baked honey cakes and herbal teas. Mirabelle was known for her wisdom and kindness, and she had a special way of understanding the language of the forest. When the villagers came to her with their concerns about the flickering lanterns, she listened intently, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. "Perhaps the forest is trying to tell us something," Mirabelle mused, her voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Let's see if we can uncover the mystery together." Accompanying Mirabelle was her faithful companion, a small, fluffy creature named Lumo. Lumo was a lumineer, a creature as light as a feather, with fur that glowed softly like a candle. Known for their keen senses and gentle nature, lumineers were treasured for their ability to illuminate the darkest corners of the forest. As the moon climbed higher in the sky, Mirabelle and Lumo set off on their journey. The night was calm, and the path was lined with glittering dewdrops that sparkled like tiny diamonds. They walked to the edge of the village, where the whispering woods began, and it was there that they paused to listen to the symphony of crickets and the gentle hoot of an owl overhead. "Do you hear that, Lumo?" Mirabelle asked softly, her gaze drifting towards the rustling leaves. "The forest is speaking to us." Lumo perked up, his ears twitching as he listened intently. He sensed a faint melodic hum, like the soft strum of a harp, coming from deeper within the woods. Together, they followed the sound, their footsteps light and careful on the forest floor. The deeper they ventured into the woods, the more the enchanting melody surrounded them, and soon they reached a glade, bathed in moonlight. In the center of the glade stood an ancient, wise old tree with branches that stretched out like welcoming arms. This was Eldergrove's heartwood, a tree revered by all for its deep roots and gentle wisdom. To their surprise, nestled within the roots of heartwood was a small gathering of moon sprites. These delicate creatures, with wings that shimmered like droplets of dew, were busily tending to a cluster of moonflower seedlings. The sprites flitted about, their tiny voices like the tinkling of bells as they hummed a soft, magical tune. Mirabelle approached them gently, her heart full of warmth. "Dear moon sprites, what brings you to Heartwood this night?" One of the sprites, a particularly luminous one named Sylph, flitted forward and spoke in a voice as light as a whisper. "We are here to help the moonflowers grow, for they have not been blooming as brightly as they should. Without their glowing blossoms, the village lanterns cannot shine as they once did." Mirabelle knelt beside the sprites, her eyes filled with understanding. "Ah, so it is your song that encourages the blossoms to flourish. But why have they dimmed?" Sylph twirled in the air, her wings creating a soft breeze. "The soil here has grown weary and dry. It needs a touch of magic, the kind that only comes from kindness and care." Mirabelle nodded thoughtfully and turned to Lumo. "My dear friend, I believe we can help. Let us return to the village and gather what we need." Together, Mirabelle and Lumo returned to Eldergrove, where they shared their discovery with the villagers. The next morning, as the sun painted the sky with hues of pink and gold, the villagers gathered at Heartwood, bringing with them water from the crystal-clear stream and rich, nourishing soil from their gardens. As they worked together, laughter and songs filled the air, and the moon sprites danced joyfully around them. The villagers' kindness and care wove a gentle magic of its own, and soon the moonflower seedlings began to unfurl, their petals shimmering with a soft, silvery glow. That night, as the first stars appeared in the velvet sky, the village lanterns shone brightly once more, their light casting a warm, comforting glow over Eldergrove. The strange shadows were gone, replaced by the gentle illumination of the moonflower blossoms. The villagers gathered in the village square, where Mirabelle and Lumo stood with the moon sprites, their hearts full of gratitude and joy. "Sometimes," Mirabelle said, her voice carrying a gentle wisdom, "it is the simplest acts of kindness that bring the greatest light." And so, with the mystery resolved, and the village aglow with friendship and warmth, the people of Eldergrove returned to their homes, their hearts as light as the moonlit night, knowing that in their community, magic and friendship would always guide them. As the last lantern flickered softly, casting its glow upon the cobblestones, Eldergrove settled into a peaceful slumber, wrapped in the gentle embrace of the whispering woods. The village would dream sweetly, knowing that the magic of kindness would always light their way. Story 9. The Whispering Willows. In the heart of the quaint village of Willowbrook, where cobblestone paths wound around charming cottages and the scent of blooming lavender wrapped the town like a cozy blanket, there existed a legend as old as the willows themselves. It was said that within the dense thickets of the whispering woods lay a hidden world, a place where dreams danced upon the air and magic wove through the trees like invisible threads. Few dared to venture into this mysterious world, for it was guarded by the ancient willows, their branches heavy with the wisdom of centuries. On the edge of this village, in a cottage with ivy climbing its stone walls and a garden bursting with marigolds and daisies, lived a young girl named Clara. Clara had hair as wild as the autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions. Her days were filled with adventures of her own making, scavenger hunts among the garden rows, rescuing wayward ladybugs and spinning tales of knights and dragons to anyone who would listen, including her loyal companion, a small calico cat named Pippin. One crisp autumn morning, as the mist lifted from the fields like a curtain revealing the day, Clara set out on a journey unlike any she had embarked upon before. Clutched in her hand was a smooth, round stone, its surface shimmering with a peculiar iridescence. She had found it nestled beneath the roots of an ancient willow at the edge of the woods, and something about it whispered to her, urging her to seek the secrets of the whispering woods. "Today we'll find the heart of the woods, Pippin," she declared, her voice buoyant with anticipation. The cat mewed in agreement, weaving between her feet as they made their way toward the looming line of trees. The air within the woods was cool and fragrant, filled with the earthy scent of moss and fallen leaves. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor that shifted and danced as the breeze rustled the leaves. As Clara and Pippin wandered deeper into the forest, the sounds of the village faded away, replaced by the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant call of a songbird. They walked until the shadows grew long and the light began to soften into the golden hues of late afternoon. Just as Clara was beginning to wonder if they should turn back, she spotted something unusual in a clearing ahead, a glimmering archway formed by 2 towering willow trees, their branches entwined in a graceful embrace. The air around them seemed to shimmer with a soft, inviting glow, and Clara felt a tug at her heart, urging her forward. As she stepped through the archway, the world seemed to shift around her. The air was filled with a gentle hum, a melody that resonated within her very bones. The colors of the forest grew more vibrant, as if someone had painted the world anew with a brush dipped in starlight. It was a place of enchantment, where the ordinary rules of the world no longer applied. In this hidden realm, the trees whispered secrets to one another in a language Clara could almost understand, and the flowers nodded in greeting as she passed. Pippin trotted ahead, his tail held high, clearly at ease in this magical place. Clara followed, her heart alight with wonder, the mysterious stone warm in her hand. As they journeyed deeper into the hidden world, Clara encountered creatures she had only heard of in bedtime stories. Tiny fairies flitting between the flowers, their wings trailing sparkles in the air, a family of hedgehogs with quills that shimmered like spun silver, and a wise old owl who nodded sagely from his perch high above. The forest seemed to guide her, leading her to a large, sunlit clearing where a gathering of creatures stood in a circle. At the center of the circle was a magnificent willow tree, its trunk gnarled and ancient, its branches reaching high into the sky like arms raised in prayer. The creatures turned to her as she approached, their eyes kind and welcoming. "Welcome, Clara," a voice spoke, gentle and melodic, as if the forest itself was speaking through the rustling leaves. "We have been expecting you." Clara felt a thrill of excitement mixed with a touch of apprehension. "You know my name?" "We know the heart of anyone who enters our realm," the voice replied. "You carry the Stone of Whispers, a gift from the guardian of these woods." Clara glanced down at the stone in her hand, its iridescent surface gleaming softly. "Why was I given the stone?" "Because you have the heart to hear the whispers of the world," the voice explained. "You have the courage to seek knowledge and the kindness to use it wisely. The stone is a key, a guide to help you understand the magic that surrounds us." As she listened, Clara's heart swelled with a sense of belonging, as if she had found a place that had been waiting for her all along. She spent what felt like hours in that clearing, talking with the creatures, learning their stories, and sharing her own. She learned that the Whispering Woods were a sanctuary, a place of harmony where all creatures could live in peace, protected by the magic of the ancient willows. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara knew it was time to return to the village. The creatures gathered around her, their eyes filled with warmth and gratitude. "Remember, Clara," the voice of the forest said, "the magic of the world is always with you, as long as you carry it in your heart." With a heart full of gratitude and a promise to return, Clara turned to leave the clearing. As she stepped back through the archway of willows, the hidden world faded behind her, the whispers of the forest still echoing in her ears. The journey back to the village was filled with the gentle glow of twilight, the stars beginning to twinkle in the sky like distant lanterns. Clara walked with a newfound sense of wonder, the stone in her hand a reminder of the magic that lay just beyond the ordinary world. As she and Pippin reached their cottage, the village was already settling into the quiet calm of evening. Clara tucked the stone safely beneath her pillow, its warmth spreading through her like a gentle embrace. That night, as Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, she dreamed of the hidden world within the Whispering Woods, a world where dreams took flight and the magic of friendship wove through every leaf and branch. And when she awoke the next morning, the world seemed a little brighter, the air a little more alive with possibility. From that day forward, Clara carried the magic of the Whispering Woods with her, sharing its secrets with those who would listen, spreading kindness wherever she went. And though the village of Willowbrook knew nothing of the hidden realm beyond the trees, they sensed the change in Clara, the light in her eyes, the warmth in her smile, and they knew that something truly magical had touched her heart. And so, as the seasons turned and the years passed, the legend of the Whispering Woods lived on, whispered among the villagers, a story of magic and wonder, of friendship and courage, a tale as old as the willows themselves, waiting for those with open hearts and curious spirits to uncover its secrets once more. And whenever the wind rustled through the ancient trees, the villagers would pause and listen, hearing the echoes of a young girl's laughter and the gentle purr of a calico cat, a reminder that magic is never far away for those who believe. Story 10. In the tranquil village of Willowbrook, nestled in a valley where the morning mist kissed the rolling hills, lived a gentle young woman named Leora. The villagers often spoke of the soothing sound of the brook that wound through their fields, like a whispered lullaby, lulling the earth itself to rest. Leora, with her quiet curiosity and kind eyes, spent her days tending to the village library, a small stone building that smelled of ancient parchment and cedar wood. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced in the breeze, Leora discovered a leather-bound tome tucked away on a high shelf. Its cover was embossed with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer faintly in the dappled sunlight filtering through the library's windows. Intrigued, she carefully opened the book, revealing pages filled with elegant script and intricate illustrations of symbols she did not recognize. As she turned the pages, a name caught her eye, her own surname, intertwined with words of an ancient tongue. Her heart fluttered with a mix of excitement and wonder. The book spoke of an ancestral tradition long forgotten, a legacy of wisdom passed down through generations of her family. It told of a magical artifact, a pendant shaped like a crescent moon, said to hold the memories of the past and the guidance for the future. Entranced by her discovery, Leora sought the counsel of the village elder, a wise and gentle woman named Mirabelle, whose eyes sparkled like stars and whose voice was as soothing as a summer's breeze. Mirabelle listened intently as Leora recounted her find, nodding with a knowing smile. "Ah, my dear," Mirabelle said, her voice a soft melody, "it is said that the pendant of your ancestors harbors the whispers of those who came before you. It is a beacon of wisdom, guiding its bearer through the labyrinth of life. But to unlock its true power, one must journey to the ancient grove where the first of your line once stood." With a heart full of purpose, Leora set out on her journey. The path to the grove was lined with towering oaks and fragrant wildflowers that swayed gently in the breeze. The air was crisp and filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves, creating a symphony of crunchy footsteps beneath her feet. As she walked, Leora felt a deep connection to the land, as if the very earth beneath her was an old friend. The rustling leaves whispered secrets of the past, and the gentle murmur of the brook that accompanied her seemed to echo the heartbeat of the world. Upon reaching the grove, Leora was greeted by a sight of serene beauty. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting a mosaic of light and shadow upon the forest floor. In the center stood a great ancient tree, its bark silvered with age, and nestled within its roots was a small hollow, cradling the crescent moon pendant she had read about. Leora approached with reverence, her fingers grazing the cool metal of the pendant. As she lifted it from its resting place, a warmth spread through her, and the grove seemed to hum with life. Closing her eyes, she felt the presence of her ancestors, their voices a comforting chorus that spoke of love, courage, and the strength found in unity. In that moment, Leora understood her place within the tapestry of her heritage. The lessons of the past were not just echoes of what had been, but guiding lights for what was to come. She realized that true strength lay not in solitude, but in the bonds between hearts, in the wisdom shared and the love given freely. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Leora returned to Willowbrook. The village, now bathed in the soft glow of twilight, felt more like home than ever before. She carried with her not just the pendant, but a renewed sense of belonging and purpose, her heart alight with the whispers of her ancestors. And so, in the gentle embrace of nightfall, with stars beginning to twinkle overhead, Leora sat by the crackling hearth of her home. She held the pendant close, its presence a gentle reminder of the legacy she now cherished. With a contented sigh, she closed her eyes, feeling the warmth of the fire and the love of generations enfold her in a peaceful slumber, knowing she was never truly alone. Story 11. On the outskirts of a quaint little village, nestled between the gentle slopes of the whispering hills and the lush, emerald tapestry of the enchanted forest, there lay a small cottage. Its walls were clad in stones smoothed by time, and its roof was a patchwork of weathered shingles. Smoke curled lazily from the chimney, carrying the comforting aroma of pine logs burning in the hearth. This was the home of a kindly old woman known to the villagers as Granny Willow. Granny Willow was known for her gentle wisdom and her knack for storytelling. Children and adults alike would gather around her fireplace on cold nights, their faces aglow with the warmth of both the fire and her tales. But what not everyone knew was that Granny Willow possessed a magical object, a delicate silver locket that shimmered like moonlight on a still pond. This locket, hung around her neck, held a secret that only she and a few others knew. It was a key to a hidden world within the forest. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced their golden farewell to the branches, a young girl named Lily came to visit Granny Willow. Lily was a curious soul, with eyes as bright as the morning sun and a heart as open as the sky. She had often listened to Granny Willow's stories, her imagination taking flight with each tale. "Granny," Lily began, her cheeks flushed with the chill in the air, "do you think there's really magic out there in the enchanted forest?" Granny Willow, her eyes twinkling with a secret knowledge, leaned back in her chair and smiled. "Oh, my dear Lily," she said softly, "magic is all around us. Sometimes it's in the rustle of the leaves, sometimes in the song of the brook, and sometimes you find it when you least expect it." Intrigued by Granny Willow's words, Lily found her thoughts drifting to the forest more and more. She imagined ancient trees whispering secrets and streams that sparkled with hidden wonders. Her heart longed for adventure, but she was also a little afraid. The stories of the forest were both enchanting and mysterious, and she couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to them than met the eye. One day, with the sun casting a warm golden glow over the village, Lily decided to venture into the forest. She tucked a small loaf of bread into her satchel, a gift from Granny Willow, and set off on her journey. The path leading into the forest was lined with tall oaks and elms, their branches forming a gentle archway above her. The air was crisp and filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As she walked deeper into the forest, the sounds of the village faded away, replaced by the gentle whispers of the trees and the soft murmur of the wind. The forest was alive with colors, fiery reds, burnt oranges, and the deepest greens imaginable. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, dappling the forest floor with patches of light and shadow. Lily's footsteps were soft against the mossy path, and she marveled at the beauty around her. There was something so enchanting about the forest. It was as if time itself had slowed down, allowing her to savor every moment, every sight, and every sound. Her journey took her to a small clearing where a crystal-clear brook babbled cheerfully over smooth stones. The water shimmered in the sunlight, and Lily paused to dip her fingers in the cool, refreshing stream. As she knelt by the brook, she noticed something unusual: an old, wooden bridge that spanned the narrowest part of the stream. It was covered with moss and seemed to blend perfectly with its surroundings, as if it had grown there rather than been built by human hands. Drawn by a sense of curiosity, Lily crossed the bridge, her feet treading softly on the weathered wood. As she reached the other side, she felt a gentle tingle, like a whisper of magic brushing against her skin. She looked around, her heart quickening with a mix of anticipation and wonder. It was then that she saw it, a small silver glint among the fallen leaves, catching the sunlight like a tiny star. Lily knelt down and gently brushed aside the leaves, revealing a delicate locket, its surface engraved with intricate patterns that seemed to dance and shimmer in the light. It was uncannily similar to Granny Willow's locket, and Lily's heart leapt with excitement. She picked up the locket, feeling its cool weight in her hand. As she did, the forest around her seemed to hold its breath, the leaves pausing in their dance, the brook's song softening to a whisper. Lily's fingers traced the patterns on the locket, and she felt a warmth spread through her, as if the locket was alive with its own gentle magic. In that moment, the world around her seemed to shift. The air shimmered like a mirage, and the forest grew still and silent. Lily's heart pounded in her chest, but deep down she felt a sense of peace, as if she was exactly where she was meant to be. The locket, cradled in her palm, seemed to pulse with a gentle light. Lily closed her eyes, allowing the warmth to envelop her. When she opened them again, she gasped in awe. The forest was still there, but it was different, more vivid, more alive. Colors danced around her, brighter and more vibrant than she had ever seen. The air was filled with a sweet fragrance, like the first bloom of spring flowers. And there, before her, stood a creature unlike any she had ever imagined. It was a unicorn, its coat as white as freshly fallen snow, its mane a cascade of shimmering silver. It regarded Lily with eyes that held the wisdom of ages, and she felt an overwhelming sense of calm wash over her. "Welcome, Lily," the unicorn spoke, its voice as soft as a gentle breeze. "You have found the pathway to the hidden realm." Lily could hardly believe her ears. She had found it, the hidden world within the forest, a place of magic and wonder. Her heart soared with joy and curiosity, and she knew that her life was about to change forever. Guided by the unicorn, whose name was Celine, Lily ventured deeper into the hidden realm. The forest here was even more enchanting, its trees towering like ancient guardians, their leaves shimmering with a light of their own. Birds with jewel-toned feathers flitted through the branches, their songs weaving a melody that seemed to resonate with the very soul of the forest. As they walked, Celine explained the magic of the hidden realm. "This world exists alongside your own," she said, her voice gentle and melodic. "It is a place where the magic of nature is alive and thriving. Few can find it, but those who do are gifted with the opportunity to learn and grow." Lily listened intently, her heart full of wonder. She felt a connection to this place, a deep sense of belonging that she had never experienced before. As they traveled, she learned about the creatures of the hidden realm, the gentle sprites that tended to the flowers, the wise owls that guarded the forest's secrets, and the playful foxes that danced through the underbrush. But it was not all peace and tranquility. Celine explained that the hidden realm faced its own challenges. The balance of magic and nature was delicate, and there were times when it was threatened by forces both within and outside the realm. "It is up to us, the guardians of this world, to protect it," Celine said, her eyes shining with determination. "And sometimes we need the help of those from the outside world, those who possess the spirit of adventure and the heart of a true friend." Lily felt a thrill of excitement and responsibility. She realized that she was not just an observer in this magical world. She had a role to play, a purpose to fulfill. Her journey had brought her here for a reason, and she was ready to embrace whatever challenges lay ahead. As the days passed, Lily explored the hidden realm, learning its secrets and meeting its inhabitants. She discovered hidden glades where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, and crystal-clear pools that reflected the sky like mirrors. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the trees, finding wisdom in their ancient voices. Through it all, Celine was her guide and companion, a steadfast presence in this world of wonder. The bond between them grew strong, forged in friendship and shared understanding. Lily found herself changing, her heart opening to the magic of the world and the beauty of its mysteries. But one day, as the sun set in a blaze of gold and crimson, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Celine approached Lily with a look of concern in her wise eyes. "There is a problem, Lily," Celine said softly, her voice tinged with worry. "A shadow has fallen over the hidden realm. The source of our magic, the Heartstone, has been disturbed and its light is fading." Lily's heart clenched with fear and determination. She knew that the Heartstone was the lifeblood of the hidden realm, a source of pure magic that sustained the balance of nature. Without it, the realm would wither, and its magic would be lost forever. "What can we do?" Lily asked, her voice resolute. "We must journey to the heart of the forest, where the Heartstone lies," Celine replied. "There we must restore its light and renew the magic of the realm. It will be a difficult journey, but I believe in you, Lily. You have the courage and wisdom to help us succeed." Lily nodded, her heart filled with determination. She knew that this was her moment, a chance to make a difference and protect the world she had come to love. Together with Celine, she set off on the path that led deep into the heart of the forest, a journey that would test her strength and her spirit. The forest was shrouded in twilight, the trees casting long shadows across the path. The air was heavy with a sense of foreboding, and the usual sounds of the forest were hushed, as if holding their breath in anticipation. But Lily felt a strange sense of calm, bolstered by the presence of Celine by her side. As they traveled, the path grew more challenging, twisting and turning through dense undergrowth and over rocky terrain. Lily's feet were sore, but she pressed on, driven by a sense of purpose that burned brightly within her. At last, they reached a clearing bathed in the silver light of the moon. In the center of the clearing stood the Heartstone, a magnificent crystal that glowed with an ethereal light. But its light was dim, flickering like a candle in the wind, and the air around it was heavy with a sense of unease. Lily approached the Heartstone, feeling its magic hum in the air like a gentle melody. She closed her eyes, reaching out with her heart, her mind filled with thoughts of hope and renewal. She could feel the magic of the realm around her, a tapestry of life and light that was woven into the very fabric of the forest. In that moment, she understood the true nature of the Heartstone's power. It was not just a source of magic, it was a reflection of the world's balance, a symbol of the harmony between all living things. And it was up to her to restore that balance, to rekindle the light that had been lost. With a deep breath, Lily focused her thoughts on the Heartstone, channeling her love for the hidden realm and her desire to protect it. She could feel the magic flowing through her, a warm current that surged like a river, filling her with strength and clarity. The Heartstone responded to her call, its light growing brighter and more vibrant. The air around it shimmered with a rainbow of colors, and the forest seemed to come alive with renewed energy. The balance was restored, the magic renewed, and the hidden realm was saved. Lily opened her eyes, a smile of pure joy lighting up her face. She had done it. She had found her place in the world, and she had made a difference. The hidden realm was safe, its magic secure, and she knew that she would always be a part of it. Celine nuzzled her gently, her eyes filled with pride and gratitude. "Thank you, Lily," she said softly. "You have saved us all." Lily returned the unicorn's gaze, her heart full of love and friendship. She knew that this journey had changed her, had opened her eyes to the wonders of the world and the magic that lay within her own heart. As they made their way back through the forest, the path seemed brighter, the trees more welcoming. The hidden realm was alive with magic, its creatures singing a song of celebration and renewal. And Lily knew that she would always carry a piece of this world with her, a reminder of the magic that was all around her and the power of friendship that had guided her on her journey. With the locket in her hand, Lily returned to the village, her heart full of stories and memories that would last a lifetime. And whenever she needed a reminder of the magic in the world, she would hold the locket close, feeling its warmth and the gentle pulse of the hidden realm's magic. In the days that followed, Lily shared her adventure with Granny Willow, her eyes alight with excitement and wonder. Granny Willow listened with a knowing smile, her heart full of pride for the young girl who had found her place in the world. And each night, as the stars twinkled in the sky like a scattering of diamonds, Lily would dream of the hidden realm, of the forest and its magic, and of the friendship that had changed her life forever. She knew that she would always be a part of the hidden realm, and it would always be a part of her, a place of magic, wonder, and endless possibilities. Story 12. In the heart of the whispering wood, where the trees swayed like gentle dancers to an unseen melody, nestled a quaint little village called Elderwood. The cottages were made of stone, with moss-covered roofs and windows that twinkled warmly in the moonlight. The villagers were known for their kindness and the way they lived in harmony with the magical creatures of the forest. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves painted the ground in shades of gold and amber, a curious event began to unfold. It started with a soft tinkling sound, like the faintest chime of a bell, echoing through the village. The sound would come and go, always at twilight, leaving the villagers puzzled and intrigued. Among the villagers was a clever young girl named Mara. She had an inquisitive mind and a heart as gentle as the morning dew. Mara loved to explore the forest, and often spent her afternoons gathering herbs and listening to the whispers of the trees. When the mysterious chimes began, she felt a tickle of curiosity that she couldn't ignore. One evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of dusk, Mara decided to follow the sound of the chimes. She wrapped herself in a warm, woolen cloak and set off towards the heart of the forest, where the trees grew thick and the air was rich with the scent of pine and earth. As Mara walked, she noticed how the path seemed to glow under the soft light of the moon. The leaves rustled gently, and the forest hummed with a peaceful energy. Suddenly, a soft hoot caught her attention. High in an oak tree sat a wise old owl named Orin, his feathers a tapestry of browns and whites. "Good evening, Mara," Orin greeted in a voice as deep and calming as the forest itself. "What brings you into the woods at this hour?" "I'm following the sound of the chimes," Mara replied, looking up at the owl with a smile. "Do you know where it's coming from, Orin?" The owl blinked slowly, a knowing glint in his eyes. "Ah, the chimes. They are a mystery, aren't they? But remember, Mara, sometimes the answers we seek are found in the places we least expect." With a nod of gratitude, Mara continued her journey, her footsteps soft against the forest floor. The chimes grew louder, more melodic, leading her deeper into the woods until she arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient well, its stones worn smooth by time. Mara approached the well, her heart fluttering with anticipation. As she leaned over the edge, she saw something extraordinary. Dancing above the water was a cluster of tiny, shimmering creatures. Their wings sparkled like the stars, and their laughter was the source of the chimes. "Hello, little ones," Mara whispered, her voice filled with awe. "What are you doing here?" A particularly bright creature, who seemed to be their leader, flitted closer. "We are the chime sprites," she explained in a voice as sweet as a summer breeze. "We come to play when the moon is high, but we didn't mean to alarm the village." Mara chuckled softly, feeling a wave of warmth and relief. "You haven't alarmed us, just sparked our curiosity. Your music is beautiful." The sprites twirled joyfully, their light casting playful patterns on the ground. "We love to bring joy," the leader sprite said, her eyes twinkling, "but perhaps we should be more mindful of when we play." Mara thought for a moment, her mind weaving a gentle solution. "Why not visit the village and share your music? I'm sure everyone would love to hear your melodies." The sprites buzzed with excitement, and the leader nodded eagerly. "That's a wonderful idea, Mara. We would be delighted to share our music with your village." And so the very next evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the Chimes sprites followed Mara back to Elderwood. The villagers gathered in the square, their faces alight with wonder as the sprites filled the air with their enchanting tunes. The music was soft and soothing, like a lullaby carried on the night breeze. From that night on, the Chime sprites visited Elderwood often, their melodies becoming a cherished part of village life. Mara had solved the mystery with kindness and understanding, and the villagers learned that sometimes the unknown holds beauty waiting to be discovered. As the last notes of the sprite's music faded into the night, Mara stood by the well, her heart full of contentment. The gentle mystery had been unraveled, leaving behind a stronger bond between the villagers and their magical forest friends. With a grateful heart, Mara returned to her cozy cottage, the warmth of the night wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. And as she drifted into dreams, the whispers of the forest sang her to sleep, promising more adventures to come. Story 13. In the heart of the sprawling, whispering woods, where the trees stood taller than the oldest tales, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and mystery, there lay a secret known to only a few. This secret was not hidden by vaults of stone, nor guarded by creatures of might, but rather it rested quietly beneath the roots of the elder oak, whose branches reached for the stars as if yearning to touch the heavens themselves. On an evening painted with the soft hues of twilight, when the sun dipped low and the moon's silver glow began its reign, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, whispering secrets of old to those who had ears to listen. It was on one such evening that young Finn, a boy of 12 summers with hair like autumn leaves and eyes the color of the deep forest, found himself drawn to the elder oak, as if summoned by an unseen force. Finn lived in a quaint cottage at the edge of the whispering woods, where the laughter of his siblings filled the air and the warmth of his mother's hearth was a constant comfort. Yet within him there burned a curiosity, a yearning to understand the world beyond the familiar paths of his home. He was a boy of dreams and wonder, often seen with a sketchbook in hand, capturing the myriad shades of the forest with charcoal and imagination. As Finn approached the elder oak, he felt a tingle of anticipation, a sensation akin to the first snowflake melting on the skin. The tree stood majestic, its ancient bark etched with the stories of centuries, and its roots weaving into the earth like the fingers of time itself. At its base, hidden beneath a tapestry of fallen leaves, lay a stone of peculiar design, smooth and round, yet glowing with a gentle, otherworldly light. Finn knelt beside the stone, his heart a drumbeat of excitement and awe. He reached out with a tentative hand, feeling the warmth that seemed to pulse from within. As his fingers brushed the surface, the stone began to hum, a melody neither heard nor felt, but known deep within the soul. It was then that Finn realized this stone was no ordinary object. It was a key, a gateway to something beyond his imagination. With a deep breath, Finn closed his eyes and allowed his senses to be enveloped by the song of the stone. In that moment, the world shifted around him, the air shimmering as if caught in a dance of light and shadow. When he opened his eyes, he found himself standing not in the familiar woods, but in a realm of vibrant colors and ethereal beauty, a hidden world nestled within the heart of nature. This new world was a tapestry of living wonders. Trees with silver leaves swayed in a breeze that carried the scent of honeyed blossoms. Streams of crystal-clear water sang as they meandered through fields of flowers that glowed like embers. Above, a sky of deepest indigo was adorned with stars that twinkled like knowing eyes. As Finn gazed upon this magical land, he felt not fear, but a profound sense of belonging. It was as if he had been here before, in dreams whispered to him by the rustling leaves at night. With each step, the ground beneath him seemed to welcome his presence, guiding him along a path lined with luminous stones. It wasn't long before Finn encountered another soul in this wondrous place. A girl, perhaps a year younger than he, with hair like spun gold and eyes the color of morning dew, emerged from behind a tree. She wore a dress of woven petals, and her laughter was like the tinkling of bells. "Welcome, traveler," she greeted with a smile that could melt the coldest of winters. "I am Lyra, keeper of this realm. It is rare to see another from your world here." Finn, still captivated by the beauty surrounding him, managed to return her smile. "I'm Finn," he replied, feeling an inexplicable kinship with this stranger. "I've never seen anything like this. How did I come here?" Lyra gestured to the glowing stone Finn still clutched in his hand. "The Heartstone," she explained, her voice a gentle melody in the air. "It chooses those worthy to enter our realm, those who carry the light of wonder and kindness within them." Together, they walked through the enchanting landscape, Lyra sharing tales of the land's wonders and its ancient magic. Finn listened with rapt attention, absorbing every word, every story, as if they were threads weaving into the fabric of his being. As the days turned into nights, Finn and Lyra formed a bond as strong as the roots of the elder oak. They explored hidden glades where butterflies danced like living jewels and climbed hills that offered views of sunsets painted with every shade of the rainbow. In each other's company, they discovered joys unspoken and laughter unrestrained, a friendship that defied the boundaries of their worlds. Yet, not all was idyllic in this realm of dreams. A shadow loomed at the edges of their paradise, a mystery that unfolded with each passing day. The once vibrant flowers began to wilt, their colors fading like echoes of forgotten songs. The streams, once lively and clear, slowed to a mournful trickle. Concerned, Finn and Lyra sought the wisdom of the elder sprites, ancient guardians who resided in the heart of an enchanted grove. These sprites, with eyes like moonlit pools and voices like rustling leaves, spoke of a darkness encroaching upon their world, a blight that threatened to extinguish the light and magic they so cherished. "The balance has shifted," intoned the eldest of the sprites, her voice heavy with sorrow. "The Heartstone, the source of our realm's harmony, weakens as the light of friendship dims in the world beyond." Finn's heart ached at the weight of this revelation. He glanced at Lyra, whose eyes mirrored his own determination. "We must restore the balance," he declared, his voice steady with resolve. Lyra nodded, her expression fierce and unwavering. "Together, we can mend what has been broken." Thus began their journey, a quest to rekindle the light of friendship and heal the wounds of the land. Armed with the Heartstone and guided by the wisdom of the elder sprites, Finn and Lyra ventured into the heart of the encroaching darkness. They faced trials that tested their courage and riddles that challenged their wit. In the depths of a shadowed valley, they encountered creatures twisted by the blight, their forms once beautiful now marred by despair. But Finn and Lyra, with hearts open and spirits undaunted, reached out with kindness and compassion, reminding these lost souls of the joys of friendship and the warmth of shared laughter. Slowly the darkness receded, the blight retreating in the face of their unwavering light. Yet at the heart of the valley, they found the source of the corruption. A shard of darkness, a remnant of forgotten fears and doubts, lodged within the heart of the realm itself. Holding the Heartstone aloft, Finn and Lyra combined their strength and resolve, channeling the light of their bond into a beacon of hope. The shard trembled, its dark tendrils unraveling in the face of their unyielding love and friendship. With a final resounding note, the darkness shattered, dissolving into nothingness. As the land healed, its colors returning with renewed vibrancy, Finn and Lyra stood side by side, their hands entwined. The Heartstone, its glow now brighter than ever, pulsed with the harmony restored. In the days that followed, the realm flourished once more, its beauty a testament to the strength of friendship and the power of hope. Finn knew that his time in this magical world was drawing to a close, yet he felt no sorrow, for he carried within him the light of this place, a light that would forever guide him. Bidding farewell to Lyra, Finn promised to return, to keep the bond of their friendship alive across the worlds that separated them. With the Heartstone as his guide, he stepped back into the Whispering Woods, his heart full and his spirit alight. As Finn returned to his world, he found it transformed in his eyes, every leaf, every breeze a reminder of the magic that lay hidden beneath the surface. The lessons of the realm stayed with him, shaping his days with kindness and wonder. And so, under the watchful branches of the elder oak, Finn's story was woven into the tapestry of the Whispering Woods, a tale of friendship, courage, and the light that shines brightest in the darkest of times. And as he grew, so did his understanding that the true magic of the Heartstone lay not in its glow, but in the hearts it touched, and the bonds it forged, lasting far beyond the boundaries of time and space. Story 14. Title: The Whispering Grove. Once upon a time, tucked away in the gentle folds of a misty valley, there was a quaint little village named Amberwood. This village was cradled by the arms of lush, verdant forests, their emerald leaves rustling softly in the embrace of cool breezes. The villagers lived in harmony with nature, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the earth. In this village, there lived a young girl named Clara. Clara had a heart as wide as the sky and an imagination that danced like the northern lights. She was known for her kindness and her curious nature, always eager to explore the mysteries that lay beyond the cobblestone paths of Amberwood. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was laced with the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke, Clara decided to venture into the forest. Armed with a wicker basket and a sense of adventure, she set out to gather the last of the season's blackberries. The sun filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, and the gentle babbling of a nearby brook accompanied her journey. As Clara wandered deeper into the woods, she stumbled upon a path she had never seen before. It was overgrown with ferns and moss, as if nature herself was guarding its secrets. Intrigued, Clara followed the path, her footsteps light and her heart beating with anticipation. The path led her to a hidden grove, a place of breathtaking beauty that seemed to exist outside of time. The grove was encircled by ancient trees whose branches formed a natural cathedral, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. In the center of the grove stood a stone pedestal upon which rested a shimmering silver mirror. This was no ordinary mirror. Its surface rippled like water, and it glowed with an ethereal light. Clara approached the mirror cautiously, her reflection dancing across its surface. As she gazed into it, a strange sensation washed over her, as if the mirror was peering into her soul. Suddenly, the mirror's surface shimmered, and an image began to form. In the reflection, Clara saw a world unlike any she had ever known. It was a realm of vibrant colors and fantastical creatures, where the impossible seemed possible. She saw rivers of liquid silver, skies painted with the colors of twilight, and fields of flowers that sang in the breeze. This was the hidden world within the natural environment, a place of magic and wonder. Transfixed by the vision, Clara reached out and touched the mirror. As her fingers brushed its surface, she felt a gentle tug, as if the mirror was inviting her to step through. Taking a deep breath, Clara stepped forward, and the world around her shifted. She found herself standing in the very world she had seen in the mirror. The air was sweet and fragrant, filled with the song of unseen birds. The ground beneath her feet felt alive, resonating with the heartbeat of the land. Clara marveled at the beauty that surrounded her, her heart swelling with joy and wonder. As she explored this magical realm, Clara encountered a curious creature named Pippin. Pippin was a small, fox-like being with eyes that sparkled like sapphires and fur that shimmered in the sunlight. He was playful and mischievous, yet there was a wisdom in his gaze that belied his youthful appearance. "Welcome to the Whispering Grove," Pippin greeted her with a bow. "This is a place where dreams are woven and the impossible becomes reality." Clara smiled, feeling an instant connection with Pippin. "It's beautiful here," she replied. "But how did I get here?" "The mirror is a gateway," Pippin explained. "It chooses those with a pure heart and a curious spirit to enter our world. You have been chosen to help us, Clara." Curiosity piqued, Clara asked, "Help you with what?" Pippin's expression grew solemn. "Our world is in danger. The harmony that sustains it is unraveling, and we need someone with your kindness and courage to restore it." Clara nodded, her resolve firm. "I'll do whatever I can to help." Pippin led Clara through the Whispering Grove, introducing her to its inhabitants. There were creatures of all shapes and sizes, each with their own unique gifts and talents. Clara marveled at their diversity and was touched by their warmth and hospitality. As Clara spent time in the Whispering Grove, she learned that the source of the world's magic was a great tree known as the Heartwood. The Heartwood pulsed with a gentle light, its roots stretching deep into the earth and its branches reaching toward the heavens. But the tree was ailing, its light dimming, and the balance of the realm was threatened. To save the Heartwood, Clara and Pippin embarked on a journey to find the lost seeds of harmony. These seeds were said to hold the essence of the world's magic, capable of restoring the heartwood to its former glory. Their journey took them through enchanted forests, across shimmering lakes, and over rolling hills. They faced challenges and solved riddles, their friendship growing stronger with each step. Clara discovered that the seeds were hidden in places that reflected the virtues of kindness, courage, and wisdom. The first seed was found in the Valley of Echoes, a place where one's true intentions were mirrored back to them. Clara and Pippin encountered a group of creatures who were in conflict over a misunderstanding. With a gentle heart and patient words, Clara helped them see the truth and resolve their differences. As a token of gratitude, the creatures gifted them the seed of kindness. The second seed lay at the peak of the misty mountains, where fierce winds and swirling mists tested their resolve. Clara and Pippin faced their fears, pressing on despite the challenges. At the summit, they found the seed of courage, glowing brightly amidst the clouds. The final seed was hidden in the crystal caves, a labyrinth of glistening tunnels and shimmering walls. Here, Clara and Pippin had to rely on each other's strengths and their own intuition to navigate the maze. Through their teamwork and trust, they discovered the seed of wisdom, nestled within a pool of crystal-clear water. With the three seeds in hand, Clara and Pippin returned to the heartwood. As they planted the seeds at its base, a warm, golden light enveloped the tree. The heartwood's branches stretched toward the sky, its leaves shimmering with renewed vitality. The balance of the whispering grove was restored, and the magic of the realm flowed freely once more. Clara felt a deep sense of fulfillment, her heart brimming with gratitude and joy. She realized that the journey had changed her, teaching her the true power of kindness, courage, and wisdom. As a token of appreciation, the inhabitants of the Whispering Grove presented Clara with a small silver locket. Inside the locket was a fragment of the Heartwood's light, a reminder of her journey and the friends she had made. With a fond farewell, Clara stepped back through the mirror, returning to the familiar embrace of the forest. The sun was setting, casting a warm, golden glow over the landscape. As Clara made her way back to Amberwood, she carried with her the memories of the Whispering Grove and the lessons she had learned. From that day on, Clara's life was forever enriched by her experience. She shared her stories with others, spreading the magic of the Whispering Grove and inspiring those around her to embrace the virtues of kindness, courage, and wisdom. And so the tale of Clara and the Whispering Grove became a cherished legend in Amberwood, a reminder that even the smallest of actions can create ripples of change. In the gentle glow of the hearth, with the soft crackling of the fire, the storyteller's voice faded, leaving behind a sense of warmth and wonder. The sleepy village of Amberwood nestled deeper into the folds of the valley, its dreams woven with the magic of the Whispering Grove, and the stars twinkled overhead, as if whispering secrets of their own. Story 15. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees stood tall and wise, there was a quaint little village named Fern Hollow. The village was known for its cobblestone paths that wound around cottages with thatched roofs, and its gardens that bloomed with flowers of every imaginable hue. The air was perpetually sweetened by the scent of lavender and honeysuckle, and the gentle hum of bees provided a comforting background melody to life in Fern Hollow. One cool autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm golden glow over the village, a peculiar event began to unfold. It started with the softest of sounds, a rustling as if the leaves themselves were sharing secrets. Then, as the night settled in, the village lanterns, which were enchanted to glow with a soft, welcoming light, began to flicker and dim. The villagers, though a little puzzled, were not unduly worried at first. They simply lit candles and gathered in their homes, sharing stories and sipping on mugs of spiced apple cider. But as the nights passed and the flickering continued, whispers of concern began to weave through the village. Mira, a gentle-hearted young girl with a curiosity as boundless as the sky, decided that she would uncover the mystery behind the flickering lights. With her thick woolen cloak wrapped snugly around her, she set out one evening, determined to solve the enigma. As Mira wandered through the village, she was joined by Pip, a small, mischievous sprite with wings that shimmered like morning dew. Pip had always been a friend to the village children, guiding them to hidden berries or spotting nests filled with robins' eggs. "What do you think is causing the lights to flicker?" Mira asked, her breath forming small clouds in the crisp night air. Pip fluttered alongside her, his voice a playful chime. "I sense a change in the air, a rustling of magic that isn't quite settled." Together, they meandered down the winding paths, their footsteps soft against the cobblestones. They decided to visit Elder Willow, a grand old tree with a trunk so wide it would take 5 villagers holding hands to encircle it. Elder Willow was known for its wisdom and its ability to communicate with those who truly listened. As they approached, the tree's leaves began to shimmer with a silvery light. Mira placed her hand on the rough bark, feeling the pulse of life within. "Elder Willow," Mira spoke softly, "do you know why our lanterns are flickering so?" The leaves rustled gently, and a warm voice, as deep as the forest itself, responded. "There is a ripple in the magic, a gentle disturbance caused by a lost spirit seeking its way." Mira pondered this, her brow furrowed in thought. "A lost spirit? How can we help it find its way?" Pip, who was darting between the branches, suggested, "Perhaps we should visit the glade where the stars meet the earth. It's a place of great peace and understanding. The spirit might find solace there." With Elder Willow's blessing, Mira and Pip set off towards the starry glade, a magical clearing that glowed with the light of 1,000 stars. The path was lined with soft moss that cushioned their steps, and the air was filled with the gentle lullaby of crickets. When they arrived, the glade was as enchanting as ever. The stars seemed to hang low, almost within reach, their light casting a serene glow over everything. In the center of the glade stood a stone circle, ancient and wise, where many a village tale had been spun. As Mira and Pip approached, they noticed a faint, ethereal glow hovering above the stones. It was the spirit, a gentle presence that shimmered like moonlight on water. It seemed to be searching, its form shifting and flowing like a soft breeze. Mira stepped forward, her voice calm and soothing. "Dear spirit, we mean you no harm. We wish to help you find your way." The spirit's glow brightened, and it seemed to tilt slightly, as if listening. Pip, with his innate sprite intuition, began to hum a melody, a song of homecoming, filled with warmth and welcome. The spirit responded, its form becoming more defined, taking the shape of a gentle creature, light and airy. It was a spirit of the forest, one that had lost its path in the changing seasons. Mira reached out with her heart, offering guidance through the song. "You belong among the stars, where your light can guide and comfort." With a gentle sigh that echoed like a whispering breeze, the spirit began to rise, its glow intensifying. The stars above seemed to twinkle in response, a celestial chorus welcoming the spirit home. As it ascended, the spirit left behind a trail of sparkling light that wove through the village, touching each lantern and restoring their steady, warm glow. The flickering ceased, and Fern Hollow was once again bathed in the gentle, comforting light of its enchanted lanterns. Mira and Pip watched as the spirit became one with the starry sky, a new light among the constellations. The glade was filled with a sense of peace and fulfillment, as if the world itself had sighed in contentment. With their task complete, Mira and Pip made their way back to the village. The path seemed to glow a little brighter, and the night air was filled with the soft, harmonious whispers of the forest, now at rest. The villagers, grateful and relieved, celebrated the return of the steady lights with a simple feast, sharing bread and cheese and tales of old. Mira was lauded for her courage and kindness, her heart swelling with the warmth of friendship and community. As the night deepened and the village drifted into slumber, the stars above twinkled with a new light, a reminder of the spirit that had found its way home, and of the gentle bravery of a girl and a sprite who had listened to the whispers of the world around them. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, under the watchful gaze of Elder Willow and the eternal twinkle of the stars, Fern Hollow settled into a peaceful sleep, wrapped in the comforting embrace of friendship and magic. Story 16. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight danced through the leafy canopy in dappling patterns, there existed a hidden world, vibrant with life and magic. Here the air was thick with the scent of pine and moss, and the gentle rustling of leaves played a symphony of whispers that spoke to those with ears to listen. In this enchanted realm, creatures of all kinds lived together in a delicate balance. Among them was a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers were the color of moonlight and whose eyes held the wisdom of 1,000 sunsets. Orin was known as the keeper of stories, the guardian of knowledge passed down through the ages. One crisp autumn evening, as the first chill began to creep into the air and the forest was painted in hues of gold and crimson, Orin gathered the creatures of the forest around him. The squirrels, with their bushy tails, the gentle deer with their soft eyes, and even the tiny field mice, all came to hear the stories of their world, told by their beloved Orin. Tonight, Orin began in a voice as smooth as the gentle breeze, I shall tell you of the time when the balance of our forest was threatened, and how wisdom and friendship restored harmony. The creatures settled in, their breaths misting in the cool air as they listened intently. Many seasons ago, Orin continued, the forest was vibrant and alive, much like it is now. But as the winter winds began to blow early one year, a deep snow covered the ground long before its time. The trees groaned under the weight of the unexpected frost, and food became scarce. The crackling of a nearby stream, still unfrozen, filled the silence that followed, as if the forest itself was remembering. In this time of trial, Orin said, a young fox named Wren, whose coat was as fiery as the setting sun, noticed the plight of his fellow creatures. Wren was clever and kind-hearted, always eager to help those in need. He decided to seek out the wisdom of the ancient forest spirits who were said to reside within the heart of the forest. Wren's journey was not easy. The snow crunched beneath his paws as he traveled through the deep woods, guided by the soft glow of the moonlight filtering through the branches. Along the way, he met a wise turtle named Tula, who was slowly making her way to the river. Where are you off to, young fox? Tula asked, her voice like the gentle flow of water over stones. I seek the forest spirits to learn how we might restore balance to our home, Wren replied, his breath visible in the cold air. Tula nodded slowly, her eyes twinkling with ancient knowledge. Then you must visit the Whispering Glen, where the spirits of the seasons dwell. They will guide you. Thanking Tula, Wren continued on his journey, keeping her words close to his heart. As he entered the Whispering Glen, the air around him shimmered with a gentle luminescence, and the whispers of the spirits filled his ears, like a soft breeze weaving through the trees. Little fox, the spirits sang in a voice that was both many and one. The balance of the forest is delicate, tied to the dance of the seasons. To restore harmony, you must remind the earth of its rhythm. Wren listened carefully, feeling the truth of their words resonate within him. How can I do this? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Gather your friends and together perform the dance of the seasons, the spirits replied. With every step you will remind the forest of its song. With newfound determination, Wren returned to his friends and shared what he had learned. The creatures of the forest, inspired by Wren's courage and hope, gathered together. Under the light of the full moon, they began to dance, their movements a graceful mimicry of the changing seasons. The air around them seemed to hum with energy, as if the forest itself was awakening from a long slumber. Snowflakes began to fall gently, each one sparkling like a tiny star, but they melted away as they touched the earth, revealing the vibrant greenery beneath. Slowly the balance was restored. The trees sighed with relief, their branches swaying gently in the breeze, and the creatures felt a warmth spread through their hearts, knowing that their home was safe once more. As Orin concluded his tale, the creatures around him felt a deep sense of peace. The forest, their beloved home, was a place of magic and wonder, where friendship and wisdom could overcome even the greatest of challenges. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft glow of moonlight overhead, the creatures of the forest nestled together, their hearts full of gratitude and hope, ready to dream of adventures yet to come. Story 17. In a small village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Though her life seemed ordinary, she harbored a secret that made her quite extraordinary: the ability to talk to trees. From the towering oaks to the slender birches, Willow could hear their quiet whispers carried on the wind, sharing tales of the forest's hidden wonders. One crisp autumn morning, as Willow sat beneath her favorite willow tree, Its branches rustled with a peculiar urgency. "Willow, dear Willow," the tree murmured, "a great peril looms over our forest. The ancient oak at the heart of these woods grows weak, and with it, the magic that sustains us fades." Willow's eyes widened, for she knew the oak was no ordinary tree. It was the guardian of the forest, a living embodiment of nature's power. Without its magic, the entire woodland realm would wither and die. "What can I do?" Willow asked, her voice trembling with concern. The willow tree sighed, its leaves rustling softly. Deep within the roots of the ancient oak lies a forgotten seed, a seed of renewal. Only one with a pure heart and a connection to the forest can retrieve it and restore the guardian's strength. Willow knew this was a quest she could not refuse. Armed with her unwavering courage and a deep love for the forest, she set out on a journey that would test her resolve and change her forever. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the trees bent their branches to guide her path, whispering encouragement and sharing whispers of the wonders that lay ahead. Willow soon discovered a hidden world within the natural environment, a realm where magic seeped from every leaf and stone. Here she encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories, gentle forest sprites that flitted among the wildflowers, wise old owls that hooted ancient riddles, and mischievous woodland imps that delighted in playful trickery. Though these beings were strange and unfamiliar, Willow found herself forging unexpected friendships, bonding over their shared love for the forest. As they journeyed together, Willow learned of a dark force that sought to disrupt the delicate balance of nature, a malevolent sorcerer who coveted the ancient oak's power for his own selfish desires. This sorcerer had sent his minions, twisted creatures born of corrupted magic, to hinder Willow's quest at every turn. Despite the dangers, Willow's newfound friends rallied around her, determined to protect the forests they called home. Together, they faced challenges that tested their courage, their wit, and their loyalty to one another. In one harrowing encounter, they found themselves trapped within a maze of thorns, the sharp brambles closing in around them. It was then that a wise old badger, a friend to the forest, revealed a secret passage, leading them to safety and deeper into the heart of the ancient oak's domain. As they drew closer to their goal, a haunting mystery began to unfold. Whispers of a long-forgotten legend spoke of a powerful artifact hidden within the oak's roots, an artifact that could either save or destroy the forest, depending on whose hands it fell into. Willow and her companions realized that they were not only on a quest to restore the guardian oak, but also to prevent this artifact from falling into the clutches of the sorcerer. The stakes had never been higher, and the fate of the entire woodland realm rested on their shoulders. Finally, after countless trials and tribulations, they reached the ancient oak's mighty roots. There, nestled among the gnarled tendrils, they found the seed of renewal, glowing with a soft, ethereal light. But their journey was not yet over, for the sorcerer's minions had tracked them down, determined to claim the seed and the legendary artifact for their master. In a desperate battle, Willow and her friends fought with unwavering courage, drawing strength from their love for the forest and their bond of friendship. In a climactic moment, Willow realized that the true power lay not in the artifact, but within her own heart. With a gesture of pure faith, she planted the seed of renewal at the ancient oak's base, and a blinding light erupted, banishing the sorcerer's dark forces and restoring the guardian tree to its former glory. As the forest flourished anew, Willow understood that her journey had been one of personal transformation. She had grown from a timid girl into a brave young woman, forging unbreakable bonds with the creatures of the woodland realm and discovering an inner strength she never knew she possessed. And though the legendary artifact remained hidden, its power residing within the heart of the ancient oak, Willow knew that as long as she and her friends stood vigilant, the forest would forever be protected from those who sought to disrupt the delicate balance of nature. As the sun set over the rejuvenated woodland, Willow sat beneath the willow tree once more, listening to the contented whispers of the trees. She had found her true calling, to be a guardian of the forest, a protector of its magic, and a champion of the hidden wonders that dwelled within its embrace. And so, with a heart full of wisdom and a soul forever intertwined with the ancient woods, Willow embarked on a new journey, one that would weave her story into the very fabric of the forest's eternal tapestry. Story 18. In the heart of an ageless forest, where the sunlight dripped like honey through a canopy of emerald leaves, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were intertwined with the whispers of wind and the songs of the seasons. This forest, known as Sylvan Glade, was a realm where the natural world and magic danced hand in hand, painting the days with wonder and the nights with serenity. The mornings in Sylvan Glade were a symphony of dew-kissed silence, punctuated by the gentle rustling of leaves as a breeze carried the scent of pine and fresh earth. The forest floor, dappled with patches of sunlight, was a tapestry woven with moss and wildflowers. Amongst these blooms, in a hollowed log beside a babbling brook, lived a wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle's shell was a map of the forest, etched with the lines of countless years and stories. His eyes, soft and knowing, held the wisdom of the ages. Every morning, as the sun stretched its golden fingers across the sky, Thistle would make his way to the clearing by the brook, where creatures of all kinds gathered to hear his tales and learn from his gentle guidance. One such morning, as the mist rose like a silken veil, Thistle found the clearing abuzz with anticipation. The animals were gathered, their eyes bright with curiosity. There was Willow the fawn, with her coat as soft as a summer cloud, and Bramble the hedgehog, whose quills shimmered like stardust. Even the birds, perched on branches above, seemed to lean in, eager to catch every word. "Today," began Thistle, in a voice as smooth as a lullaby, "I will tell you the story of how the seasons came to dance their eternal dance, bringing balance and harmony to our forest." The creatures settled in, their hearts open to the magic of the tale. Thistle's voice flowed like the brook beside them, painting pictures with words. Long ago, when the world was still finding its rhythm, the seasons were wild and unbridled, each vying for dominance. Spring would burst forth in a riot of color, only to be chased away by summer's blazing heat. Autumn followed, painting the world in shades of fire and gold, but winter, with its icy breath, would soon blanket the land in silence. The forest was in turmoil, its inhabitants struggling to adapt to the unpredictable whims of the seasons. The balance of life was at stake, and the creatures knew they needed to find a way to bring harmony to their world. It was then that a council was called, led by the wise and ancient oak, whose branches stretched towards the heavens like a great leafy cathedral. Creatures from every corner of the forest gathered under its boughs, united by a shared desire for peace. The seasons, too, were invited to the council. They arrived with their unique auras, spring with her crown of blossoms, summer trailing warmth and laughter, autumn cloaked in a shawl of russet leaves, and winter, aloof and ethereal, wrapped in a cloak of snowflakes. The oak spoke first, its voice deep and resonant. "Dear seasons, your beauty is unparalleled, but your rivalry brings discord to our home. We ask you to find a way to coexist, to bring balance to our world." The seasons listened, and for the first time, they truly saw one another. They realized that each had a gift that complemented the others. Spring's renewal, summer's abundance, autumn's harvest, and winter's rest were all vital threads in the tapestry of life. With newfound respect, the seasons began to weave a dance that would sustain the forest. Spring would awaken the earth, allowing new life to flourish. Summer would nurture and ripen the fruits of spring's labor. Autumn would gather the bounty, preparing the land for winter's peaceful slumber, where the forest could rest and dream of the rebirth to come. The creatures of the forest watched in awe as the seasons embraced their roles. Harmony returned to Sylvan Glade, and with it, a profound understanding of the delicate balance that sustained them all. And so, each year, the seasons continue their dance, a timeless ballet of growth and rest, of beginnings and endings, each movement a reminder of the wisdom born from unity and understanding. As Thistle's tale came to an end, the creatures in the clearing felt a warmth spreading through their hearts, a comforting sense of belonging in the grand tapestry of life. The sun had climbed higher, casting a gentle warmth over the gathering, and for a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath, wrapped in the magic of the story. In the days that followed, the creatures of Sylvan Glade lived with a renewed sense of purpose, each playing their part in the symphony of nature. Willow learned to listen to the quiet wisdom of the forest. Bramble discovered the joy of sharing his discoveries with others, and the birds sang with a new understanding of the season's song. And Thistle, with his steady pace and timeless stories, continued to guide them, a living link to the past and a beacon for the future. The forest thrived, a testament to the power of harmony and the enduring beauty of the natural world. As the stars began to twinkle overhead and the forest settled into its nightly lullaby, the creatures nestled into their homes, the lessons of the day woven into their dreams. Under the watchful gaze of the moon, Sylvan Glade slept, cradled in the gentle embrace of balance and peace. Story 19. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across a velvety sky, there lay a planet named Zenthia, known for its sapphire seas and forests that glowed with a gentle luminescence. It was here that a most unusual meeting took place, one that would weave a tale of friendship across the stars. On the eve of a meteor shower that promised to paint the night with streaks of brilliance, a young Zenthian named Ari prepared for the annual Starfall Festival. Ari, with her shimmering violet skin and hair that rippled like liquid silver, was known for her curiosity that often led her to the edges of her world. Her eyes, alight with the anticipation of wonder, found themselves gazing beyond the horizon. Meanwhile, light years away on the planet of Rocaria, amidst landscapes of rolling red dunes and crystalline towers, a Roquarian named Jorik was embarking on a journey of his own. Roquarians, with their sturdy frames and skin of burnished gold, were creatures of great strength and resilience. Jorik, however, was different. He was a thinker, a dreamer who longed to understand the mysteries beyond his fiery home. Their paths converged one fateful night, as Ari, eager to catch the first glimpse of the celestial dance, ventured to a secluded hilltop. A sudden flicker in the sky caught her attention, not a meteor, but a small, gleaming vessel descending through the atmosphere. It landed softly, the ground beneath it whispering secrets of distant worlds. Ari approached with caution, her heart a drumbeat of excitement and trepidation. From the vessel emerged Jorik, his eyes wide with awe at the beauty of Zenthia's night. For a moment, they simply gazed at each other, two beings from different corners of the cosmos, their worlds colliding under the same starlit canopy. Their first meeting was marked by misunderstanding. Jorik, unfamiliar with Zenthian customs, offered a traditional Roquarian greeting, a deep bow that Ari misinterpreted as a sign of distress. She rushed forward with concern, speaking rapidly in her melodic tongue, which Jorik could not understand. Confusion danced between them, each trying to convey intentions through gestures and expressions. Yet, as the night unfolded, so too did their understanding. With the help of a universal translator, a small crystalline device Jorik carried, they began to share their stories. Ori spoke of her love for the stars and the festival that celebrated their light, while Jorik recounted tales of Rocaria, describing its fiery sunsets and the wisdom of its sages. Their initial misunderstandings gave way to a shared curiosity, and as the meteor shower began, they watched in silent wonder, side by side. The sky was a canvas of light and color, and in that moment, they were simply two souls connected by the universe's grand design. The next days brought new challenges. A sudden storm swept through the forest, and Ari and Jorik found themselves seeking shelter in a hidden cave. The storm raged outside, its winds howling like ancient spirits, but inside, they were cocooned in warmth and safety. It was here, amidst the echoing drips of water and the gentle glow of bioluminescent moss, that their bond deepened. They shared stories of their worlds, of dreams and fears, and in their conversations, they found strength. Ari, who had always been hesitant to embrace the unknown, found courage in Jorik's unwavering belief in the power of discovery. Jorik, who had felt isolated in his thirst for knowledge, found solace in Ori's open-hearted acceptance. Together, they faced the challenges of the unfamiliar landscape. They foraged for food, learning from one another's skills, Ari teaching Jorik the art of harvesting the sweet golden sap of the lumen trees, while Jorik showed Ari how to navigate by the stars, a skill passed down through generations of Rocarians. Through these shared experiences, they came to understand the true meaning of friendship, a bond not defined by common origins, but by mutual respect and support. They learned to listen with their hearts, to see beyond the surface to the essence of one another. The storm passed, leaving the world washed anew, and as they stepped out into the sunlight, the forest seemed to shimmer with approval. It was time for Jorik to return to Rokaria, but not before a promise was made, a promise to meet again, to continue their shared journey through the stars. As Jorik's vessel ascended, Ori waved, her heart full of gratitude and hope. The sky, once again calm and clear, seemed to whisper of new adventures yet to come. And though they stood on different worlds, the bond they had forged transcended the distance between them. In the days that followed, Ori would often gaze up at the night sky, her spirit lifted by the thought of her friend among the stars. Jorik, too, would look towards Zenthia, his heart warmed by the memory of their time together. Thus, under the vast expanse of the cosmos, Ori and Jorik discovered that true friendship knows no boundaries, that the universe, in all its infinite wonder, is a tapestry woven with the threads of connection and understanding. And so, as the stars continued their eternal dance, their light shone not just upon the worlds below, but upon the hearts of two friends whose paths had crossed in a story of kindness, courage, and the enduring power of friendship. Story 20. Title: The Whispering Willow's Secret. Once upon a time, nestled in the gentle embrace of rolling hills and verdant valleys, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. Surrounded by fields of golden wheat that danced in the slightest breeze, Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to waltz a little slower, where each sunrise painted the sky with hues of promise, and every sunset whispered tales of dreams to come. In this idyllic village lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a curious soul, her heart forever drawn to the mysteries of the world around her. Her auburn hair would glisten like copper in the sunlight, and her eyes, the color of emeralds, sparkled with a light that hinted at adventures untold. Clara had a penchant for exploring the woods that bordered the village, her imagination painting wonders where others saw only trees and shadows. But amidst the familiar paths and secret clearings, there was one place that held Clara's fascination above all others: the Whispering Willow. This ancient tree stood solitary at the heart of a hidden glade, its gnarled branches reaching out like the arms of an ancient guardian. Legends whispered that the willow was enchanted, its rustling leaves capable of revealing secrets to those who truly listened. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent and the sky blushed with shades of lavender and rose, Clara found herself drawn once more to the glade. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle babble of a nearby brook played a soothing melody. As she approached the Whispering Willow, Clara noticed something peculiar. Nestled within the roots of the tree was a small, intricately carved box, its wood shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Curiosity piqued, Clara knelt beside the box. It was adorned with delicate patterns of leaves and vines, and at its center was a small lock, shaped like a tiny leaf. As she reached out to touch it, the box emitted a soft, melodic hum, as if it were alive with anticipation. "What secrets do you hold?" Clara whispered, her voice barely more than a breath. To her astonishment, the Whispering Willow seemed to respond, its leaves rustling in a rhythm that resonated with the box's hum. Clara felt a gentle warmth spread from the box to her fingers, through her arms, and into her heart. It was a sensation of comfort, of belonging, as if the tree and the box were welcoming her into their ancient fold. Determined to uncover the box's mystery, Clara set out on a journey to the village's wise elder, a gentle soul known as Old Finn. His cottage sat on the edge of Willowbrook, where the fields met the forest, and his door was always open to those seeking wisdom. With the box cradled in her arms, Clara approached Old Finn as the evening sky deepened into a tapestry of stars. "Ah, Clara," Old Finn greeted her with a smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes. "What brings you here under the starry sky?" Clara presented the box, explaining how she had found it and the strange connection she felt with the Whispering Willow. Old Finn examined the box with a thoughtful nod. "This is no ordinary box, child. It is a relic from the hidden realm, a world that exists alongside our own, unseen by most. The box is a key, a bridge between our world and theirs." Clara's eyes widened with wonder and excitement. "What lies within the hidden realm?" she asked, her voice a blend of awe and curiosity. The Hidden Realm is a place of magic and mystery, Old Finn replied, his voice taking on a melodic quality as if he were reciting an ancient tale. It is a world where the impossible becomes possible, where dreams take flight, and where those with kind hearts and open minds can find the answers they seek. But how do I unlock it? Clara inquired, her fingers tracing the box's intricate patterns. Old Finn handed her a small silver key, its surface etched with swirling designs that glimmered like moonlight. This key will open the box, but remember, Clara, the true journey lies in what you discover within yourself and the bonds you forge along the way. Clara thanked Old Finn and made her way back to the Whispering Willow, her heart dancing with anticipation. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the glade as Clara inserted the key into the lock. With a soft click, the box opened, revealing a swirl of shimmering light that enveloped her in a gentle embrace. Suddenly, Clara found herself standing in a breathtaking meadow, unlike any she had ever seen. The air was alive with the sweet scent of blooming flowers, their colors more vibrant than a rainbow. The sky above was a canvas of blues and purples, dotted with stars that twinkled like diamonds. Clara realized she had crossed into the Hidden Realm, a world where magic danced on the breeze, and wonder was woven into the very fabric of existence. As Clara explored this enchanting realm, she discovered creatures of all shapes and sizes, each one more fascinating than the last. There were luminescent butterflies that painted the sky with trails of light, gentle creatures resembling deer with antlers that glowed softly, and playful sprites that flitted about like mischievous wisps of wind. Among these magical beings, Clara met a peculiar friend, a small fox with fur the color of twilight and eyes that sparkled with ancient wisdom. The fox introduced itself as Zephyr, and though it spoke not a word, Clara understood it perfectly, as if their hearts were linked by a thread of understanding. Together, Clara and Zephyr ventured deeper into the Hidden Realm, their path illuminated by the moon's tender glow. They traversed lush forests where the trees sang with the voices of the wind, climbed hills that touched the sky, and crossed crystal-clear streams that sang songs of forgotten times. With each step, Clara felt herself changing, not in appearance, but in spirit. She discovered a strength within her she never knew she possessed, a courage born of friendship and the knowledge that she was part of something far greater than herself. Their journey led them to the heart of the Hidden Realm, a place known as the Glade of Whispers. Here, the air was thick with magic, and the ground shimmered with a soft, ethereal light. In the center of the glade stood an ancient, towering tree, its bark shimmering with 1,000 hues, as if it were woven from the very essence of the stars. As Clara and Zephyr approached, the tree's branches swayed gently, and a melodious voice filled the air, resonating deep within Clara's soul. "Welcome, Clara of Willowbrook," the voice intoned, warm and soothing as a mother's embrace. "You have journeyed far and learned much. What is it you seek?" Clara hesitated, her heart full of questions and dreams. But as she gazed at the tree, she understood that the journey itself had been her answer. She realized that the true magic lay not in the Hidden Realm, but in the friendships she had forged, the courage she had discovered, and the love that bound her to her world and this one. "I seek to return home," Clara replied, her voice steady and full of newfound wisdom. "But I will carry with me the lessons and memories of this journey." The tree's leaves rustled in approval, and the voice spoke once more. "Very well, Clara. Remember, the bonds you have formed will guide you, and the light within you will always illuminate your path." With a gentle breeze, the glade began to fade, and Clara found herself once again standing before the Whispering Willow, the box nestled safely in her hands. Zephyr stood beside her, a silent companion and steadfast friend. As the first light of dawn kissed the sky, Clara knew she had changed. She felt a deep sense of peace and gratitude, her heart full of the magic of the Hidden Realm and the promise of adventures yet to come. Clara returned to Willowbrook, her spirit alight with the warmth of newfound friendships and the quiet strength of understanding. And though the Hidden Realm remained a secret to most, its magic lingered in her heart, a reminder that even in the most ordinary of places, the extraordinary is always within reach. From that day forward, Clara would often visit the Whispering Willow, sharing her stories and dreams with Zephyr, and listening to the tree's gentle whispers. And in the peaceful village of Willowbrook, the spirit of the hidden realm lived on, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the wondrous magic of the world around us. And so, under the timeless gaze of the stars, the tale of Clara and the hidden realm became a cherished story in Willowbrook, a reminder that the greatest journeys are those that lead us home to ourselves, enriched by the magic of the world and the love of those we hold dear. As the tale drew to a close, the fire in the hearth crackled softly, sending flickering shadows dancing across the walls. The warmth of the room was comforting, wrapping around listeners like a cozy blanket. Outside, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, echoing the whispers of the willow, while the night sky, studded with stars, seemed to nod in agreement with the story's gentle wisdom. And so, dear listener, as you lay your head down to rest, remember that magic is not confined to enchanted realms or distant lands. It resides within you, in your heart and in your dreams, waiting to guide you on your own journey of discovery and wonder. Sleep peacefully, knowing that you are part of a world filled with endless possibilities and the promise of new adventures in the morning light. Story 21. The Whispering Winds of Willow Glade. In a quaint village, nestled between the rolling hills and the whispering forests, there was a place called Willow Glade. The glade was known for its ethereal beauty, where the willows danced gracefully under the moonlight, and the air was always filled with the gentle hum of nature's lullaby. But what made Willow Glade truly special was a secret known only to a few, a hidden world that lay beyond the shimmering veil of the glade, accessible only to those with a pure heart and a curious mind. The story begins with a young girl named Leora. With her golden hair cascading like a waterfall down her back and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions, Leora was beloved by all in her village. She had an enchanting ability that set her apart. She could understand the language of the winds. The villagers often saw her standing amidst the swaying grasses, listening intently as if the breeze carried tales from far-off lands. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun cast its golden rays over the village, Leora felt an unusual stirring in the winds. It was as if they were beckoning her, whispering secrets that tickled her ears and tugged at her heart. Her grandmother, an elder with a wise gaze and a soft smile, watched her with knowing eyes. She approached Leora, her footsteps as gentle as the falling leaves. "Leora, my dear," her grandmother said, her voice as soothing as the cooing doves, "the winds have chosen you for a journey. There is a world within Willow Glade that awaits your discovery." Leora's heart fluttered with excitement and a tinge of apprehension. Her grandmother had occasionally shared tales of the hidden world, where creatures of enchanting beauty and wisdom resided. It was a place of mystery and wonder, where time flowed differently and the ordinary rules of life did not always apply. "Go to the heart of the glade," her grandmother continued, "and listen. The winds will guide you. Trust your heart and the friendships you will forge." With her grandmother's words echoing in her mind, Leora set out toward Willow Glade. The path wound through the vibrant autumn landscape, where leaves crunched underfoot and the air was crisp with the scent of pine and earth. As she approached the glade, the world seemed to hush, as if holding its breath in anticipation. In the center of the glade, where the willows formed a natural archway, Leora paused. The winds swirled around her, playful yet purposeful, and she closed her eyes to listen. Their whispers wove a tapestry of sounds, and slowly she discerned their message, a melody that spoke of an ancient magic and a task that awaited her. Taking a deep breath, Leora stepped forward, and the world shifted. The air shimmered, and she found herself in a realm unlike any she had ever imagined. The sky was a kaleidoscope of colors, where the sun and moon danced together in harmony. The trees were alive with whispers, their leaves shimmering like emeralds in the gentle breeze. It was a place of serene beauty, where peace reigned and time seemed to pause in reverence. As Leora wandered through this enchanted world, she encountered creatures that defied expectation. A curious squirrel with fur as silver as moonlight scampered up to her, its eyes twinkling with intelligence. "Welcome, traveler," the squirrel chittered in a voice like tinkling bells. "I am Sylvan, guardian of the glade. What brings you to our world?" Leora smiled, charmed by the squirrel's presence. "The winds guided me here," she replied. "I am here to learn, to discover the wonders of this hidden realm." Sylvan nodded, his whiskers twitching with delight. "Then you must meet the others. Come, follow me." With Sylvan leading the way, Leora met creatures of extraordinary grace. A wise old tortoise with a shell that glistened like the stars, a pair of foxes whose fur glowed with the hues of the setting sun, and a bird with feathers as vibrant as a rainbow. Each introduced themselves with warmth and curiosity, and Leora felt a kinship with them, as if they had been friends in another life. As the day wore on, Leora learned of the glade's magic, a wellspring of ancient enchantment that sustained the hidden world. But a shadow loomed over this paradise. The magic was waning, and the creatures feared what would happen if it disappeared entirely. "The balance has been disrupted," the wise tortoise, named Galen, explained in a voice as deep as the earth. "We need the heart of the glade restored, but only one with a true heart can do this." Leora listened intently, her mind racing with possibilities. The winds had brought her here for a reason, and she felt a calling she couldn't ignore. "I will help," she declared, determination shining in her eyes. "Tell me what I must do." Galen nodded, a slow, deliberate motion. "You must seek the crystal of harmony. It lies deep within the caves of Echo, guarded by the enigma of the winds. The journey will test your heart and spirit, but you will not be alone." Sylvan, the foxes, and the rainbow bird all gathered around her, their eyes filled with encouragement and support. It was a journey they would undertake together, bound by friendship and a shared purpose. The path to the caves of Echo was fraught with challenges. The terrain was rugged, with steep cliffs and winding trails that disappeared into dense thickets. But Leora and her companions pressed on, their spirits buoyed by the camaraderie that bloomed among them. As they traveled, Leora marveled at the wonders of the hidden world. They passed through fields of flowers that sang in the breeze, their petals swirling in intricate patterns. Streams of crystal-clear water babbled with laughter, and the sky was a canvas painted by the hand of a master artist. One evening, as they rested by a tranquil pond, the foxes, Aurelia and Ember, curled up beside Leora, their warmth a comforting presence in the cool night air. "Why do you wish to help us, Leora?" Aurelia asked, her voice soft and curious. Leora gazed at the star-studded sky, her heart full of wonder. "Because this place is too beautiful to lose, and because I've found friends I never knew I needed." Ember nuzzled her hand, a silent affirmation of their shared bond. In that moment, Leora understood the true magic of Willow Glade, the power of friendship and the strength that comes from believing in one another. Their journey continued, each day bringing new discoveries and deepening their connections. Leora learned to dance with the winds, her movements mirroring their grace and fluidity. Sylvan taught her the language of the trees, and Galen imparted wisdom that resonated in her soul. At last, they reached the Caves of Echo, a majestic labyrinth of stone and shadow. The entrance loomed before them, an archway carved by time and nature's hand. Leora felt a shiver of anticipation as she stepped inside, her companions close by her side. The caves were a realm of mystery and beauty, where the walls glistened with luminescent crystals that bathed the path in a soft, ethereal glow. The air was cool and filled with echoes, the whispers of the past mingling with the present. As they ventured deeper, they encountered the enigma of the winds, a being of pure energy and light. It shimmered like a mirage, its form ever shifting and elusive. "Welcome, seeker of harmony," the enigma intoned, its voice a chorus of wind and song. "You have come to restore what has been lost." Leora nodded, her heart steady and true. "I wish to heal the glade, to bring balance back to this world." The enigma regarded her with a gaze that seemed to pierce through her very soul. "To succeed, you must answer this. What is the true essence of harmony?" Leora pondered the question, her thoughts a tapestry of memories and experiences. She thought of her journey, the friendships that had blossomed, and the lessons she had learned. "Harmony is the balance of all things," she replied, her voice filled with certainty. "It is the understanding that we are all connected, that our differences are what make us whole." The enigma's form shimmered with approval, and the air hummed with a harmonious melody. "You have spoken true, child of the winds." With a gentle wave of its hand, the enigma revealed the crystal of harmony, a radiant gem that pulsed with a light that seemed to breathe with the very essence of life. Leora reached out, her fingers brushing against its surface, and felt a warmth that spread through her being. As she held the crystal aloft, a wave of energy surged through the caves, resonating with the very fabric of the hidden world. The magic of Willow Glade stirred, vibrant and renewed, and the shadows that had lingered began to melt away. Their task complete, Leora and her companions returned to the heart of the glade, where the willows swayed in joyous celebration. The air was alive with laughter and song, and the creatures of the glade gathered to express their gratitude. Galen, Sylvan, Aurelia, and Ember stood beside Leora, their eyes reflecting the shared triumph. "Thank you, Leora," Galen rumbled, his voice filled with warmth. "You have saved our world and taught us the true meaning of harmony." Leora smiled, her heart full of contentment. "It was you who taught me," she replied, her voice a gentle melody. "Together, we found the balance we needed." As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the glade, Leora knew she had been forever changed by her journey. She had discovered the magic within herself and the power of friendship that transcended all boundaries. When she returned to her village, her grandmother greeted her with open arms, her eyes shining with pride. "Welcome home, my dear," she whispered, her voice a lullaby that wrapped Leora in warmth. And so, in the heart of Willow Glade, where the winds sang and the willows danced, the magic of harmony flourished once more, a testament to the enduring power of love, friendship, and the courage to embrace the unknown. And under the starry sky, as the world settled into the gentle embrace of night, Leora drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the wonders of the hidden world she had come to cherish. Story 22. Once upon a time, nestled within the rolling green hills of a quaint village, there was a little cottage with ivy-clad walls and a thatched roof that seemed to blend seamlessly into the landscape. The air was perpetually scented with lavender and honeysuckle, and the gentle whisper of the breeze carried the promise of endless stories yet untold. In this serene corner of the world lived a young girl named Lila, whose heart was as boundless as the sky above, and whose curiosity was as insatiable as the tides. Lila had a peculiar gift, a magical object handed down through generations that defined her family's legacy, a delicate silver locket with intricate engravings of swirling vines and tiny twinkling stars. It was said that the locket held the whispered secrets of time itself, and it could guide its bearer to hidden places of wonder and forgotten dreams. Lila's grandmother had bestowed this precious heirloom upon her, with a knowing smile and a twinkle in her eye, urging her to discover its secrets when the moment felt right. One lazy afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in hues of amber and gold, Lila found herself lounging beneath the sprawling branches of the ancient oak tree that stood at the edge of her family's meadow. The locket, cool and comforting against her skin, seemed to pulse with a gentle warmth, as if urging her to unlock its mysteries. With a deep breath, she twisted open the tiny clasp and peered inside. To her astonishment, the locket revealed a shimmering portal, a doorway to a world hidden beneath the surface of her own. As Lila gazed into its depths, she felt a gentle tug on her heart, as though the very essence of the locket was calling her to embark on a journey beyond the familiar confines of her home. With a sense of excitement and trepidation, Lila stepped into the portal, her surroundings blurring into a kaleidoscope of colors and sensations. The air was cooler here, tinged with the crispness of pine and the earthy scent of moss. She found herself in a lush, verdant forest, where shafts of sunlight filtered through the canopy above, creating a dappled tapestry of light and shadow on the forest floor. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves, the cheerful trill of birds, and the distant murmur of a babbling brook. Lila felt a sense of peace wash over her, as if the very heart of the forest was welcoming her into its embrace. Yet she couldn't shake the feeling that she was not alone. As she ventured deeper into this enchanted realm, she spotted a glimmer of movement amongst the ferns. Her heart leapt with curiosity, and she crept closer to investigate. There, nestled amidst a cluster of wildflowers, was a creature unlike any she had ever seen. It had the body of a rabbit, but its fur shimmered like spun silver, and its eyes were a deep, soulful blue that seemed to hold the wisdom of ages. The creature, sensing her presence, looked up and regarded her with a gentle curiosity. Lila felt an inexplicable connection to this magical being, and in that moment, she knew she had found a friend. The creature, whom she named Sylvan, seemed to understand her thoughts and feelings as if they were his own. Sylvan led Lila through the winding paths of the forest, sharing his world with her. Together, they explored hidden glades where delicate flowers bloomed in vibrant colors and ancient trees whispered secrets of the past. They discovered sparkling streams where fish leapt joyfully in the sunlight, and small creatures scurried about, busy with their own lives. As the days passed, Lila learned that this hidden world was a sanctuary for all creatures who sought refuge from the chaos of the outside world. It was a place of harmony and balance, where every being, no matter how small, played a vital role in the delicate web of life. One day, as they wandered through a meadow bathed in the warm glow of twilight, Sylvan paused and looked at Lila with a seriousness that was unusual for him. He led her to the base of a towering waterfall, its waters cascading down with a roar that filled the air with a fine mist. Here, he revealed a hidden cave behind the curtain of water. Inside the cave, the air was cool and damp, and the walls were adorned with glistening crystals that reflected the light in a dazzling array of colors. At the center of the cave stood a stone pedestal upon which rested a crystal orb, pulsating with an ethereal glow. Sylvan explained, in his own silent way, that this orb was the heart of the forest, a source of life and magic that sustained the balance of their world. But there was a shadow looming, a darkness that threatened to shroud their sanctuary in despair. Lila understood then that her journey was more than a whimsical adventure. She had been called to help protect this magical realm, to ensure that the light of the orb continued to shine. With Sylvan by her side, she vowed to do whatever it took to safeguard their world. Together, they set out to unravel the mystery of the encroaching darkness. Through whispered tales shared by the wind and the songs of the forest's inhabitants, they learned that a great storm was brewing in the far reaches of the realm, a storm born of fear and anger that threatened to consume all in its path. Lila realized that the storm could only be quelled by understanding and compassion. With Sylvan's guidance, she sought out the source of the storm, a majestic but troubled dragon named Aurelius, whose scales shimmered like molten gold and whose eyes burned with an intensity born of deep sorrow. Aurelius had once been the guardian of the orb, but a misunderstanding had driven him into isolation, his heart heavy with regret and loneliness. Lila approached the dragon with kindness, sharing her own experiences and fears, and slowly, Aurelius began to open his heart to her. Through their conversations, Lila helped Aurelius see that the storm within him was not a force to be feared, but a part of himself that needed healing and acceptance. Together, they worked to mend the broken bonds between the dragon and the forest, restoring the harmony that had been lost. As Aurelius found peace within himself, the storm began to abate, its dark clouds dissipating into the clear blue sky. The forest rejoiced, its creatures celebrating the return of balance and light to their world. With the threat of darkness vanquished, Lila knew it was time to return to her own world. Her heart ached at the thought of leaving her newfound friend and the magical realm that had become a second home. But she understood that the lessons she had learned and the friendships she had forged would remain with her always, a guiding light in times of darkness. As she stepped back through the portal, the world around her shimmered and faded, and she found herself once again beneath the ancient oak tree, the locket warm against her chest. The sun had set, and the stars twinkled in the night sky, a reminder of the endless possibilities that lay beyond the horizon. Lila smiled, her heart filled with gratitude for the journey she had taken and the friends she had made. She knew that the magic of the forest would forever be a part of her, a reminder that even the smallest act of kindness could create ripples of change in the world. And so, as she nestled into her cozy bed, the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft hoot of an owl lulling her to sleep, Lila dreamt of adventures yet to come, her dreams woven with the magic of friendship and the promise of a brighter tomorrow. Story 23. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between lush, rolling hills and a serene, whispering forest, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. Leora was known throughout the village for her kindness and gentle spirit, yet she carried a quiet fear of change. She preferred the familiar routine of her days, the comforting predictability that cradled her like a warm quilt on a chilly night. In the heart of the forest, where the sunlight danced through emerald leaves, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers, there lay a hidden glen. This glen was rumored to be enchanted, a place where magic intertwined with the natural world. It was said that those who found their way there would encounter wonders beyond imagination. Leora often heard tales of the glen from her grandmother, the village's beloved storyteller. She would sit beside the crackling fire, listening to the stories with wide eyes, as her grandmother's voice wove a tapestry of magic and mystery. Yet, despite the allure, Leora never ventured far from the village, content in her small, predictable world. One autumn afternoon, as golden leaves fluttered down like gentle rain, Leora decided to take a walk along the forest's edge. The air was crisp and filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Her feet carried her further than she intended, deeper into the forest's embrace. The path was dappled with sunlight, and the whispers of the woods sang a soothing melody. As she wandered, Leora came across a curious sight. A tiny glowing creature hovered in the air, its wings shimmering with all the colors of the rainbow. It was a fairy, her grandmother had said, one of the forest's guardians. The fairy flitted around Leora, its gentle light casting a soft glow over the path. "Follow me," the fairy seemed to say, with an inviting twinkle in its eyes. Drawn by an inexplicable sense of curiosity, Leora followed the fairy, her apprehension melting away like morning mist. The path led her to the hidden glen, where the air buzzed with a gentle, magical energy. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, where the grass was a vibrant green and flowers bloomed in a riot of colors. In the center of the glen stood an ancient gnarled tree, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. Hanging from its branches were delicate, silver chimes that sang with the breeze. As Leora approached, the fairy danced around the tree, its light settling softly on the bark. "Change is part of life's song," the fairy whispered, its voice as soft as a sigh. "Like the seasons, all things must transform." Leora felt a gentle warmth spread through her heart, a sensation both familiar and new. She realized that perhaps change was not something to be feared but embraced. Just as the fairy had brought her to this magical place, change could lead her to wonders she had never imagined. As she stood there, a soft rustling emerged from the underbrush. Out stepped a wise old tortoise, his shell adorned with intricate patterns that glimmered in the sunlight. "Welcome, young one," he greeted, his voice deep and reassuring. "You have found the heart of the forest, a place of transformation." Leora knelt beside the tortoise, her fingers brushing the cool grass. "I didn't mean to intrude," she said softly, a hint of worry in her voice. "You are not an intruder," the tortoise chuckled, his eyes twinkling with kindness. "You are a seeker, drawn by the call of your own heart. Change is a journey, and every step you take leads you to discover more of who you are." The fairy fluttered down to perch on the tortoise's shell. "We are all connected, like the roots of the trees beneath our feet," it chimed. "With each season we grow and learn, shedding what no longer serves us." Leora listened, her heart swelling with a newfound understanding. She realized that change was not a solitary path, but one intertwined with the lives and stories of others. It was a journey made richer by the support and love of friends, like the wise tortoise and the playful fairy. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Leora knew it was time to return to the village. She thanked the tortoise and the fairy, her heart full of gratitude for their guidance and friendship. As she made her way back through the forest, the path seemed brighter, the shadows less daunting. When Leora emerged from the woods, the village lay before her, bathed in the warm glow of twilight. She felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that the journey of change, though sometimes daunting, was a path toward personal growth and discovery. She carried the magic of the glen within her heart, a gentle reminder that life, like the seasons, was ever-changing and beautiful in its transformation. And so, Leora embraced change with open arms, knowing that with each new step, she would uncover more of the magic within herself. The village remained her home, but the world beyond it was no longer a place of fear, but of endless possibility. As she settled into her cozy cottage that night, the fire crackling softly in the hearth, Leora thought of the fairy and the tortoise, their words echoing in her mind. She closed her eyes, the warmth of the fire lulling her into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of the wonders yet to come. Story 24. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a curious child, always seeking adventure in the most ordinary of places. Little did she know, her world was about to be turned upside down by an extraordinary discovery. One crisp autumn morning, Willow was raking leaves in her family's backyard when she noticed a peculiar acorn nestled among the fallen foliage. As she picked it up, the acorn seemed to vibrate ever so slightly in her palm. Intrigued, she brought it closer to her face, and that's when she heard it, a tiny, faint whisper. "Hello, dear friend," the acorn seemed to say. "I've been waiting for you." Willow's eyes widened with wonder. She had never encountered a talking acorn before. The acorn introduced itself as Oak, an ancient spirit of the forest, and explained that it possessed the power to grant wishes, but only to those with pure hearts and noble intentions. Oak sensed Willow's kindness and offered her an extraordinary opportunity to embark on a journey to the heart of the Whispering Woods, where she could make a wish that would bring joy and healing to all living creatures. Willow was both thrilled and nervous. The Whispering Woods were said to be a mystical place, teeming with hidden wonders and gentle guardians. But she also knew the path would not be easy, and she would need help along the way. And so began Willow's remarkable adventure. Her first companion was a wise old owl named Hoots, who offered to be her guide through the forest's winding trails. Hoots' keen eyes and sharp wit proved invaluable as they navigated the misty paths and avoided treacherous pitfalls. Next, they met a playful brook named Ripple, whose cheerful babbling and clever riddles helped them find the way when they grew lost or discouraged. Ripple's bubbly personality was a constant source of joy and laughter, lightening their spirits even in the darkest moments. As they journeyed deeper into the Whispering Woods, Willow and her friends encountered many challenges. One day, they came upon a towering canyon, its steep walls seeming impassable. But instead of turning back, Willow remembered Oak's words about wisdom and kindness. She approached the canyon with an open heart and spoke softly. "Dear Canyon, we mean you no harm. We only wish to continue our journey and bring happiness to all living things. Could you please show us the way?" To their amazement, the canyon seemed to shift and rearrange itself, forming a gentle path across its depths. Willow realized that true obstacles could be overcome not through force, but through patience and understanding. Finally, after many trials and triumphs, Willow and her friends reached the heart of the Whispering Woods, a breathtaking glade where ancient trees danced in the breeze and glittering streams sang melodies of hope. As Willow held the acorn close, Oak's voice echoed through the glade. "You have proven yourself worthy, dear Willow. Now, make your wish and let its magic heal the world." Willow closed her eyes and made her wish from the depths of her pure heart. "I wish for all living creatures to know peace, kindness, and friendship, just as I have found on this journey." In that moment, a warm glow emanated from the acorn, spreading through the forest and outward, blanketing the world in its radiant light. Everywhere it touched, anger and hatred melted away, replaced by love, compassion, and a deep respect for all life. As the magic faded, Willow knew her adventure had changed her forever. She had discovered that true magic lies not in extraordinary powers, but in the simplest acts of kindness and the bonds of friendship that connect all living beings. From that day on, Willow carried the lessons of the Whispering Woods in her heart, sharing the gift of wonder and acceptance wherever she went. And though her journey had ended, a new one was just beginning, a journey towards a kinder, more compassionate world, one wish at a time. Story 25. In a small village nestled between lush, rolling hills and a shimmering lake, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her home, a quaint cottage with ivy-clad walls and a thatched roof, was surrounded by a fragrant garden where lavender and honeysuckle twined together, perfuming the air with their sweet scent. The village was a place where people greeted each other with warm smiles and where stories of wonder were shared by the fireside during long winter nights. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila set out on a walk through the woods that bordered her village. She loved these woods, with their towering trees and the soft murmur of a hidden stream. The forest floor was thick with fallen leaves, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. As she strolled along the well-trodden path, her eyes caught sight of something glinting beneath a pile of leaves. Curious, Lila knelt down and brushed the leaves aside to reveal a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was adorned with delicate patterns of vines and flowers, and it seemed to shimmer with an inner glow. Carefully, she lifted the lid and found, nestled within, a pair of spectacles unlike any she had ever seen. The lenses were a deep, mysterious blue, and the frames were as fine as gossamer threads. As Lila gingerly placed the spectacles on her nose, the world around her transformed. The colors of the forest became more vibrant, the whispers of the leaves more melodic. But more wondrous still, she began to see faint, shimmering trails of light winding through the trees, as if guiding her somewhere. Intrigued and a little awestruck, Lila decided to follow these trails. They led her deeper into the forest, where ancient oaks stood like guardians and the light filtered down in dappled patterns. Along her journey, she encountered a small, plump squirrel with fur as silvery as moonlight. The squirrel chattered cheerfully, its bright eyes twinkling with mischief. "Hello, dear traveler," the squirrel chirped, skittering up to Lila's shoulder. "What brings you to these enchanted woods?" Lila smiled at her new companion. "I found these spectacles, and they seem to be showing me a path. Do you know where it leads?" The squirrel tilted its head thoughtfully. "Ah, those are the spectacles of insight. They reveal the unseen paths and hidden truths. The trail you're following leads to the heart of the forest, a place of great magic and wisdom." Encouraged by the squirrel's words, Lila continued her journey, with the squirrel scampering alongside her. As they traveled, they were joined by a gentle deer, whose eyes were as soft as velvet and carried a wisdom beyond its years. The deer walked silently beside them, its presence a comforting companionship. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, they arrived at a clearing. In the center stood an ancient tree, its trunk twisted and gnarled, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. The air was filled with the sound of a gentle melody, as if the tree itself was singing. The squirrel and the deer paused, allowing Lila to approach the tree alone. As she reached out to touch its rough bark, a warm sensation spread through her fingertips. She closed her eyes and listened, and in that moment the tree spoke to her heart. "Dear child," the tree's voice was a soft whisper in her mind, "you have come seeking, and you shall find. The magic of this forest is not in its secrets, but in the harmony of all things. The journey you have undertaken is one of discovery, not just of the world around you, but of the world within." Lila opened her eyes, understanding dawning upon her like the first light of day. She realized that the true magic was not just in the spectacles or the enchanted forest, but in the friendships she had formed and the wisdom she had gained. It was a journey that had taught her to see with her heart as well as her eyes. With a grateful heart, Lila removed the spectacles and placed them in the hollow of the ancient tree, knowing that their magic would guide another seeker someday. The squirrel and the deer nuzzled her affectionately, and together they began the walk back to the village, the stars twinkling overhead like 1,000 friendly eyes. As Lila returned home, the warmth of her cottage embraced her, and she knew that the journey had changed her. She was now part of the stories shared by the fireside, stories that would inspire others to look beyond the ordinary and find the extraordinary. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the gentle embrace of friendship, Lila lay down to sleep, comforted by the knowledge that the world was a place of endless discovery, waiting just beyond the door. Story 26. In a quaint village nestled in the heart of the whispering woods, the days were filled with the gentle hum of nature and the soft rustle of leaves whispering secrets to the wind. The village itself was a tapestry of cobblestone paths, cottages with thatched roofs, and gardens brimming with vibrant flowers. Above, the sky stretched like a canvas painted in pastel hues, and the air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle. One serene morning, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the emerald canopy, the villagers awoke to a curious discovery. In the center of the village, beneath the ancient oak tree that stood as its sentinel, a circle of tiny, twinkling lights danced in the dew-kissed grass. They flickered and shimmered like 1,000 stars fallen from the sky. The villagers gathered around, murmuring in wonder and delight. Among them was a gentle-hearted girl named Lila, known for her inquisitive nature and keen observation. Her eyes, the color of a stormy sea, sparkled with curiosity as she crouched to examine the lights more closely. Alongside Lila stood her best friend, Finn, a boy with tousled auburn hair and a quick, clever mind. He tilted his head, pondering the mysterious lights. "I've never seen anything like this before," he mused. The village elder, a wise woman named Elder Merriweather, approached with a knowing smile. Her presence was like a warm embrace, and her eyes twinkled with the wisdom of ages. "Ah, the dance of the fire sprites," she said, her voice soothing like a lullaby. "They rarely visit our realm, but when they do, it is a sign that something extraordinary is about to unfold." Lila's heart leapt with excitement. "What do they want, Elder Merriweather?" she asked, her voice filled with wonder. The elder chuckled softly. "Fire sprites are playful creatures, dear one. They delight in mischief and puzzles. Perhaps they have left us a riddle to unravel." Finn's eyes brightened with the spark of a challenge. "A riddle? Well, let's see if we can solve it." Lila and Finn began to circle the oak, searching for clues. The sunlight dappled through the leaves, casting intricate patterns on the ground. The air was alive with the chirping of birds and the gentle breeze whispering through the branches. As they searched, Lila noticed something peculiar. The light seemed to form a pattern, a spiral winding inward. She traced the path with her finger, feeling a tingle of magic in the air. "Look, Finn," she whispered, "it's leading us somewhere." Together, they followed the spiral, their footsteps soft on the mossy earth. The path led them deeper into the woods, where the trees stood tall and proud, their trunks wrapped in ivy. The forest was a symphony of sounds, the rustle of leaves, the distant babble of a brook, and the occasional call of a woodland creature. Soon they arrived at a clearing bathed in golden light. At its center stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a small, intricately carved box. Its surface glinted with runes that seemed to dance in the sunlight. Lila approached the pedestal cautiously, her heart fluttering with anticipation. "Do you think this is part of the sprite's riddle?" she asked. Finn nodded, his eyes alight with curiosity. "I believe so, but how do we open it?" They examined the box closely, noting the delicate carvings and the intricate lock that held it shut. It was a puzzle, and they would need to solve it to uncover its secrets. As they pondered, a soft rustling in the bushes caught their attention. From the shadows emerged a tiny creature no larger than a squirrel, with shimmering wings and a mischievous grin. It was a sprite, its body aglow with an inner light that pulsed gently like a heartbeat. The sprite hovered before them, its voice tinkling like the sound of chimes. "Seek the heart of what you see, and there the treasure lies," it sang, its words a riddle wrapped in melody. Lila and Finn exchanged a glance, understanding dawning in their eyes. "The heart," Lila murmured. "It must mean something hidden within the puzzle itself." With renewed determination, they studied the carvings on the box. Each rune seemed to tell a story, depicting creatures of the forest and elements of nature. As they traced the lines with their fingers, they noticed that one rune, a depiction of a heart intertwined with vines, was slightly raised. Finn pressed the heart rune gently, and with a soft click, the box began to open. Inside they found a delicate glowing stone, warm to the touch and pulsing with a gentle light. It was as if the very essence of the forest had been captured within it. The sprite clapped its tiny hands in delight, its laughter a cascade of bells. "You have found the heart of the forest," it chimed. "With it, the balance is restored, and the sprites will dance in joy." Elder Merriweather, who had quietly followed them to the clearing, stepped forward with a smile. "You have done well, children," she praised. "The heart of the forest is a gift, a reminder of the harmony that exists between all living things." Lila cradled the stone in her hands, feeling its warmth seep into her skin. "What should we do with it?" she asked. The elder's eyes twinkled. "The heart belongs to the forest. It will guide you to where it should rest." With the sprite leading the way, Leela and Finn followed the path deeper into the woods. The forest seemed to welcome them, its branches parting to reveal a hidden grove, untouched by time. There, at the base of an ancient tree, they placed the heartstone, its light blending with the dappled sunlight. The moment the stone touched the earth, the forest seemed to sigh in contentment. A gentle breeze swept through the grove, carrying with it the sweet scent of blooming flowers and the promise of peace. As they returned to the village, the fire sprites danced around them in a joyous celebration. The villagers watched with smiles, their hearts light with the knowledge that their home was protected by the magic of the forest. That night, beneath a sky strewn with stars, Lila and Finn sat by the crackling fire, their minds filled with the day's adventure. The village was quiet, wrapped in the comforting embrace of the whispering woods. As sleep began to claim them, Lila whispered to Finn, "Do you think we'll see the sprites again?" Finn smiled, his eyes drifting closed. "Perhaps, but even if we don't, we'll always have the magic of this day." And with that, they drifted into dreams, knowing that the forest and its mysteries would always be there, waiting to share its wonders with those who dared to seek them. Story 27. In the farthest reaches of the cosmos, where stars whispered to one another in the quiet of space, lay a small, verdant planet known as Luminara. It was a jewel in the vastness, its skies painted with the softest hues of lavender and gold, giving the impression of an eternal dawn. On this serene planet, the flora glistened with dew that sparkled like tiny prisms, casting rainbows that danced merrily across the landscape. On Luminara lived a curious being named Lyra. She was of the Luminae, a gentle, luminous species, whose skin shimmered like the surface of a tranquil lake at twilight. Lyra possessed an unyielding spirit of exploration, her heart always longing for the stories found beyond her own world. One day, under the warm glow of the dual suns, she embarked on a journey that would forever change her life. Elsewhere, across the cosmos, there existed a planet called Terran, a place of towering crystalline structures that hummed with energy. The Terroni, a race known for their stoic nature and immense strength, called it home. Among them was a young Terroni named Jax, whose heart yearned for something more than the rigid expectations of his people. Jax was different. He had a thirst for knowledge and a curiosity about the universe that set him apart. Fate, in its mysterious ways, decided that Lyra and Jax would meet. Their encounter was as unexpected as it was fortuitous. It occurred when Lyra, on one of her exploratory journeys, crash-landed on Terran. Her small vessel, crafted with Lumini ingenuity, had been knocked off course by a sudden meteor shower. Lyra found herself stranded in a crystalline forest, the jagged spires reflecting her own bewildered expression. Jax, who had been exploring the same forest, stumbled upon Lyra by chance. To him, she appeared as a being of pure light, an ethereal creature unlike anything he had ever seen. Stepping forward cautiously, his curiosity got the better of his caution. The initial meeting was fraught with misunderstandings. Lyra, speaking in the melodic tones of her native tongue, was met with Jax's gruff and resonant voice. Their languages clashed, forming a barrier that seemed insurmountable. Yet, in the soft glances they exchanged and the gentle gestures that followed, a bridge began to form. Their first challenge arose from a simple misunderstanding. Lyra, hoping to express gratitude, offered Jax a luminescent flower from her world, its petals shimmering with the colors of dawn. However, on Terran, this flower was considered a sign of farewell, a gesture of departure. Jax, feeling rejected, turned away, his heart heavy with misinterpretation. Sensing the shift, Lyra didn't give up. She turned to the universal language of music, playing a soft, haunting melody on a small, crystalline flute she carried. The notes floated through the air, wrapping around Jax like a warm, comforting embrace. The music spoke where words failed, and slowly, Jax understood her intentions were kind. As they navigated the challenges of language and custom, a collaboration blossomed. Lyra needed Jax's strength and knowledge of the land to repair her ship, while Jax found in Lyra a new world of ideas and a friend who accepted him as he was. Their bond deepened one starry night as they sat beneath Terran's vast canopy of stars. Lyra shared stories of her world, and Jax listened, captivated by the imagery she painted with her words. He, in turn, taught her of Terran's history and the legends that shaped his people. In these moments, they discovered the beauty of their differences and the strength in their unity. A shared challenge soon presented itself when a sudden storm, rare and ferocious, swept across the land, threatening the forest and Lyra's ship. Together they worked tirelessly, gathering supplies and reinforcing the vessel against the oncoming tempest. In the face of nature's fury, they stood side by side, their efforts synchronized in perfect harmony. The storm raged, but inside the ship, Lyra and Jax found solace in each other's presence. They spoke of their hopes and dreams, of worlds they wished to see, and in these confessions, they found an unspoken promise of friendship that would endure beyond the confines of their current predicament. As dawn broke, casting a golden glow over the storm-battered landscape, their bond had been forged in the crucible of adversity. The ship, now mended and ready, stood as a testament to their teamwork and newfound friendship. With a heavy heart, Jax watched as Lyra prepared to leave. Yet, as the ship's engines hummed to life, she extended an invitation, motioning for Jax to join her. The decision lay with him, a choice between the familiar and the unknown. Jax, looking back at the crystalline forest that had been his home, felt a stirring within him. The call of adventure, of friendship, was too strong to resist. With a determined nod, he stepped aboard, joining Lyra on a journey that promised endless possibilities. Together, they soared into the cosmos, two unlikely companions bound by the true meaning of friendship. Their story, one of understanding and unity, would echo across the stars, inspiring others to look beyond differences and find strength in companionship. And so, under the watchful eyes of distant galaxies, Lyra and Jax journeyed on, their friendship a beacon of light in the vastness of space, a reminder of the power of connection and the beauty of shared dreams. Story 28. In a quaint village nestled within the folds of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum with secrets and the brook babbled ancient tales, there lived a young girl named Mira. Mira was known in her village for her keen eyes and even keener heart. Her cottage, with its thatched roof and lavender-lined path, was a haven of warmth and kindness. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Mira would light a candle in her window, a beacon of welcome to any traveling soul. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves danced like embers in the cool breeze, a peculiar event began to unfold. It started with a rustling sound, not unlike a gentle whisper, fluttering through the village square. The villagers, busy with their nightly routines, paused to listen. At first it seemed like nothing more than the wind playing tricks, but then came the faintest sound of tinkling laughter, like chimes caught in a soft breeze. It was as if the very air was alive with merriment. Yet, when the villagers looked around, there was no one there, only an inexplicable shimmer in the air that vanished as quickly as it appeared. Intrigued, Mira decided to investigate. She wrapped herself in her favorite woolen shawl, the one her grandmother had woven with threads of love and warmth, and stepped out into the cooling night. Her path led her to the edge of the village, where the forest began to weave its tapestry of shadows and light. As Mira wandered deeper into the woods, the moonlight filtered through the branches, casting a silver glow upon the path. She could feel the gentle pulse of magic in the air, a soft thrumming that resonated with her heart. The trees, old and wise, leaned in as if eager to share their secrets. Her first stop was the burrow of wise old Bram, an ancient hedgehog known for his knowledge of the forest's many mysteries. Mira found him outside his home, polishing a collection of acorns with meticulous care. "Good evening, Bram," Mira greeted with a gentle smile. "Have you heard the strange laughter in the village?" Bram paused, his quills catching the moonlight like tiny silver spears. "Ah, laughter, you say? Sounds like the work of forest sprites. They're mischievous, but harmless. Have you seen any signs?" Mira shook her head. "Only a shimmer in the air, like stardust caught in a sunbeam." Bram nodded thoughtfully, his eyes twinkling with knowledge. "Sprites love to play with light. Follow the shimmer, and you'll find them." Thanking Bram for his advice, Mira continued her journey deeper into the woods. The air was cool and fragrant with pine and earth, and every step seemed to bring her closer to the heart of the mystery. Soon, she came upon a clearing where the moonlight pooled like liquid silver, There, dancing atop a carpet of moss, was a group of tiny figures, their wings glistening like dew-kissed petals in the moonlight. Mira watched, enchanted, as they twirled and spun, their laughter ringing like glass bells in the night. "Hello, little ones," Mira called softly, not wanting to startle them. The sprites paused in their dance, turning towards her with curious, sparkling eyes. One of them, braver than the rest, fluttered forward and hovered before her, its wings a blur of blue and gold. "Why do you laugh so?" Mira asked gently. The sprite, with a voice like the rustle of leaves, replied, "We laugh because the world is full of wonders, and tonight we celebrate the return of the moon blossom." "The moon blossom?" Mira repeated, intrigued. The sprite nodded, gesturing towards a nearby glade where a single flower stood, luminescent and ethereal, its petals unfurling under the watchful gaze of the moon. It was a sight to behold, a flower that bloomed only once in a lifetime, on the eve of the harvest moon. Mira understood then. The laughter, the shimmer, it was all a celebration of this rare and beautiful event. Her heart swelled with joy at the thought of such simple, profound wonder. "Would you like to join us?" the sprite asked, its eyes bright with invitation. Mira nodded, and for the rest of the night, she danced with the sprites under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees. They twirled and spun until the first blush of dawn crept over the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold. As the sprites began to fade with the coming day, Mira felt a sense of deep peace settle within her. She had uncovered the mystery of the laughter, a reminder of the beauty and magic that lay hidden in the everyday world. Returning to her village as the sun rose, Mira knew she had a story to share, a tale of wonder and whimsy to brighten the hearts of her fellow villagers. And so, as the candle flickered in her window that night, she gathered the children around her hearth and told them of the moon blossom and the joyful sprites. Her story, woven with the warmth of friendship and the gentle touch of magic, lulled the children to sleep, their dreams filled with dancing sprites and shimmering flowers. And as Mira watched over them, she felt the gentle embrace of the forest's magic, a comforting reminder that even the smallest of wonders could light up the darkest of nights. And so, the village slept, cradled in the soft, soothing embrace of the whispering woods, where laughter and magic danced hand in hand beneath the starlit sky. Story 29. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whimsy woods, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the flowers giggled at the tickling sunbeams, there lived a group of delightful creatures known as the fiddle sprites. Fiddle sprites were no bigger than a squirrel, with wings that shimmered like dew-kissed cobwebs and tiny bells on their toes that jingled whenever they laughed, which was often. Among these merry beings was a particularly quirky fiddle sprite named Pippin. Pippin had the most unusual trait. His wings were not only adorned with shimmering patterns, but also changed color with his moods. They glowed a bright sunny yellow when he was happy, turned a soft lavender when he was thoughtful, and flickered like a rainbow when he was excited. Pippin was known for his infectious curiosity and an ever-present twinkle in his eyes, much like the stars that danced across the night sky. One crisp morning, Pippin awoke to find that something peculiar had happened overnight. As he stretched his wings and fluttered out into the clearing, he noticed that all the colors in Whimsy Woods had vanished. The vibrant greens of the leaves were now a dull gray, the bright blues of the sky had faded to a pale, listless hue, and even the cheerful reds of the toadstools seemed to have lost their charm. The fiddle sprites gathered in a worried huddle beneath the great elder tree, a wise old oak with a trunk as wide as a river. It was said that the great elder tree had been there since the beginning of time and had seen more sunrises than any other tree in the forest. Its branches swayed gently, offering comfort and protection to all who sought its counsel. Pippin fluttered up to the highest branch, where the great elder tree's face was etched into the bark, its eyes closed in deep thought. "Great elder," Pippin began, his wings flickering with concern, "our world has lost its colors. What could be causing such a strange phenomenon?" The great elder tree opened its ancient eyes, which twinkled with wisdom. "Ah, young Pippin," it rumbled in a voice like a gentle breeze rustling through leaves, "it appears that the colors have been whisked away by the mischievous whims of the rainbow wizard." Gasps of surprise and murmurs of concern rippled through the gathered fiddle sprites. The Rainbow Wizard was a legendary figure, known for his playful but unpredictable magic. He lived at the peak of the Misty Mountains, where he painted the skies with brilliant rainbows. "But why would he take our colors?" asked Fiddles, a curious sprite with a perpetually tilted head, as if always pondering a riddle. The great elder tree chuckled softly. "The Rainbow Wizard does not mean harm, my dear Fiddles. He simply loves colors so much that sometimes he forgets to return them. You see, he gathers them to create his rainbows, and sometimes becomes so enchanted with his work that he loses track of time." Pippin's wings flickered with determination. "Then we must go to the Misty Mountains and remind him to return our colors." The fiddle sprites agreed, and a small band of them set off on the adventure. Alongside Pippin and Fiddles was Tumble, a rotund sprite whose laughter was as round and full as his belly, and Glimmer, a shy but clever sprite who always managed to find the hidden path in any tangle. The journey to the Misty Mountains was an adventure in itself. They crossed the Ripple Creek, where the water sang in bubbly tunes as it danced over stones. They tiptoed through the Whispering Meadow, where the grass was so soft that it seemed to hum underfoot. At one point, they even had to outwit a rather confused flock of cloud sheep that had wandered down from the sky. Finally, they reached the foot of the Misty Mountains, where the air was filled with the scent of fresh pine and the sound of distant waterfalls. The path wound upwards through a series of sparkling caves, each one glowing with a soft internal light like a secret lantern. As they climbed higher, the air grew cooler and crisper, and soon they found themselves at the doorstep of the Rainbow Wizard's abode. It was a cottage made entirely of swirling colors, with a roof that shimmered like a peacock's tail. The door swung open on its own, and the fiddle sprites entered cautiously, their bells jingling softly in the serene silence. Inside, they found the Rainbow Wizard himself, a tall, slender figure clad in robes that seemed to shift through every hue imaginable. His hair was a cascade of colors, and his eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 rainbows. The Rainbow Wizard looked up from his work, a palette of vibrant colors spread out before him. "Ah, visitors!" he exclaimed, his voice as light as a sunbeam. "How delightful! What brings you to my colorful realm?" Pippin fluttered forward, his wings a hopeful shade of green. "Mighty Rainbow Wizard, we come seeking the return of the colors to Whimsy Woods. Without them, our forest has grown dull and gray." The Rainbow Wizard stroked his chin thoughtfully, his fingers leaving trails of color in the air. "Ah, yes, I did borrow those colors for my latest masterpiece. It's so easy to lose oneself in the beauty of creation, you see." The fiddle sprites nodded in understanding, for they too knew the joy of losing oneself in something beautiful. "But fear not," continued the Rainbow Wizard with a twinkle in his eye, "for I have just the solution." He waved his hand, and a vibrant, swirling portal appeared in the air. "This portal will take you to the heart of the rainbow's end, where you can gather the colors and bring them back to your forest." The fiddle sprites exchanged delighted glances. "Thank you, Rainbow Wizard," they chorused, their wings fluttering with excitement. With a leap and a jingle, they dove through the portal and found themselves in a place of pure wonder. The rainbow's end was a land like no other, where the ground was made of clouds and the sky was a kaleidoscope of swirling colors. The air was filled with the sound of laughter, and the colors themselves seemed to hum with joy. As they collected the colors, they realized that each hue had its own personality. The reds were bold and boisterous, the blues gentle and soothing, the greens lively and playful. The colors danced around them, as if happy to be returning home to Whimsy Woods. With their task complete, the fiddle sprites flew back through the portal, their wings trailing streams of color like comets. They thanked the Rainbow Wizard once more and made their way back to Whimsy Woods, where they released the colors into the air. Instantly, the forest sprang back to life. The leaves shimmered with their vibrant greens, the sky sang with its brilliant blues, and the flowers giggled in their cheerful reds and yellows. The fiddle sprites danced with joy, their bells ringing out in celebration. As the sun set over the now colorful Whimsy Woods, the fiddle sprites gathered beneath the great elder tree. The wise old tree smiled down at them, its branches swaying in approval. "You see, my dear fiddle sprites," it said, "sometimes the greatest adventures are those that remind us of the beauty all around us." And so, with hearts full of happiness and a newfound appreciation for the wonders of their world, the fiddle sprites settled down for a night of peaceful dreams, knowing that their forest would always be a place of magic and color. And as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Pippin snuggled into his cozy leaf bed, his wings glowing a soft, contented lavender, and drifted into a slumber filled with dreams of rainbows and laughter. Story 30. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between the gentle, rolling hills and the whispering woods, lived a young woman named Leora. Her home was a small, ivy-covered cottage warmed by the glow of a crackling fireplace, where the scent of thyme and rosemary always lingered in the air. The village, a tapestry of cobblestone paths and cottages with thatched roofs, was a place where stories of old were cherished like heirlooms passed down through generations. Leora grew up listening to the tales of her ancestors, recounted by her grandmother as they sat by the hearth, sipping herbal tea. These stories spoke of courage, wisdom, and a mystical artifact known as the Celestial Stone, a shimmering gem said to possess the power of the stars themselves. It was said to have been a guiding light for their family, offering protection and insight in times of need. As the seasons turned, Leora often pondered her place in these tales. Though she cherished the stories, she felt a yearning, a whisper in her heart, urging her to seek a deeper understanding of her roots and the legacy that was her birthright. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced in the breeze, Leora ventured into the woods, her spirit attuned to the rustling leaves and the soft murmur of the brook. She was drawn to an ancient oak, its branches stretching toward the sky like a wise old guardian. Beneath its sprawling roots, she noticed a small opening leading into the earth. Curiosity twinkling in her eyes, she knelt down and peered inside. The passageway was lined with time-worn stones, and as Leora crawled through, her fingers brushed against smooth, cool surfaces that seemed to hum with a gentle energy. At the end of the tunnel, she emerged into a hidden chamber, bathed in a soft, ethereal glow. In the center, resting on a pedestal carved with intricate symbols, lay the Celestial Stone, its surface shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. With reverence, Leora approached the stone, her fingers tingling as they hovered above its surface. As she made contact, warmth spread through her, and visions from the past unfurled before her eyes. She saw her ancestors, brave and wise, each facing their own challenges with the guidance of the Celestial Stone. In one vision, they were sailing under starry skies. In another, they were tending to fields, their hands nurturing the earth. A soft voice echoed in Leora's mind, a whisper from the ages saying, "Remember, dear child, that strength lies not just in the stone, but within your heart. The stories and the love passed down through the generations are the true magic." As the visions faded, Leora felt a profound sense of connection, not only to her ancestors, but to the village and the land that cradled her. She realized that the lessons of the past, woven with love and courage, were the very fabric of her being. Returning to the village with the Celestial Stone cradled in her hands, Leora shared her discovery with her grandmother, who smiled warmly, her eyes twinkling like the stars. Together, they decided to place the stone in the village's gathering hall, where it would be a symbol of unity and heritage, inspiring future generations. With the Celestial Stone now a cherished part of the village, Leora felt a newfound peace within her heart. She understood that her journey was not just about uncovering an artifact, but about embracing the rich tapestry of her heritage, woven with love, wisdom, and the light of the stars. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak and the shimmering stars above, Leora found her place in the timeless story of her family, forever connected to the past, present, and future. As the village settled into the gentle embrace of night, Leora sat by the fire, the warmth of the flames mirrored in her heart, content in the knowledge that her journey had woven her tightly into the rich and magical legacy of her ancestors. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a peaceful sleep, the crackling of the fire whispering stories of love and belonging. Story 31. The Whispering Grove. In a small village nestled between rolling hills and dense woodlands, there lived a young girl named Lyra. Lyra was known for her curious spirit and kind heart, traits that endeared her to the villagers and the creatures of the forest alike. Her home, a quaint cottage with ivy creeping up its stone walls, sat at the edge of the village, where the cobblestone path met the emerald sea of trees. The forest was a place of wonder and mystery. It was whispered among the elders that deep within the woods lay a hidden world, a place where magic thrived and the trees whispered secrets of old. Lyra had always been entranced by these stories, though she had never wandered far enough into the woods to discover if they were true. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves fluttered from the trees like gentle butterflies, Lyra set out with a basket in hand, intending to gather the last of the season's berries. The air was cool and carried the earthy scent of damp leaves and rich soil. As she walked, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot was accompanied by birdsong, a symphony of chirps and trills that sang of the forest's vibrant life. Lyra's path took her deeper into the forest than she had ever ventured before. She was drawn by an inexplicable pull, a gentle urging that seemed to come from the forest itself. As she walked, the light shifted, filtering through the canopy in shafts of gold and green, casting dappled shadows that danced with the breeze. Eventually, Lyra found herself in a small clearing where the sun shone brightly on a grove of ancient trees. Their trunks were gnarled and twisted, their bark a deep, weathered brown. In the center of the grove stood a single tree unlike any other, its bark shimmering with a silvery hue, and its leaves a vibrant emerald even in the autumn chill. This was the Whispering Tree, though Lyra did not yet know its name. As Lyra approached the tree, she noticed a peculiar object nestled among its roots, a small, intricately carved box. It was made of a dark, glossy wood, inlaid with silver that caught the light like moonbeams. Curiosity piqued, Lyra knelt to examine the box. It was cool to the touch, and as her fingers brushed against it, she felt a gentle warmth spread through her hand. Hesitant yet intrigued, Lyra carefully opened the box. Inside, resting on a bed of soft moss, was a delicate silver pendant shaped like a leaf. It was exquisite, with fine veins etched into its surface, making it appear almost lifelike. As she held it in her palm, she felt a gentle thrum, like a heartbeat, and she realized the pendant was more than just a piece of jewelry. It was something magical. Lyra slipped the pendant around her neck, its weight comforting against her skin. As she did, a soft whispering filled the air, like the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze. The trees around her seemed to lean in, their branches swaying in time with the whispers. Surprised but unafraid, Lyra listened intently, her heart open to the forest's secrets. "Welcome, dear child," the whispers seemed to say, their tones soothing and melodic. "You have found the heart of the grove, a gift for those who seek with an open heart. With it, you shall hear the whispers of the world, and the wisdom of the forest will be yours." Lyra's heart swelled with a mix of wonder and responsibility. The pendant had granted her a rare gift, one that connected her to the world in ways she had never imagined. She understood that this was a journey of discovery, not just of the forest, but of herself and her place within the natural world. Over the following days, Lyra returned to the grove, spending hours listening to the trees and learning their secrets. The forest was alive with stories, of seasons past, of creatures great and small, and of the hidden magic that bound the world together. The trees spoke of the interconnectedness of all things, of the balance that must be maintained for the world to thrive. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky bloomed with shades of pink and orange, Lyra sat beneath the whispering tree, listening to its gentle murmurs. She had come to cherish these moments of quiet reflection, where the forest's wisdom washed over her like a soothing balm. As she listened, she heard a new voice, soft and timid. It belonged to a young fox, its fur a vibrant russet that matched the fallen leaves. The fox approached cautiously, its bright eyes watching Lyra with a mix of curiosity and caution. "Hello," Lyra greeted softly, extending a hand in welcome. The fox hesitated, then sniffed her fingers before nuzzling her palm. "I am Fern," the fox introduced, its voice a soft whisper in Lyra's mind, carried by the magic of the pendant. "I've watched you come here, day after day. You listen to the whispers. Can you understand them?" Lyra nodded, a smile spreading across her face. "I can. The forest shares its wisdom with me." Fern's eyes sparkled with interest. "Then perhaps you can help me. My family and I have lived in this forest for generations, but something is changing. The balance feels off. Lyra listened intently as Fern spoke of the forest's unease. It seemed that the magic of the Whispering Grove was waning, and the creatures could feel its absence. The streams were running drier, the trees less vibrant, and the usual harmony was disrupted. Determined to help, Lyra set out with Fern to explore the forest and uncover the cause of the imbalance. They traversed ancient paths, followed winding streams, and spoke with creatures of all kinds, listening to their concerns and gathering clues. Their journey led them to the heart of the forest, where the trees grew tall and close, their canopies forming a cathedral of green high above. Here they found a hidden glade, a place untouched by time and teeming with magic. It was here that the source of the forest's magic lay, a shimmering pool of water that glowed with an ethereal light. Lyra approached the pool, her heart heavy with the knowledge that its light was fading. She understood then that the magic was tied to the health of the forest, to the balance of the natural world. Without it, the forest would wither, and its creatures would suffer. With Fern by her side, Lyra knelt beside the pool and placed her hand upon its surface. The pendant around her neck pulsed with warmth, and she felt a connection to the magic that flowed through the water, a connection that extended to every living thing in the forest. Closing her eyes, Lyra reached out with her heart, her mind open to the whispers of the world. She felt the forest's pain, its longing for balance and harmony. She understood that the magic needed to be nurtured, and that it was her role to help restore it. With a deep breath, Lyra gathered the forest's whispers, weaving them into a song of healing, a melody that resonated with the essence of life itself. The pendant glowed brightly as it amplified her song, sending ripples of magic through the pool and into the forest beyond. The effect was immediate. The water shimmered with renewed light, and the trees around the glade stood taller, their leaves vibrant and full of life. The air hummed with energy, a gentle sigh of relief that echoed through the forest. Fern watched in awe as the magic spread, his heart swelling with gratitude. "You've done it, Lyra. You've restored the balance." Lyra opened her eyes, her heart light with joy. She knew that this was only the beginning. The forest would need care and attention, and she was ready to help guide its recovery. As the sun set, casting the forest in a warm golden glow, Lyra and Fern returned to the Whispering Grove. There, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees, they sat together, content in the knowledge that they had made a difference. From that day forward, Lyra continued to visit the forest, her bond with its magic growing ever stronger. She shared her knowledge with the villagers, teaching them to listen to the whispers of the world and to care for the natural world around them. And so, the forest thrived, its magic a beacon of hope and harmony. Lyra's journey had not only changed the forest, but had transformed her as well, revealing the strength of her heart and the wisdom within her soul. As the stars twinkled above, the forest whispered its gratitude, a gentle lullaby that carried on the breeze, promising peace and balance for generations to come. Lyra and Fern lay beneath the canopy, lulled to sleep by the forest's song, their dreams filled with visions of a world where magic and nature were forever intertwined. And so, in the quiet of the night, the forest stood watch, its whispering trees a testament to the power of kindness, friendship, and the enduring magic that binds all living things together. Story 32. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where sunbeams danced through the leaves and the air was thick with the scent of pine and honeysuckle, lay the quaint village of Thistledown. The villagers, all with cheerful dispositions and a love for storytelling, were accustomed to the gentle hum of magic that wove through their daily lives. But one crisp autumn morning, something curious began to unfold. It started with the village clock tower, a grand old structure draped in ivy that stood at the center of Thistledown. The clock was known for its deep, resonant chimes that marked the hours with comforting regularity. Yet, on this particular morning, the clock had inexplicably stopped at exactly 7 minutes past 12. The villagers, puzzled but not alarmed, gathered around the clock, their breath visible in the cool morning air. Among them was young Finn, a thoughtful lad with a knack for noticing the little things others often overlooked. His eyes, a bright shade of green like the moss that carpeted the forest floor, studied the clock intently. Beside him, his best friend, Willow, a gentle soul with a heart as warm as freshly baked bread, watched with curiosity. "What do you think happened, Finn?" Willow asked, her voice as soft as a whisper. Finn rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "I'm not sure, but I reckon it's a mystery worth unraveling." The villagers, intrigued by Finn's determination, watched as he and Willow set off towards the edge of the village, where the whispering woods began their sprawling embrace around Thistledown. The woods were known for their enchanting creatures and hidden wonders, and Finn had a feeling that if there were answers to be found, they would be somewhere within those ancient trees. As they wandered deeper into the forest, the sun peeked through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the ground. The air was filled with birdsong, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a symphony of nature that was both soothing and mysterious. It wasn't long before they encountered the first of the woodland's magical inhabitants. A small, shimmering creature, known as a glimmerwing, fluttered down from a nearby branch. Its wings sparkled like dew-kissed cobwebs, and its eyes twinkled with the wisdom of ages. "Good day, young ones," the glimmerwing chirped, its voice like the gentle tinkle of wind chimes. "What brings you to our neck of the woods?" Finn explained the peculiar predicament of the village clock, his voice steady with resolve. The glimmerwing listened intently, its tiny head tilted to one side. "I see," it mused. "Perhaps the answer lies with old Bramble, the wise fox who dwells by the twisting stream. He might have seen something unusual." Thanking the glimmerwing, Finn and Willow continued their journey, their path now leading them towards the gentle murmur of the twisting stream. As they walked, the carpet of fallen leaves crunched softly beneath their feet, and the air grew cooler, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and wildflowers. Soon, they reached a small clearing where the twisting stream meandered lazily through the forest. There, basking in a patch of sunlight, lay old Bramble, his russet fur gleaming in the light. His eyes, sharp and knowing, watched as the children approached. "Welcome, young ones," old Bramble greeted them with a nod. "What brings you to my quiet corner of the woods?" Once again, Finn relayed the tale of the stopped clock, and old Bramble listened with a thoughtful expression. "Ah, such things are not unheard of in these parts," he said, his voice deep and soothing. "Magic can be fickle, and sometimes it needs a gentle nudge to set things right." Old Bramble paused, his gaze drifting to the stream. "There is a tale," he continued, "of a hidden grove where the timekeeper's lily blooms. It is said that this flower holds the power to mend the flow of time itself. Perhaps if you find this lily, you can restore your clock's rhythm." Finn and Willow exchanged glances, their hearts filled with hope and determination. Thanking old Bramble, they followed the stream as it wound its way deeper into the forest, its waters whispering secrets of the ages. The journey was long, but the children were undeterred. They crossed wooden bridges draped in moss, clambered over rocks smoothed by centuries of water's touch, and finally, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of gold and amber, they found themselves in a secluded grove. In the center of the grove, bathed in the last rays of sunlight, stood the timekeeper's lily. Its petals were a soft, luminescent blue, and it radiated a gentle warmth that seemed to reach out and embrace them. With great care, Finn cupped his hands around the flower, feeling its magic pulse gently like a heartbeat. A sense of peace and calm washed over him, and he knew in his heart that this was the key to solving their mystery. As they made their way back to Thistledown, the forest seemed to hum with approval, the trees whispering their encouragement. The stars began to twinkle in the evening sky, guiding them homeward. Upon reaching the village, Finn and Willow headed straight for the clock tower. There, under the watchful eyes of the villagers, Finn placed a single petal from the timekeeper's lily upon the clock's face. A gentle shiver ran through the air, and with a soft, melodic chime, the clock began to tick once more. The villagers cheered, their relief and joy echoing through the night. As the clock struck the hour, its chimes resonated with a renewed clarity, filling Thistledown with a sense of completion and harmony. Finn and Willow, their hearts light and their spirits high, were hailed as heroes for their cleverness and perseverance. That night, as the village settled into a peaceful slumber, the stars shone brightly above, and the whispering woods with its secrets and wonders stood watch over Thistledown, knowing that its mysteries were safe in the hands of those who cherished them. And so, with the clock restored and the village at peace, Finn and Willow drifted to sleep, their dreams filled with the gentle magic of the world around them and the promise of new adventures to come. Story 33. Once upon a time, in a tranquil forest clearing, there lived a young fawn named Willow. Her coat was the color of burnished copper, and her eyes shone like twin amber gems. Willow was no ordinary deer, for she possessed a most extraordinary gift, the ability to speak with the trees. From the moment she took her first faltering steps, Willow had felt a deep connection to the towering oaks, stately pines, and whispering willows that surrounded her. Their ancient voices filled her mind with secrets whispered on the wind, tales of seasons long past and the wisdom of ages. One crisp autumn morning, as Willow grazed among the fallen leaves, she heard a tremulous call echoing through the forest. It was the voice of an ancient oak, its mighty branches creaking with distress. "Little one," the oak implored, "a great darkness is spreading through our realm. The Everwood, the heart of our forest, is imperiled." Willow's heart raced with fear. The Everwood was a realm of eternal springtime, hidden deep within the forest's embrace. It was a place of wonder and magic, where the trees never shed their verdant leaves, and the air was suffused with the sweet fragrance of blossoms. Without the Everwood's nurturing energy, the entire forest would wither and fade. Willow knew she had to act. Gathering her courage, the young fawn set off on a journey into the heart of the forest, her delicate hooves leaving barely a print on the mossy earth. As she ventured deeper, the trees grew more gnarled and twisted, their branches forming a tangled canopy overhead. Willow's path was blocked by a seemingly impassable thicket, but as she approached, a tiny gap appeared, just wide enough for her slender frame to slip through. On the other side, she found herself in a magical glade unlike anything she had ever seen. The air was alive with the hum of unseen wings, and the ground was carpeted in a profusion of wildflowers. At the center of the glade stood a towering oak, its trunk as thick as a dozen deer combined. This was the heart of the Everwood, the beating pulse of the forest itself. As Willow drew near, she sensed a presence, ancient, powerful, and benevolent. The great oak seemed to lean down towards her, its branches unfurling like welcoming arms. "Welcome, little one," rumbled a voice as deep as the earth itself. "I have been expecting you." Willow trembled, awestruck by the majesty of the ancient tree. "Great oak, I have come to seek your aid. The forest is in peril, and I fear for the fate of the Everwood." The oak sighed, its leaves rustling like a whispered lament. "You speak true, child. A dark force has taken root in these woods, a blight that withers and corrupts all it touches. Only the power of the Everwood can stand against it." From the folds of its bark, the oak produced a single acorn, gleaming with an inner radiance. "Take this seed, little one, and plant it at the heart of the darkness. Its light will banish the blight and restore the forest to its former glory." Willow gazed upon the acorn with reverence, feeling its warmth and vitality pulsing in her delicate grasp. With a grateful nod, she turned and retraced her steps, emerging from the glade with a renewed sense of purpose. As she journeyed deeper into the forest, the trees grew increasingly gnarled and sickly, their branches reaching out like skeletal claws. A miasma of decay hung heavy in the air, and the once vibrant undergrowth had withered to a twisted tangle of brambles. Undeterred, Willow pressed on, her hooves finding purchase on the treacherous path. At last she reached the heart of the corruption, a yawning chasm where the earth itself seemed to have been poisoned. With a trembling breath, Willow stepped forward and gently placed the glowing acorn in the blighted soil. For a moment, nothing happened, and her heart sank with dread. Then a faint tendril of green unfurled from the acorn, reaching upwards with tenacious determination. As Willow watched in wonder, the tendril grew and thickened, becoming a sapling that rapidly gained height and girth. Its branches spread like a verdant canopy, and new growth erupted all around, banishing the blight with a tide of vibrant life. The once gnarled trees straightened and unfurled glossy new leaves, and the forest floor was soon carpeted in a riot of wildflowers. The air grew rich with the sense of renewal and rebirth, and the melodic trills of birdsong filled the air. Willow's heart swelled with joy as she beheld the transformation she had wrought. The forest had been reborn, its magic restored by the power of the Everwood. As she basked in the warm glow of her triumph, a rustling in the undergrowth caught her attention. Emerging from the foliage was a young buck, his coat as sleek as polished obsidian, his eyes shining with curiosity. "Greetings, Willow," he said, his voice rich and melodious. "I am Ash, a guardian of the Everwood. I have witnessed your bravery and selflessness, and I am humbled." Willow blushed beneath her russet fur, suddenly shy in the presence of this regal creature. "I merely did what was necessary to protect our home," she demurred. Ash shook his antlered head, a smile playing upon his muzzle. "You have shown wisdom beyond your years, little one. The Everwood has chosen you as its champion, a protector of the forest's heart." He gestured with his nose, and a glittering pendant materialized around Willow's slender neck. It was a perfect acorn, carved from a single emerald and glowing with an inner radiance. "This is the Ember Bark, a token of the Everwood's gratitude and a symbol of your role as its guardian. Wear it always, and its magic will guide and protect you." Willow gazed upon the pendant in awe, feeling its warmth and vitality pulsing in time with her own heartbeat. She knew in that moment that her life had been forever changed, bound forevermore to the sacred duty of safeguarding the Everwood's majesty. From that day forth, Willow roamed the forest as its champion, her path illuminated by the Ember Bark's verdant glow. Wherever darkness threatened to encroach, she would appear, summoning the Everwood's restorative power to banish the blight. And always at her side was Ash, her steadfast friend and confidant. Together they forged an unbreakable bond, their friendship a shining example of the unity between all living things. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Willow grew in wisdom and stature, her russet coat taking on a rich, burnished hue. The forest thrived under her watchful gaze, a verdant sanctuary where magic and nature existed in perfect harmony. And though she would one day pass the mantle of guardianship to a new champion, Willow's legacy would endure, woven into the very fabric of the forest she had sworn to protect. For in the whispers of the wind and the rustle of leaves, her spirit would live on, a reminder that even the smallest among us can change the world through courage, friendship, and an unwavering connection to the natural wonders that surround us. Story 34. In a galaxy where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds on velvet, there existed a small cluster of planets known as the Starlit Nebula. Each planet was home to unique beings, as varied as the colors of the cosmic rainbow. Among these celestial bodies were two very different worlds: Arcane, a lush planet of towering crimson trees and luminous rivers, and Zintra, a metallic orb bustling with the hum of advanced technology. From Arcane hailed Lyra, a gentle creature with skin that glowed softly like the petals of a moonflower. Her eyes, deep and curious, mirrored the tranquil lakes of her homeland, and her heart was as open as the endless sky. She moved through the dappled light of her forested world with the grace of a whispering breeze, and her touch could coax even the most reticent flowers to bloom. Across the void, on the bustling planet of Zintra, lived Kellen, a Zintran with an exterior as sleek and polished as the metal towers that pierced his planet's skyline. His kind were known for their sharp intellect and logical minds, their thoughts as efficient and precise as the gears and circuits that powered their cities. Kellen was no exception, his eyes calculating and bright, always searching for the next puzzle to solve. Fate, in its mysterious ways, brought these two unlikely companions together on the neutral grounds of the Intergalactic Peace Summit, an event held every decade to strengthen ties between the planets. Lyra was there as a representative of Arcane's lush biodiversity, while Kellen was sent to showcase the technological advancements of Zintra. Their initial meeting was, in a word, awkward. Lyra, with her natural warmth, approached Kellen with a smile as radiant as the dawn. "Greetings, fellow traveler," she said, her voice as melodious as the songs of her planet's birds. "Isn't it wondrous to see so many different beings gathered in harmony?" Kellen, unused to such unguarded friendliness, responded with a curt nod, unsure of how to bridge the chasm between their vastly different worlds. "Yes, it is. Efficient," he replied, the word falling flat and sterile. The misunderstanding was immediate, a clash of hearts and minds. Lyra saw Kellen's response as cold and dismissive, while Kellen viewed Lyra's effusiveness as unnecessary and distracting. Yet, destiny had woven their paths tightly together, for they were assigned as partners to lead a collaborative project aimed at developing sustainable energy solutions, combining Arcane's natural resources with Zintra's technological prowess. Their partnership began with a series of missteps and misunderstandings. Lyra brought samples of Arcane's glowing flora, explaining their potential to capture and store energy from starlight. Kellen, focused on efficiency, initially dismissed the samples as mere decoration, failing to see the beauty and potential they held. Frustration simmered beneath their interactions, the gap between their perspectives a chasm seemingly too wide to bridge. But as days turned to weeks and they delved deeper into the project, something began to shift. One evening, as they worked late into the night under the dome of the summit's observatory, a sudden power outage plunged the room into darkness. Lyra, unperturbed by the lack of artificial light, gently placed one of her glowing plants on the table. Its soft luminescence filled the space with a tranquil glow, casting gentle shadows that seemed to dance in the stillness. In that moment of shared quiet, Kellen noticed something he'd previously overlooked: the intricate patterns on the plant's leaves, the delicate way they unfurled in response to the warmth. It was as if a veil had lifted, allowing him to see beyond the surface. "This light," he said, his voice softer than before, "it's not just for decoration, is it?" Lyra smiled, a gentle curve of understanding. "No, it's not. It's a gift from Arcane, a reminder that even the smallest things can hold great power and beauty." From that moment on, their partnership evolved into a true collaboration. Kellen, inspired by Lyra's insights, devised a way to integrate the energy-capturing properties of Arcane's flora into Zintra's technology. In turn, Lyra learned to appreciate the precision and clarity of Kellen's methods, seeing the elegance in his logic. Their project flourished, but more importantly, so did their friendship. They began to share stories of their homes, their dreams, and their fears. Lyra spoke of the gentle rustle of leaves in the arcane twilight, while Kellen described the rhythmic hum of Zintra's heartbeat, the pulsing energy of its cities. A pivotal moment came when Lyra fell ill, her glow dimming as a rare cosmic pollen, carried by the summit's artificial air currents, triggered an allergic reaction. Kellen, realizing the severity, stayed by her side, using his knowledge to construct a makeshift air filter from spare parts, ensuring she could breathe easily. As Lyra recovered, she looked at Kellen with gratitude shining in her eyes. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice still weak but full of warmth. "Your logic and quick thinking, they saved me." Kellen for the first time felt the warmth of her words as a tangible thing, filling the spaces within him that had long been untouched. "And your kindness," he replied, "has taught me that sometimes the heart sees what the eyes cannot." Their bond, forged through trials and understanding, became the foundation upon which their project was completed. A sustainable energy system that harnessed the power of nature and technology in perfect harmony. The success of their collaboration was celebrated across the galaxy, but to Lyra and Kellen, the true victory lay in the friendship they had discovered. As the summit drew to a close, and it came time for them to return to their respective worlds, they stood together one last time under the starlit dome, the universe stretching infinitely above them. "Though we come from different stars," Lyra said, her voice a soft melody, "we've learned to walk under the same sky." Kellen nodded, his eyes reflecting the gentle glow of Arcane's flora. "And though our paths may part, the friendship we've found will light the way wherever we may go." With a final embrace, they parted ways, forever changed by the journey they had shared. And as they each returned to their worlds, they carried with them the understanding that true friendship transcends all boundaries, a light that shines beyond the stars, warm and eternal. Story 35. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of the Whispering Woods, there lay a quaint little village called Willowbrook. Every cottage in Willowbrook was adorned with ivy-clad walls and thatched roofs, and the air was perpetually scented with the fragrance of honeysuckle and pine. As the sun dipped beyond the horizon, casting a golden hue over the cobblestone paths, lanterns flickered to life, casting a warm glow that mingled with the silver light of the crescent moon. In this peaceful village, the townsfolk had recently noticed peculiar happenings that stirred a gentle curiosity among them. Each morning, as the villagers awoke, they discovered that their beloved gardens had been subtly rearranged. Flowers that had been on one side of the garden were now blossoming on the other, and small stone statues seemed to have taken on new poses overnight. While these changes were never disruptive, they were undeniably mysterious. The villagers, being of a kind and gentle nature, were not distressed but rather intrigued. They gathered in the village square, under the sprawling branches of the ancient oak tree, to discuss these strange occurrences. Among them was a young girl named Lila, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity and whose heart brimmed with kindness. Lila was known for her ability to notice the small, wondrous details of the world that others often overlooked. As the villagers exchanged thoughts and theories, Lila listened intently. She suspected that the answers to their questions might lie within the Whispering Woods itself, a place known for its gentle magic and the creatures that dwelled within. With a sense of quiet determination, Lila resolved to unravel the mystery of the rearranged gardens. Setting forth with a woven basket filled with freshly baked honey cakes, gifts for any woodland friends she might encounter, Lila ventured into the woods. The path was dappled with sunlight filtering through the canopy, and the air was alive with the whispers of leaves rustling in the breeze. Birds chirped melodiously, and the scent of earth and wildflowers enveloped her like a comforting embrace. As she meandered deeper into the forest, Lila came upon a glen where the grass was soft and the wildflowers swayed gently. There she noticed a peculiar sight, a circle of stones meticulously arranged that seemed to pulse with a faint, otherworldly light. Sitting serenely at the center of this circle was an old, wise tortoise named Thistle. Thistle's shell was adorned with intricate patterns that shimmered subtly in the dappled sunlight. "Good day, young Lila," Thistle greeted, his voice a soothing rumble that resonated like distant thunder. "What brings you to this part of the woods?" Lila curtsied politely and offered Thistle a honey cake before explaining the curious events in the village. Thistle listened with a thoughtful nod, his wise eyes twinkling with understanding. "Ah, it seems you have encountered the handiwork of the night sprites," Thistle explained. "They are gentle spirits who adore beauty and symmetry. They mean no harm, only seeking to express their love for balance and harmony." Lila's brow furrowed slightly as she pondered Thistle's words. But why would they choose to visit our gardens now, when they have always remained hidden? Thistle chuckled softly, the sound like the gentle rustle of leaves. "The night sprites have awakened from a long slumber, and they are eager to explore the world anew. They seek a guide who can teach them about the beauty of gardens and the joy of creating with care." Lila considered this, her heart warmed by the notion of sharing her love for gardens with the sprites. "Perhaps I could be their guide," she suggested. "I could teach them how to nurture the gardens without causing confusion for the villagers." Thistle nodded approvingly, his eyes crinkling with a smile. "That would be a wise and kind solution, dear Lila. If you leave a trail of these honey cakes, the night sprites will surely follow and come to you for guidance." Grateful for Thistle's wisdom, Lila left a trail of honey cakes leading to the village. That night, as the stars twinkled like 1,000 tiny lanterns, she sat in her garden, waiting patiently. Soon the night sprites appeared, shimmering like the faintest mist under the moonlight. They were tiny and ethereal, their wings glistening like dew-kissed petals. Lila welcomed them warmly, her heart filled with compassion and excitement. She showed them how to tend to the gardens with love, explaining the beauty of each flower and the importance of leaving things as they were found. The sprites listened eagerly, their laughter like the tinkling of wind chimes. In the days that followed, the villagers noticed a change. Their gardens flourished with newfound vibrancy, and the mysterious rearrangements ceased. Instead, they found tiny, perfect bouquets left as gifts, each one a testament to the friendship between Lila and the night sprites. The village of Willowbrook thrived, its beauty enhanced by the gentle touch of the sprites and the wisdom of a kind-hearted girl. The mystery had been solved, not through confrontation, but through understanding and friendship. leaving the villagers with a deeper appreciation for the wonders of their world. And so, under the watchful eyes of the moon and stars, the village of Willowbrook slumbered peacefully, knowing that all was well in their enchanted corner of the world. As the gentle night breeze carried the lullabies of the woods, the villagers drifted into dreams, comforted by the knowledge that the magic of friendship and harmony could solve even the most curious of mysteries. Story 36. In the heart of the misty wood forest, where the trees whispered secrets and the flowers giggled in the breeze, there was a small, bustling village named Tinkerville. This was no ordinary village, for its inhabitants were a delightful mix of woodland creatures and tiny magical beings known as sprites. The sprites were known for their twinkling wings and penchant for mischief, but their hearts were pure and kind. Among the villagers was a particularly quirky fellow named Wobble Wicket. Wobble was a plump, round sprite with a tuft of moss-like hair that seemed to have a mind of its own, curling and uncurling with his every thought. He wore a vest made of shimmering beetle shells and had a pair of spectacles perched on his nose that always seemed to slip to the very tip. Wobble was known for his inventive spirit and his collection of curious contraptions that filled his cozy mushroom-capped cottage. One sunny morning, as the golden rays of dawn kissed the dew-laden leaves, a peculiar problem began to unfold in Tinkerville. The enchanted stream that wound through the village and provided the freshest, most delicious water had inexplicably stopped flowing. This was no ordinary stream. It was said to be fed by the laughter of the forest, its waters imbued with a sparkle that brought joy and vitality to all who drank from it. The villagers gathered around the dry bed of the stream, chattering anxiously. "What shall we do without our sparkling stream?" fretted Bella the badger, who had the softest fur and a penchant for baking the fluffiest honey cakes. "We must find the source of this mischief," declared Oliver the owl, his wide eyes twinkling with determination. Oliver, despite his tendency to doze off mid-sentence, was the village's wise observer. At this, Wobble Wicket stepped forward, his spectacles gleaming in the morning sun. "Fear not, dear friends," he said with a reassuring wobble of his nose. "I shall discover the mystery behind our quieted stream." With a cheer of support, the villagers watched as Wobble set off, his wings buzzing softly as he hovered above the ground. He ventured deep into the heart of Mistywood, where the air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle, and the soft rustle of leaves played a gentle melody. Before long, Wobble arrived at the edge of the glimmering glade, a hidden clearing where the stream was believed to begin. He was greeted by a curious sight, a group of giggling glow bugs playing a game of leapfrog on the stones that usually cradled the stream. As they leapt, their tiny lights twinkled like stars, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. "Hello, glowbugs," Wobble called, his voice as cheerful as the morning. "Have you seen what has become of our stream?" The glowbugs paused their frolic and hovered in a shimmering cluster. "Oh, dear Wobble," chirped the leader of the glowbugs, a particularly bright bug named Flick. "We meant no harm. It seems that in our games we might have unknowingly diverted the stream's path with our leaps and bounds." Wobble chuckled softly, the sound as warm and rich as the forest itself. "Ah, a simple misunderstanding. Let us set things right, shall we?" Together, Wobble and the glowbugs devised a plan. Using his knack for invention, Wobble crafted a series of tiny, glittering bridges and channels from twigs and leaves, guiding the stream back to its rightful course. The glowbugs, eager to help, used their light to illuminate the task, making the water sparkle as it began to flow once more. With a joyful gurgle, the stream resumed its dance through the village, its laughter echoing through the trees. The villagers who had gathered to watch the spectacle erupted in cheers, their hearts lightened by the return of their beloved stream. As a token of gratitude, Bella the badger presented Wobble and the glowbugs with a basket of her finest honey cakes, their sweetness matched only by the smiles of those who shared them. And so, in the heart of Mistywood Forest, harmony was restored, and the village of Tinkerville continued to thrive, its spirit as sparkling as the stream that flowed through it. Wobble Wicket returned to his cottage, his heart content and his spectacles slightly askew, dreaming of the next adventure that awaited in the enchanting world he called home. As the sun set and the first stars twinkled in the sky, the villagers of Tinkerville nestled into their homes, lulled to sleep by the gentle symphony of the forest. And if you listened closely, you might just hear the stream's laughter mingling with the whispers of the trees, a soothing lullaby for all who dwell in the magical embrace of Oakwood Forest. Story 37. Once upon a time, deep within the heart of an ancient forest, there lived a young rabbit named Thistle. Though small in stature, Thistle possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to communicate with the trees and plants that surrounded her. On a crisp autumn evening, as Thistle nestled beneath the twisted roots of an ancient oak, she heard a faint whisper carried by the wind. It was the voice of the forest, calling out to her in a language only she could understand. "Thistle, brave one," the trees rustled. "A great darkness has fallen upon our realm, and only you can restore the balance." Thistle's eyes widened as a glimmering acorn tumbled from the oak's branches and landed at her feet. This was no ordinary acorn, for it radiated with a warm golden glow. "Within this sacred acorn lies the power to dispel the shadows that threaten our home," the trees explained. "You must embark on a journey beyond the forest's edge and seek out the forgotten realm of the Dryads, ancient guardians of nature's harmony." Though fear stirred within her, Thistle knew she could not ignore the forest's plea. With the enchanted acorn tucked safely beneath her chin, she bid farewell to her woodland friends and set off into the unknown. The path ahead was long and treacherous, winding through sun-dappled glades and misty ravines. Thistle encountered many wonders and perils along the way, towering mountains that scraped the sky, rushing rivers that roared with ancient voices, and creatures both friendly and fearsome. Yet through it all, the acorn's warm glow guided her steps, reminding her of the sacred duties she had sworn to uphold. After many moons of travel, Thistle found herself standing before a massive willow tree, its branches heavy with trailing vines and crystalline dewdrops. This, she knew, was the gateway to the Dryad's realm. With a deep breath, Thistle stepped through the curtain of vines and emerged in a world unlike any she had ever imagined. Towering trees adorned with shimmering leaves stretched as far as the eye could see, their branches intertwined in a canopy of verdant splendor. And there, among the ancient trunks, stood the Dryads themselves, lithe, graceful beings whose very existences seemed woven from the fabric of nature itself. "Welcome, Thistle," their melodic voices chimed in unison. "We have been awaiting your arrival." Thistle trembled as she recounted the darkness that had befallen her forest home, and the Dryads listened with solemn reverence. "The shadows you speak of are born of an ancient evil, a force that seeks to sever the sacred bond between the natural world and those who dwell within it," they explained. "But you have carried the light of hope and perseverance through your journey, and for that, we shall aid you in your quest." With a wave of their slender hands, the Dryads conjured a shimmering pool of crystal-clear water. Within its depths, Thistle saw visions of a hidden glade, where a twisted, gnarled tree stood sentinel over a dark, foreboding chasm. "There lies the source of the shadows," the Dryads whispered. "Deep within that chasm dwells Noctis, the embodiment of eternal night. Only by confronting Noctis and restoring the balance can your forest be saved." Thistle's heart quailed at the thought of facing such a foe, but the determination within her burned brighter than ever before. Armed with the enchanted acorn and the wisdom of the Dryads, she set off once more, her paws treading the paths of destiny. After many trials and tribulations, Thistle finally reached the glade where the twisted tree stood guard. A sense of dread hung heavy in the air, and the very ground seemed to tremble beneath her feet. Taking a deep breath, Thistle stepped towards the chasm, the acorn's golden glow burning brighter than ever before. "Noctis!" she called out, her voice echoing through the endless darkness. "I come bearing the light of hope and the strength of the natural world. Your reign of shadow ends here." A deep, rumbling laugh echoed from the depths of the chasm, sending shivers down Thistle's spine. "Foolish creature," a voice like crackling thunder boomed. "You think your paltry light can pierce the eternal night I have wrought? Your hopes are but embers, soon to be snuffed out." From the inky blackness, a writhing mass of shadows emerged, coalescing into the towering form of Noctis. His very presence seemed to leach warmth and light from the world around him. Thistle trembled, but she refused to back down. Clutching the acorn tightly, she summoned every ounce of courage and defiance within her. "You may cloak the world in darkness, Noctis," she cried, "but the light of hope burns eternal within the hearts of those who refuse to surrender." With those words, Thistle hurled the acorn into the swirling vortex of shadows. For a moment, all seemed lost as the darkness threatened to consume the tiny seed of light. But then, a brilliant burst of golden radiance erupted from within the chasm, banishing the shadows and bathing the world in a warm, comforting glow. Noctis howled in anguish as his shadowy form disintegrated, reduced to mere wisps of smoke scattered by the wind. The battle was won, and the balance restored. As Thistle emerged from the glade, she was greeted by a wondrous sight. The forest had been reborn, its trees and plants bursting with vibrant life and color. The dryads appeared once more, their faces aglow with joy and reverence. "Well done, brave Thistle," they sang. "Through your courage and unwavering spirit, you have proven yourself a true guardian of nature's harmony." From that day forth, Thistle became a living symbol of hope and resilience. Her tale passed down through generations, as a reminder that even the smallest creatures can achieve greatness when guided by the light of their own convictions. And though the shadows may rise again, the world would forever know that as long as there are those willing to stand against the darkness, the light of hope can never be extinguished. Once upon a time, deep within the heart of an ancient forest, there lived a young rabbit named Thistle. Though small in stature, Thistle possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to communicate with the trees and plants that surrounded her. On a crisp autumn evening, as Thistle nestled beneath the twisted roots of an ancient oak, she heard a faint whisper carried by the wind. It was the voice of the forest, calling out to her in a language only she could understand. "Thistle, brave one," the trees rustled. "A great darkness has fallen upon our realm, and only you can restore the balance." Thistle's eyes widened as a glimmering acorn tumbled from the oak's branches and landed at her feet. This was no ordinary acorn, for it radiated with a warm golden glow. "Within this sacred acorn lies the power to dispel the shadows that threaten our home," the trees explained. "You must embark on a journey beyond the forest's edge and seek out the forgotten realm of the dryads, ancient guardians of nature's harmony." Though fear stirred within her, Thistle knew she could not ignore the forest's plea. With the enchanted acorn tucked safely beneath her chin, she bid farewell to her woodland friends and set off into the unknown. The path ahead was long and treacherous, winding through sun-dappled glades and misty ravines. Thistle encountered many wonders and perils along the way, towering mountains that scraped the sky, rushing rivers that roared with ancient voices, and creatures both friendly and fearsome. Yet through it all, the acorn's warm glow guided her steps, reminding her of the sacred duties she had sworn to uphold. After many moons of travel, Thistle found herself standing before a massive willow tree, its branches heavy with trailing vines and crystalline dewdrops. This, she knew, was the gateway to the Dryad's realm. With a deep breath, Thistle stepped through the curtain of vines and emerged in a world unlike any she had ever imagined. Towering trees adorned with shimmering leaves stretched as far as the eye could see, their branches intertwined in a canopy of verdant splendor. And there, among the ancient trunks, stood the dryads themselves, lithe, graceful beings whose very existences seemed woven from the fabric of nature itself. "Welcome, Thistle," their melodic voices chimed in unison. "We have been awaiting your arrival." Thistle trembled as she recounted the darkness that had befallen her forest home, and the dryads listened with solemn reverence. "The shadows you speak of are born of an ancient evil, a force that seeks to sever the sacred bond between the natural world and those who dwell within it," they explained. "But you have carried the light of hope and perseverance through your journey, and for that, we shall aid you in your quest." With a wave of their slender hands, the dryads conjured a shimmering pool of crystal-clear water. Within its depths, Thistle saw visions of a hidden glade, where a twisted, gnarled tree stood sentinel over a dark, foreboding chasm. "There lies the source of the shadows," the dryads whispered. "Deep within that chasm dwells Noctis, the embodiment of eternal night. Only by confronting Noctis and restoring the balance can your forest be saved." Thistle's heart quailed at the thought of facing such a foe, but the determination within her burned brighter than ever before. Armed with the enchanted acorn and the wisdom of the dryads, she set off once more, her paws treading the paths of destiny. After many trials and tribulations, Thistle finally reached the glade where the twisted tree stood guard. A sense of dread hung heavy in the air, and the very ground seemed to tremble beneath her feet. Taking a deep breath, Thistle stepped towards the chasm, the acorn's golden glow burning brighter than ever before. "Noctis!" she called out, her voice echoing through the endless darkness. "I come bearing the light of hope and the strength of the natural world. Your reign of shadow ends here." A deep, rumbling laugh echoed from the depths of the chasm, sending shivers down Thistle's spine. "Foolish creature," a voice like crackling thunder boomed. "You think your paltry light can pierce the eternal night I have wrought? Your hopes are but embers, soon to be snuffed out." From the inky blackness, a writhing mass of shadows emerged, coalescing into the towering form of Noctis. His very presence seemed to leach warmth and light from the world around him. Thistle trembled, but she refused to back down. Clutching the acorn tightly, she summoned every ounce of courage and defiance within her. "You may cloak the world in darkness, Noctis," she cried, "but the light of hope burns eternal within the hearts of those who refuse to surrender." With those words, Thistle hurled the acorn into the swirling vortex of shadows. For a moment, all seemed lost as the darkness threatened to consume the tiny seed of light. But then, a brilliant burst of golden radiance erupted from within the chasm, banishing the shadows and bathing the world in a warm, comforting glow. Noctis howled in anguish as his shadowy form disintegrated, reduced to mere wisps of smoke scattered by the wind. The battle was won, and the balance restored. As Thistle emerged from the glade, she was greeted by a wondrous sight. The forest had been reborn, its trees and plants bursting with vibrant life and color. The dryads appeared once more, their faces aglow with joy and reverence. "Well done, brave Thistle," they sang. "Through your courage and unwavering spirit, you have proven yourself a true guardian of nature's harmony." From that day forth, Thistle became a living symbol of hope and resilience. Her tale passed down through generations, as a reminder that even the smallest creatures can achieve greatness when guided by the light of their own convictions. And though the shadows may rise again, the world would forever know that as long as there are those willing to stand against the darkness, the light of hope can never be extinguished. Story 38. In a forest where sunbeams danced through emerald canopies, a young deer named Willow grazed contentedly. Though her woodland home brimmed with natural wonders, an unexplored mystery tugged at her heart. A veil of wildflowers draped across a distant glade, concealing whatever secrets lay beyond. One crisp morning, Willow's curiosity grew too potent to ignore. With a deep breath, she ventured forth, parting the fragrant curtain of blooms. A dazzling spectacle awaited, a meadow carpeted in mossy paths that spiraled towards a glimmering pond. Dragonflies with kaleidoscopic wings flitted between towering toadstools, their colors ever shifting like living rainbows. As Willow meandered along the winding trails, wide-eyed, she noticed a flurry of movement within the pond's crystalline depths. Shoals of shimmering fish broke the surface in perfect synchronicity, forming fluid, mesmerizing patterns before melting back into the water. Willow's jaw dropped in amazement at their whimsical dance. Suddenly, a gentle splashing nearby made her tail twitch. She turned to find an otter paddling towards her, whiskers twitching in a friendly smile. "Welcome to the Everspring Glade," the otter chittered. "I'm Nelia, keeper of this sanctuary." Willow blinked her long lashes. "It's utterly breathtaking," she murmured. Nelia beamed with pride for her mystical home. "The Everspring is truly a marvel," Nelia said wistfully, "but its magic depends on visitors brave enough to deepen the pond with their dreams and hopes, no matter how small." Willow quirked an inquisitive brow. She thought of her own quiet longings, to explore beyond her forest's boundaries, to seek out other realms of beauty and enchantment. As if sensing Willow's pondering, Nelia gestured towards a hollowed log resting at the pond's edge. "Go ahead, young one, let your dreams drift into the Everspring, and wonders shall unfurl before you." With a steadying breath, Willow approached the makeshift vessel. She closed her eyes, envisioning vibrant landscapes yet unseen, brimming with fantastic flora and fauna. As each hopeful reverie took shape, she delicately exhaled it across the water's mirrored surface, sending lush ripples outward. To her astonishment, the ripples blossomed into shimmering echoes that swirled higher, coalescing into a breathtaking auroral vortex above the pond. Within its swirling iridescence, glimpses of distant realms flickered to life, jeweled forests, winding celestial rivers, and mountains wreathed in gemstone clouds. Wow. Willow's voice caught in her throat. With a tremulous step, she waded into the Everspring's welcoming embrace. The waters embraced her like liquid starlight, buoying her up and propelling her into the heart of the spiraling aurora. As Willow soared, realities blurred and merged around her in a kaleidoscope of incredible visions. Though moments stretched into eternities, her sense of wonder never waned. Finally, the maelstrom of light slowed and stilled, depositing her on the pearlescent shore of an unfamiliar paradise. Willow shook the stardust from her wide eyes, gazing out at this strange new land with reverence. From glades where hyacinth trees blossomed into musical chimes to archipelagos adrift in a lavender sea, she knew her journey had only just begun. As Willow turned to thank the Everspring, she found Nelia waiting in the shallows, whiskers twitching in a proud smile. "We'll be here whenever you need to dream again," the otter said warmly. With lightness in her heart and a renewed zest for exploration, Willow lifted her head to await the adventures ahead. For she had glimpsed the power of her own hopes and the boundless potential that comes from following one's starlit curiosities into the unknown. Story 39. In the quaint village of Eldergrove, nestled between rolling hills and dense whispering forests, there lived a young girl named Cressida. Her days were often filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the sweet melody of birdsong that drifted through her open window each morning. Eldergrove was a place where time seemed to move at its own leisurely pace, where nature and the villagers coexisted in a harmonious dance. Cressida was known for her insatiable curiosity and her innate ability to see the extraordinary in the ordinary. Her wild, coppery hair seemed to hold the very essence of the sun, and her eyes sparkled with the deep green of the forest after a summer rain. She was adored by the villagers, who often marveled at her tales of secret woodland paths and hidden meadows filled with flowers that bloomed in colors only she could describe. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves crunched beneath her feet and the air hung heavy with the scent of earth and pine, Cressida wandered deeper into the forest than she ever had before. The trees stood tall and ancient, their trunks thick with moss, and the canopy above formed a patchwork of light and shadow. It was here, in the heart of the forest, that Cressida stumbled upon something truly remarkable. Nestled between the roots of a great oak tree was a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was smooth and worn with age, and it seemed to pulse with a gentle warmth that beckoned her closer. With a cautious curiosity, Cressida lifted the lid and found, to her astonishment, a delicate golden compass nestled within. This was no ordinary compass, for its needle spun wildly, pointing not to the north, but to the heart's deepest desires. As Cressida held the compass, she felt a tingling sensation spread through her fingertips, and she knew instinctively that this was a gift of great importance. With the compass in hand, Cressida embarked on a journey through the forest, guided by the ever-spinning needle. It led her through tangled thickets and across babbling brooks, through sun-dappled glades and over moss-covered stones. Along the way, she encountered creatures of the forest that seemed to recognize her gentle spirit. A fox with fur like burnished copper, a family of deer with soft, inquisitive eyes, and a wise old owl who watched her progress from the branches above. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the forest floor, the compass led Cressida to a hidden glade she had never seen before. In the center of the glade stood a circle of standing stones, ancient and mysterious, their surfaces etched with runes that glowed softly in the fading light. Cressida approached the stones with a sense of awe, feeling the weight of history and magic in the air. It was then that she noticed she was not alone. A figure emerged from the shadows, a tall, graceful woman with hair like silver moonlight and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. "Welcome, Cressida," the woman spoke, her voice like the gentle rustle of leaves. "I am Seraphina, guardian of this enchanted grove. You have been chosen by the compass to embark on a journey of discovery and growth." Cressida listened intently, her heart beating with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. Seraphina explained that the compass was a magical artifact, one that had been hidden away for centuries, waiting for someone with a pure heart and an adventurous spirit to find it. It had the power to reveal not just the path through the forest, but the path to one's true self. "Your journey will not be easy," Seraphina continued, "but it will be filled with wonder and wisdom. You will learn to see beyond the surface of things, to find the magic in the world around you and within yourself." With these words, Seraphina placed a gentle hand on Cressida's shoulder, and in that moment, Cressida felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of belonging and purpose. The compass, now resting in her hand, seemed to glow with a soft, reassuring light. Over the days that followed, Cressida returned to the forest again and again, each time guided by the compass to new places and new discoveries. She learned to listen to the trees, to understand the language of the wind, and to see the beauty in the smallest of things: a dewdrop on a leaf, the pattern of a spider's web, the way sunlight danced on the water's surface. As she ventured deeper into the forest, Cressida found herself growing in ways she had never imagined. The compass guided her not just through the physical landscape, but through the landscape of her own heart. She discovered strengths she never knew she had, and she learned to face her fears with courage and grace. One day, the compass led Cressida to a place unlike any she had visited before, a hidden valley shrouded in mist, where the air was thick with the scent of jasmine and honeysuckle. Here she encountered a group of travelers who had lost their way. They were weary and disheartened, unsure of how to continue their journey. With kindness and empathy, Cressida approached the travelers, offering them her guidance and the light of the compass. Together, they forged a bond of friendship that transcended their differences, each one finding strength and solace in the other's company. As they journeyed together through the valley, Cressida shared the lessons she had learned from the forest and the compass. She taught them to trust in their own inner light, to see the magic in the world around them, and to believe in the power of friendship and love. In the end, it was not just the travelers who were transformed, but Cressida herself. She realized that the compass had not only guided her through the forest, but had led her on a journey of self-discovery and growth. She had become more than just a curious girl from Eldergrove. She had become a beacon of light and hope, a bridge between the magical and the mundane. As the sun set on her final day in the valley, casting a golden glow over the landscape, Cressida knew it was time to return home. With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit alight with newfound wisdom, she bid farewell to her friends and the enchanted world she had come to love. Back in Eldergrove, life continued at its gentle pace. The villagers welcomed Cressida home with open arms, and she shared her stories of adventure and magic, her eyes shining with the light of all she had seen. She kept the compass close, a reminder of the journey she had taken and the lessons she had learned. And so, as the seasons turned and the years passed, Cressida grew into a wise and gentle woman, her heart forever tied to the magic of the forest and the compass that had guided her. She became a storyteller, a keeper of secrets and dreams, sharing her tales with the children of Eldergrove, who listened with wide eyes and open hearts. In the quiet moments, when the world was still and the air was filled with the soft hum of night, Cressida would hold the compass and feel its warmth, a reminder that magic was always close at hand, ready to guide those who dared to seek it. And she knew, deep in her heart, that the compass had not just been a magical object, but a key to unlocking the magic within herself, a gift that would continue to light her path, wherever it might lead. Story 40. In the gentle town of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there stood an ancient oak tree known to all as the Heartwood. Its branches stretched wide and high, casting a comforting shade over the lush meadow beneath. The Heartwood was more than just a tree. It held secrets and stories from ages past, and whispered them through its rustling leaves to those willing to listen. On the edge of this quaint village lived a young girl named Leora. She had bright eyes that sparkled with curiosity and a gentle heart that overflowed with kindness. Leora was known among the townsfolk for her wondrous imagination and her love for exploring the hidden corners of Willowbrook. One serene afternoon, as golden rays of sunlight filtered through the leaves, Leora ventured out to her favorite spot beneath the heartwood. She carried with her a small, worn book filled with her sketches and stories. Sitting against the sturdy trunk, she let her fingers trace the intricate patterns of the bark, feeling the ancient wisdom it seemed to hold. As Leora sat in quiet contemplation, she noticed something peculiar, a soft glow emanating from a hollow in the tree. Intrigued, she reached into the hollow, and her fingers brushed against something smooth and cool. She pulled it out to reveal a delicate, shimmering pendant shaped like a teardrop. It was made of crystal and seemed to capture the light in 1,000 tiny rainbows. Leora felt an inexplicable connection to the pendant, as if it resonated with her very soul. She slipped it around her neck, and a gentle warmth spread through her chest. Unbeknownst to her, the pendant was a gift from the Heartwood, a magical object imbued with the power to reveal hidden worlds. As twilight descended upon Willowbrook, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Leora made her way home, her mind buzzing with excitement and wonder. That night, as she lay in bed, the pendant glowed softly, casting a gentle light across her room. She drifted into a peaceful sleep, unaware of the adventure that awaited her come morning. The next day, Leora awoke with a sense of anticipation. She felt drawn back to the Heartwood, as if it called to her. After breakfast, she set off once more, the pendant resting against her heart. As she arrived at the meadow, she noticed something she hadn't the day before. A faint, silvery path that wound its way through the grass, leading to a part of the forest she had never explored. With a mix of excitement and trepidation, she followed the path. Sunlight danced through the canopy above, creating dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was sweet with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves accompanied her steps like a soothing melody. The path led her to a hidden glade, where the trees stood in a perfect circle, their trunks entwined as if holding hands. In the center of the glade was a small crystalline pool, its waters shimmering with an ethereal light. Leora approached the pool, her heart pounding with awe and curiosity. As she gazed into the waters, she saw not her own reflection, but a vision of a world unlike any she had known. A world where flowers sang with the voice of the breeze, and creatures of all kinds lived in harmony. It was a place of magic and wonder, a hidden world within the very forest she had explored countless times. Just then, a soft voice broke the silence, gentle as the summer wind. "Welcome, Leora," it said. "You have found the entrance to the verdant realm, a world within your own, hidden from those who cannot see." Startled, Leora turned to see a small creature perched on a nearby branch. It was a squirrel, but unlike any she had seen before. Its fur was a deep emerald green, and its eyes sparkled with wisdom and kindness. "Who are you?" Leora asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am Seraphim," the squirrel replied with a twinkle in its eyes, "guardian of the verdant realm. The pendant you wear has chosen you, for you possess a heart open to the wonders of this world." Leora smiled, feeling a sense of belonging she had never known before. "What is this place?" she asked, gesturing to the vision in the pool. "This is the verdant realm," Seraphim explained, "a world where the magic of nature thrives and where friendship and wisdom reign. It is hidden from those who seek it with eyes alone, but open to those who seek it with their hearts." As Seraphim spoke, Leora felt a warmth blooming within her, a connection to this hidden world and its gentle magic. She knew, deep down, that she was meant to be here, to explore and learn from this place of wonder. With Seraphim as her guide, Leora began her journey into the verdant realm. As they walked through the glade, the world seemed to shift around them, revealing a landscape of breathtaking beauty. The trees here were taller, their leaves a vibrant tapestry of colors. Flowers bloomed in hues she had never imagined, and the air was filled with a symphony of birdsong and gentle laughter. "Each creature here has a story," Seraphim explained as they walked, "and each story is woven into the fabric of this realm." Leora listened with her heart, feeling the stories of the verdant realm flow through her like a gentle stream. She met creatures of all kinds, rabbits with fur like starlight, deer whose antlers were adorned with blossoms, and birds that sang in harmony with the rustling leaves. As she journeyed deeper into the realm, Leora learned of the challenges that faced this hidden world. The balance of magic and nature was delicate, and sometimes even the smallest disruption could cause ripples of change. But through friendship and cooperation, the creatures of the verdant realm overcame these challenges, each adding their own wisdom and strength to the whole. One day, as Leora explored a sun-dappled grove, she encountered a young fox named Finn. His fur was a fiery red, and his eyes gleamed with mischief and curiosity. Finn was known in the realm for his adventurous spirit and his knack for finding hidden treasures. "Hello, Leora," Finn greeted with a playful grin. "I hear you've been exploring the realm. Care to join me on a little adventure?" Leora's heart leapt with excitement. She had come to cherish her time in the verdant realm, and the thought of exploring it with Finn filled her with joy. "I'd love to," she replied, her eyes alight with anticipation. Together, they set off on a path lined with wildflowers that whispered secrets of the forest. Finn led Leora to a hidden glen where the air was thick with the scent of honeysuckle and the ground was soft with moss. In the center of the glen stood a majestic willow tree, its branches swaying gently in the breeze. "This is the Whispering Willow," Finn explained, his voice filled with reverence. "It's said to hold the wisdom of the realm, and those who listen closely can hear its stories." Leora approached the tree, feeling the gentle pull of its magic. As she placed her hand on the trunk, she closed her eyes and listened. The world around her faded away, and she heard the soft, melodic voice of the willow. It spoke of the cycles of nature, of the ebb and flow of life, and the interconnectedness of all things. It spoke of the importance of kindness and understanding, of the strength found in unity and friendship. Leora felt the wisdom of the willow seep into her soul, and she knew that she was changing, growing, as if the stories of the realm were becoming a part of her. As she opened her eyes, she found Finn watching her with a knowing smile. "The realm has a way of teaching us what we need to learn," he said, his voice gentle. Leora nodded, her heart full of gratitude and wonder. She realized that her journey in the verdant realm was not just about discovering a hidden world, but about discovering herself. Her capacity for kindness, her love for nature, and the strength of her own spirit. Days turned into weeks, and Leora continued to explore the realm, each adventure bringing new lessons and friendships. She learned to see the magic in the everyday, to appreciate the beauty of the natural world, and to cherish the connections she made along the way. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the realm, Leora found herself back at the crystalline pool. The pendant around her neck glowed softly, reflecting the warmth of her heart. Seraphim appeared by her side, his eyes filled with warmth and pride. "You have grown, Leora," he said, his voice a gentle melody. "The realm has become a part of you, and you a part of it." Leora smiled, feeling the truth of his words resonate within her. She knew that she would carry the magic of the verdant realm with her always, a part of her heart and soul. "Thank you, Seraphim," she said, her voice filled with gratitude, "for guiding me, for showing me this world." Seraphim nodded, his eyes twinkling with wisdom. "Remember, Leora, the magic of the realm is not bound by its borders. It lives within you, in every act of kindness, in every moment of wonder." With those words, Seraphim faded into the forest, leaving Leora alone by the pool. She gazed into its waters, seeing her own reflection now, but knowing that within her lay the heart of the verdant realm. As she made her way back to Willowbrook, the path lit by the soft glow of fireflies, Leora felt a sense of peace and contentment. She knew that her adventures in the realm had changed her, had made her stronger, wiser, and more open to the magic of the world around her. From that day on, Leora carried the lessons of the verdant realm with her, sharing its magic with the people of Willowbrook through her stories and her gentle, kind-hearted spirit. She knew that the realm was never far away, always a part of her, and she cherished the connection she had found with the hidden world and with herself. And so, beneath the ancient heartwood, where the secrets of the forest whispered through the leaves, Leora found her place in the world, a world filled with magic, friendship, and endless wonder. Story 41. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between lush rolling hills and a sparkling, winding river, there was a small cottage with a thatched roof and ivy creeping up its stone walls. Inside this cottage lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had hair the color of chestnuts and eyes reminiscent of the autumn sky, a deep and thoughtful blue. She lived with her grandmother, a kindly woman known throughout the village for her wisdom and her stories, which she shared warmly by the fireside. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced playfully to the ground, Lila was helping her grandmother tidy the attic. It was a place filled with the aroma of cedar and the quiet whispers of history, where boxes piled high held memories long forgotten. As Lila dusted off an old wooden trunk, her fingers brushed against something cool and metallic. Curious, she lifted the lid and discovered a small, intricately carved compass. Its brass surface glinted softly in the dim light filtering through the attic's single window. But this was no ordinary compass. Instead of pointing north, its needle spun gently, as if beckoning Lila to follow. "Grandmother, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice a mix of surprise and wonder. Her grandmother approached, her eyes twinkling with a secret knowledge. "Ah, the whispering compass," she said softly. "I wondered when it would find you." Lila's heart skipped a beat. "Whispering compass?" Her grandmother nodded, settling into an old rocking chair, the wood creaking familiarly under her weight. "This compass belonged to your great-grandfather. It does not guide you to places, but to truths. It leads the way to answers you seek, but only if you listen closely and trust its wisdom." Intrigued and a little apprehensive, Lila slipped the compass into her pocket. That night, as the stars sprinkled the sky like sugar, she lay awake, the compass resting on her bedside table, its needle casting gentle shadows in the moonlight. The next morning, with the first light of dawn painting the sky in gentle hues of pink and gold, Lila decided to follow the compass's call. She dressed warmly, wrapped a soft woolen scarf around her neck, and set off, the compass cradled in her hands. The needle spun slowly, then settled, pointing towards the forest that bordered the village. The forest was a place of mystery, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in shimmering patches, and the air was alive with the scent of pine and earth. As Lila ventured deeper, she met her first companion, a wise old owl perched upon a low-hanging branch. His feathers were a rich tapestry of browns and whites, and his eyes shone with the wisdom of ages. "Where are you headed, young one?" the owl hooted gently. "I'm following this compass," Lila replied, showing him the magical instrument. The owl nodded sagely. "Ah, the journey of truth. Remember, when the road seems unclear, wisdom will light the way." With a grateful smile, Lila continued on her path. The forest began to thicken, and soon she found herself at a small, bubbling brook. There a rabbit with fur as soft as a cloud and eyes bright with curiosity was sipping water. The rabbit looked up, twitching its nose. "Hello, traveler. What brings you here?" "I'm searching for answers," Lila explained, feeling the warmth of companionship in the rabbit's presence. "Answers are often found in the quietest places," the rabbit said kindly. "Sometimes you must pause and listen." Lila nodded thoughtfully, the rabbit's words echoing in her mind. As she crossed the brook, she noticed the compass's needle had begun to spin more fervently, guiding her further into the heart of the forest. The trees whispered secrets in the breeze, and soon she arrived at a clearing where a circle of ancient stones stood, covered in moss and thyme. In the center, a gentle glow emanated from a pool of crystal-clear water. Here, Lila paused, feeling a sense of peace and anticipation. She knelt by the pool, closing her eyes and letting the symphony of the forest fill her senses. The rustle of leaves, the song of distant birds, the gentle gurgle of the brook, all became a harmonious melody, guiding her thoughts inward. In this serene moment, the compass in her pocket grew warm, and Lila understood that the answers she sought were not bound by words or places, but by the connections she had made along her journey. The wisdom of the owl, the gentle reminder from the rabbit to listen, and the quietude of the clearing all spoke to a deeper truth within her. As Lila opened her eyes, she realized that the compass had stopped spinning. It lay still, its purpose fulfilled. She smiled softly, a newfound clarity shining in her eyes. She rose, feeling lighter, as if the forest itself had lifted her burdens. With the sun setting in a blaze of oranges and purples, Lila retraced her steps, bidding farewell to her newfound friends. The owl watched her departure with a nod, while the rabbit waved a tiny paw from the brook's edge. When Lila returned to the village, the first stars were beginning to twinkle in the velvet sky. Her grandmother was waiting by the fire, her knitting needles clicking softly. "Did you find what you were looking for?" her grandmother asked, her voice a gentle embrace. Lila nodded, settling beside her. "Yes, and more. I found that sometimes the answers are not in faraway places, but within us, waiting for the right moment to be heard." Her grandmother smiled, brushing a stray curl from Lila's forehead. "That's a journey many take a lifetime to complete, my dear." As the fire crackled softly and the warmth of the hearth enfolded them, Lila felt a profound sense of contentment. The journey had changed her, not by altering who she was, but by revealing the strength and wisdom she already possessed. And as the village settled into the quiet of the night, Lila fell asleep, the whispering compass resting once more in its trunk, waiting patiently for the next seeker of truths. The stars watched over the little cottage, where dreams were woven with threads of magic and discovery, promising new adventures when the time was right. And so, in the gentle glow of the fireplace and the soft embrace of a grandmother's love, Lila found her place in the world, enveloped in the warmth of home and the promise of endless possibilities. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. In the vast expanse of the universe, where stars glimmered like scattered jewels across an endless velvet sky, there existed a small, unassuming planet known as Varela. This planet, with its lush emerald forests and amber rivers, was home to a gentle species called the Varellans. Their skin shimmered softly like the surface of a tranquil lake at twilight, and their eyes were the color of amethysts, reflecting the wisdom of their peaceful ways. Far away, across light years of twinkling stardust, lay another world, Talara, a planet of crystalline mountains and azure seas. Here dwelt the Tellarites, a species as brilliant and multifaceted as their crystalline surroundings. Their skin sparkled with iridescent hues, and their minds worked with a precision akin to the intricate gears of an ancient clock. One day, a curious Varellan named Leora, with her heart full of wonder, decided to venture beyond her leafy world. She climbed aboard a small, star-bound vessel, setting her sights on the mysteries of the cosmos. Meanwhile, on Talara, a Tellarite named Keon, driven by his insatiable curiosity and thirst for knowledge, set forth on a similar journey, eager to explore the wonders beyond his crystalline home. As fate would have it, a cosmic storm swept through the galaxy, tangling the paths of these two adventurers. Their vessels, caught in the storm's swirling embrace, were drawn toward each other, eventually colliding gently in the midst of a vast, serene nebula that shimmered with hues of lavender and gold. Startled but unharmed, Leora and Keon found themselves face to face, their vessels now intertwined like threads in a cosmic tapestry. At first, they regarded each other with cautious curiosity, their differences stark and unfamiliar. Leora's soft, flowing form seemed a world apart from Keon's angular, crystalline structure. "Greetings," Leora began, her voice as gentle as a summer breeze. "I am Leora of Varela. It seems our journeys have crossed paths." Keon's voice was steady and resonant, like the harmonious chime of crystal bells. "I am Keon of Talara. It appears we are both at the mercy of this storm." Though they spoke the same language, their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstanding. Leora's gentle metaphors and poetic musings were met with Keon's logical and precise interpretations, creating a dance of confusion and misinterpretation. Yet despite these initial hurdles, a spark of curiosity and kindness lingered between them, urging them to bridge the gap. As they worked together to untangle their vessels, they began to share their stories, their hopes, and their dreams. Leora spoke of the whispering leaves of Varela's forests and the comforting embrace of its amber rivers. Keon, in turn, described the crystalline peaks of Talara, how they caught the first light of dawn and scattered it across the land like 1,000 rainbows. As the days passed, the cosmic storm continued to swirl around them, leaving them stranded in the heart of the nebula. Yet, within this celestial cocoon, something beautiful began to blossom. Leora and Keon found themselves facing shared challenges that tested their resolve and ingenuity. When a sudden solar flare threatened their vessels with a shower of fiery embers, Keon's analytical mind devised a plan to shield them using the reflective surfaces of his crystalline shards. Leora, with her deep understanding of harmony and balance, crafted melodies that soothed the turbulent energies, allowing them to stabilize their ships. In the quiet moments between challenges, they discovered the joy of laughter and the comfort of silence shared with a friend. Keon marveled at Leora's ability to see beauty in the simplest of things, while Leora admired Keon's unwavering dedication to understanding the universe's mysteries. One evening, as they gazed out at the nebula's swirling beauty, Leora turned to Keon, her eyes reflecting the starlight. "I've learned so much from you, my friend. Our differences, once so daunting, have become the threads that weave our friendship." Keon nodded, his crystalline form catching the nebula's glow. "Indeed, Leora. Through our misunderstandings, I've discovered new ways to see the world. You've taught me the value of emotion and intuition." As the cosmic storm finally subsided, their vessels gently drifted apart, free once more to continue their journeys. Yet something had changed within their hearts, a bond of friendship forged through shared trials and understanding. Before they parted ways, Leora placed a small, luminous stone in Keon's hand, a token from Varella's heart. "May this remind you of our time together," she said softly. Keon, in turn, gifted Leora a radiant shard of Talara's crystal, its colors shifting with the light. "And may this keep the memory of our friendship alive in your heart." With a final embrace, Leora and Keon bid each other farewell, their vessels now carrying the warmth of their newfound friendship. As they ventured forth into the stars, they knew that their paths would forever be intertwined, their hearts connected by the lessons of understanding and the true meaning of friendship. And so, as the nebula's light gently faded into the distance, the universe continued to turn, embracing the warmth and wisdom of those who dared to reach across the stars and find companionship in the unlikeliest of places. Story 49. Once upon a time, in a galaxy teeming with countless stars and planets, there existed a quaint little world known as Luminara, where the skies were forever brushed with hues of lavender and the rivers shimmered like liquid silver under the twin moons. Luminara was a planet of peace, where its inhabitants, the gentle lumens, lived in harmony with the lush landscapes, tending to the bioluminescent flora that glowed softly through the night. In a small village nestled between the rolling hills of Luminara, there lived a lumen named Taro. Taro was known for his kind heart and gentle spirit, always finding joy in the simple act of nurturing the glowing gardens that illuminated his village. His silvery skin glistened like the dewdrops that adorned the leaves each morning, and his eyes sparkled with the warmth of 1,000 suns. One starry evening, as Taro tended to the radiant flowers in his garden, a strange, metallic sound echoed through the skies. Looking up, Taro saw a small spaceship, unlike any he had seen before, descending through the lavender clouds. It landed with a soft thud in the clearing just beyond the village. Curiosity twinkling in his eyes, Taro made his way to the clearing, where he found a peculiar being emerging from the spaceship. This newcomer was unlike any creature of Luminara. With scales that shimmered like the night sky and eyes that glowed with a soft, ethereal light, the being looked around with a mixture of confusion and awe. It was a traveler from a distant planet called Etheria, where the skies were perpetually dark and the stars themselves were said to be alive. The Etherian introduced itself as Nira, its voice a gentle melody that resonated deep within Taro's heart. But where Taro saw an opportunity for friendship, the villagers saw an intruder, and their usual warmth was replaced by caution and misunderstanding. They whispered among themselves, wary of the newcomer who seemed so different from them. Sensing the unease, Nira felt a pang of loneliness, a feeling that was all too familiar. Back on Etheria, Nira had often felt out of place among its own kind, who were more interested in the mysteries of the cosmos than in forming bonds of friendship. Here on Luminara, it seemed that the stars had played a cruel trick, bringing it to a world where it was once again an outsider. But Taro, with his heart full of compassion, approached Nira with a gentle smile. "Welcome to Luminara," he said warmly, his voice as soothing as the whispering wind. "I am Taro, and I would be honored to show you our world." Nira nodded, grateful for the kindness in Taro's eyes, and together they walked through the village, with Taro pointing out the wonders of Luminara, the glowing flora, the crystal-clear streams, and the vibrant creatures that roamed the land. As they wandered, Taro shared stories of the Lumens' traditions and the history of their peaceful planet. Despite the initial misunderstandings, Taro and Nira found themselves drawn to one another's company, discovering a shared love for the beauty of the universe. As days turned into weeks, they spent their time exploring the hidden corners of Luminara, each adventure bringing them closer together. One day, while venturing into the heart of the luminescent forest, Taro and Nira stumbled upon an ancient tree, its branches reaching high into the sky, adorned with blossoms that glowed with a gentle, golden light. It was said that this tree held the wisdom of the ages, and those who sat beneath its boughs could hear the whispers of time itself. Feeling a sense of reverence, Taro and Nira sat beneath the tree, and as they listened to the soft rustling of leaves, they shared their deepest hopes and fears. Taro spoke of his dream to one day plant a garden so magnificent that it would light up the entire village, while Nira shared its longing to find a place where it truly belonged. In that moment, beneath the ancient tree, they realized that despite their differences, they were kindred spirits, both searching for a place in the universe where they could be themselves. They understood that friendship was not about being the same, but about accepting and celebrating each other's uniqueness. Soon after, a challenge arose that would test the strength of their newfound friendship. A powerful storm swept across Luminara, threatening to destroy the village and the glowing gardens that Taro cherished. The villagers, caught in the storm's fury, struggled to protect their homes and livelihoods. Seeing the fear in the villagers' eyes, Nira knew it had to help. Drawing upon the celestial energy of its home planet, Nira conjured a protective barrier around the village, using its own strength to shield the lumens from the storm's wrath. But the effort was draining, and Nira's light began to flicker and fade. Without hesitation, Taro rushed to Nira's side, offering words of encouragement and support. "You are not alone, my friend," he whispered, taking Nira's hands in his own. "Together, we can weather any storm." With Taro's unwavering faith and the villagers' newfound trust, Nira found the strength to hold the barrier until the storm passed. When the skies finally cleared, the villagers emerged from their homes, grateful for Nira's selfless act of bravery. The storm had brought them closer, and the villagers, realizing their previous misunderstanding, welcomed Nira with open arms, embracing it as one of their own. Taro's garden, though battered by the storm, was saved, and as he replanted the glowing flowers, Nira was there by his side, their shared laughter echoing through the rolling hills. In the days that followed, Taro's dream came to life. Together with Nira and the villagers, they planted a garden so radiant that it lit up the entire village, a symbol of unity and friendship that shone brightly under the twin moons of Luminara. As the two friends sat beneath the ancient tree once more, surrounded by the blossoms of their labor, they knew that their bond was unbreakable, forged in the fires of challenge and strengthened by the light of understanding. And though their journey had begun with misunderstanding and uncertainty, it had blossomed into a friendship that transcended the stars. In the gentle glow of the garden, Taro and Nira found what they had been searching for all along, a place where they truly belonged, not defined by where they came from, but by the love and acceptance they shared. And so, under the watchful eyes of the universe, they knew they would never be alone again. And thus, the tale of Taro and Nira became a cherished story on Luminara, a reminder that true friendship knows no bounds, and that even the most unlikely companions can find harmony in the most unexpected of places. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. In a hidden glen of the ancient forest, where towering trees stood like sentinels and gentle streams whispered their timeless songs, the creatures of the woodland lived in a delicate balance. Among the tall oaks and whispering willows, a tapestry of life thrived, woven together by the seasons and the gentle hands of time. Here the air was crisp with the scent of pine and earth, and the sun filtered softly through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. In this magical place, where the line between reality and enchantment blurred like the morning mist, lived a wise old tortoise named Bertram. Bertram was known throughout the forest for his gentle nature and profound wisdom, passed down from generation to generation. His shell, a mosaic of greens and browns, was like a living map of the forest, etched with the stories of ages past. One golden morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the dew-laden leaves, Bertram awoke to a soft rustling nearby. Peeking out from beneath a cluster of ferns was a young squirrel named Pippa, her fur a vibrant russet that matched the autumn leaves. Pippa was curious and spirited, always eager to learn from the world around her. "Good morning, Bertram," Pippa chirped, her eyes bright with wonder. "I heard the wind singing a different tune last night. Do you know what it means?" Bertram smiled, his eyes twinkling with the reflections of the forest. "Ah, Pippa, the wind carries the wisdom of the seasons," he replied in his soothing, gravelly voice. "When it whispers, it tells of changes to come, of balance and harmony that must be maintained." Intrigued, Pippa settled beside Bertram, her fluffy tail curling around her paws. "Tell me more," she urged, eager to soak in the knowledge like sunlight. "The forest is a living tapestry," Bertram began, "and each creature, each leaf, and each breeze plays its part. The wind you heard is the herald of winter, reminding us of the time to prepare, to gather, and to reflect." As Bertram spoke, the forest around them seemed to come alive with the essence of his words. The leaves rustled softly, adding their own gentle chorus to his tale. Pippa listened intently, her heart beating in rhythm with the world around her. "Long ago," Bertram continued, "there was a time when the balance of the forest was threatened. The river ran dry, and the trees wilted under an unrelenting sun. It was through the wisdom of the elders and the unity of the creatures that harmony was restored." Pippa's eyes widened in awe. "How did they do it?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "They listened to the forest," Bertram replied, his voice like a warm embrace. "They learned to understand its needs and to care for it as it cared for them. The secret lies in the harmony of give and take, in nurturing the land that nurtures us." As the morning sun climbed higher, casting a gentle warmth over the glen, Pippa felt a deep sense of peace settling within her. She looked around, seeing the forest with new eyes, each tree and creature a vital part of the whole. Bertram watched her with a gentle smile, knowing that the seeds of wisdom had taken root. "Remember, little one," he said, "the forest is our home, and we are its guardians. With wisdom and kindness, we can preserve its magic for generations to come." With that, Pippa scampered up a nearby tree, her heart full of the promise of a new day. She would share Bertram's wisdom with her friends, ensuring the harmony of the forest would continue to thrive. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the forest settled into a tranquil hush. The creatures nestled into their homes, wrapped in the comfort of Bertram's timeless tales. And so, in the quiet heart of the ancient forest, a gentle balance was maintained, woven together by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. The trees stood tall, the streams sang softly, and the wind carried with it the enduring harmony of a world at peace. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. In the heart of the misty blue forest, where trees wore coats of moss and squirrels played hide-and-seek with the sunbeams, there lay a tiny, bustling village known as Twinklewood Hollow. This was no ordinary village, for its inhabitants were as unique and whimsical as the forest itself. You see, Twinklewood was home to a medley of magical creatures, each with their own delightful peculiarity. At the center of the hollow lived a merry little gnome named Pipkin. Pipkin was known far and wide for his penchant for wearing mismatched socks, believing they brought him good luck. His home was a cozy burrow beneath an ancient oak, with windows framed by ivy and a door that creaked a friendly greeting each time it opened. Pipkin's most cherished possession was a brass kettle that whistled the tune of "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star" whenever the tea was ready. Next door to Pipkin, in a treehouse woven from willow branches, lived a sprightly fairy named Flick. Flick had wings as delicate as a dragonfly's, shimmering in hues of lavender and gold. She had an infectious giggle that sounded like wind chimes in a gentle breeze, and was known for her remarkable skill in painting the most vibrant rainbows across the sky with her magic paintbrush. A little further down the cobblestone path, one would find the abode of Terence, the talking tortoise. Terence was never in a rush, and he often reminded his friends that the best way to enjoy life was one slow step at a time. His shell was a patchwork of colors, each tile a memory from his travels around the world. Terence was a master storyteller, his tales as rich and layered as the forest floor in autumn. One sunny morning, as the dew sparkled on the meadow like 1,000 tiny diamonds, Pipkin, Flick, and Terence gathered at the village square. They were joined by a lively crowd of other villagers, including the melodic-voiced songbirds, the mischievous squirrel twins, and the wise old owl Hootsworth, who always wore spectacles perched precariously on his beak. The occasion was the annual Twinklewood Festival, a day filled with laughter, games, and feasting. But this year, something peculiar was afoot. As the festivities began, a curious occurrence unfolded. The air shimmered with a peculiar iridescent glow, and suddenly, every sound in the village turned into a melody. The rustling leaves sang a gentle lullaby, the bubbling brook played a merry jig, and even the clattering of dishes at the feast was transformed into a cheerful tune. At first, the villagers found this quite amusing. They danced to the melody of their chores and chuckled at the serenading sounds all around them. However, as the day wore on, it became apparent that this magical melody was more than just a harmless enchantment. Every spoken word was now a song, and trying to communicate became a comical opera of misunderstandings. "We need to solve this musical mystery," declared Pipkin, his words tumbling out in a lively aria that made the crowd giggle. Flick fluttered her wings excitedly, her voice a playful soprano. "Let's head to the whispering glade. Perhaps the trees can tell us what's causing this tuneful trouble." The villagers agreed, and off they went, a parade of singing, humming, and whistling creatures, weaving their way through the forest to the whispering glade. The glade was a special place where the oldest trees in the forest stood, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. It was said that these trees could speak if you listened closely enough. As they reached the glade, the villagers quieted, their melodic chatter turning into a harmonious hum. Pipkin stepped forward, his mismatched socks peeking out from beneath his trousers, and addressed the trees in a gentle ballad. "O wise trees, what is this magical melody that fills our village? Can you help us find a way to bring back our normal voices?" For a moment the glade was silent, save for the rustling leaves. Then, a deep, resonant voice emerged from the largest tree, its bark as gnarled and wise as time itself. "Long ago, a playful sprite named Melody cast a spell upon these woods, leaving behind a treasure of musical enchantments. It seems you have stumbled upon one of her playful charms." Terence, in his slow and deliberate baritone, asked, "Is there a way to undo the spell, dear trees?" The elder tree responded with a gentle rustle. "Ah, yes. To return your voices, you must find Melody's forgotten flute, hidden deep within the enchanted grove. Play a tune of friendship, and the spell shall be undone." With newfound determination, Pipkin, Flick, and Terence set out towards the enchanted grove, a place known for its magical wonders and delightful surprises. The path was lined with flowers that opened and closed like little music boxes, and birds that flew in synchronized patterns, creating an aerial symphony. As they reached the grove, they were greeted by a sight that took their breath away. The trees here were not ordinary. Their trunks twisted into fantastical shapes, and their leaves glowed in every color imaginable. In the center of the grove stood a pedestal made of crystal, and atop it lay a flute, its surface shimmering like a moonlit lake. Flick, with her fairy grace, picked up the flute. "I think I know just the tune," she said, her voice a gentle melody. She placed the flute to her lips and began to play. The notes floated through the air, a sweet, simple tune that spoke of friendship and harmony. As the melody swirled around them, the iridescent glow that had filled the village began to fade, and the sounds returned to their natural state. Back in Twinklewood Hollow, the villagers cheered, their voices at last free from the musical enchantment. They gathered around Pipkin, Flick, and Terence, thanking them with heartfelt gratitude. Pipkin grinned, twirling one of his mismatched socks. It's good to have our voices back, but I must admit it was quite an adventure. Flick giggled, her wings fluttering with joy. Yes, and what a wonderful tune it turned out to be. Terence nodded slowly, a contented smile on his face. Indeed, my friends, sometimes it takes a little magic to remind us of the music in our lives. As the sun set, casting a warm golden glow over Twinklewood Hollow, the villagers gathered for a feast beneath the stars. Laughter and the clinking of glasses filled the air, mingling with the gentle hush of the forest. The night ended with Pipkin and Flick leading everyone in a joyful dance, their feet tapping out a merry rhythm on the cobblestone streets. And so, with hearts full of joy and the bonds of friendship stronger than ever, the villagers drifted into happy dreams, comforted by the knowledge that even in a world of magic and melody, the greatest harmony of all was found in their togetherness. Story 59. Story 60. In the sleepy village of Eldergrove, nestled between verdant hills and cloaked in the gentle embrace of ancient oaks, there existed a whisper of magic that danced on the crisp, cool air. Eldergrove was a place where time seemed to linger, where the seasons drifted slowly through the landscape, painting it with hues of emerald and gold. The villagers lived simple lives, touched by the subtle magic that flowed like an unseen river beneath their world. In this quaint village, a young girl named Leora found solace in the natural world that surrounded her. With eyes as curious as the morning sun peeking over the horizon, Leora spent her days wandering the meadows, her heart in tune with the rhythms of the earth. Her auburn hair cascaded down her back, catching glimmers of sunlight that danced like fireflies at dusk. She possessed a gentle spirit, one that seemed to draw the whispers of the wind and the secrets of the forest into her being. One fateful afternoon, as the golden light of the setting sun bathed the landscape in a warm embrace, Leora discovered a peculiar object nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer in the fading light. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, Leora knelt beside the tree, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings that spoke of forgotten tales and hidden wonders. As she opened the lid, a soft, ethereal glow emanated from within, casting a gentle light upon her face. Inside, nestled upon a bed of moss, lay a tiny silver key. It was unlike anything Leora had ever seen, its surface glinting with a luminescence that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. With a sense of awe and wonder, she gently lifted the key, feeling a warmth spread through her fingertips and into her heart. From that moment on, Leora felt a change within her, as if the key had unlocked a door to a hidden world just beyond the reach of ordinary sight. The air seemed thicker with mystery, the colors of the forest more vibrant, the songs of the birds more melodious. It was as if the very essence of nature had revealed itself to her, inviting her to explore the depths of its magic. Emboldened by this newfound connection, Leora ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, her footsteps light upon the leaf-strewn path. As she walked, she noticed the world around her transforming, the trees whispering secrets in a language she could almost understand, the brook singing a melody that resonated with the rhythm of her heart. Her journey led her to a secluded glen, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns upon the forest floor. There she encountered a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, luminescent fox with fur that shimmered like moonlight on water. Its eyes, deep pools of understanding, gazed into hers, and Leora knew that this creature was a guardian of the forest, a keeper of its ancient magic. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its movements as fluid as the breeze that stirred the leaves. Leora knelt, extending her hand in a gesture of friendship and trust. To her delight, the fox nuzzled against her palm, a soft warmth spreading from its touch, filling her with a sense of belonging and peace. As they sat together in the glen, the fox shared its story through images and feelings that flowed into Leora's mind. She learned of the hidden world within the natural environment, a realm where magic thrived in harmony with the earth, where creatures of wonder and wisdom lived unseen by those who hurried through life without noticing the miracles around them. The fox revealed that the silver key Leora had found was a gift, a token of trust from the spirits of the forest. It granted her the ability to see beyond the veil of the mundane, to experience the world in its truest form. But with this gift came a responsibility, a duty to protect the magic of the forest and ensure its secrets remained safe. Days turned into weeks as Leora and the fox explored the hidden wonders of the forest together. They discovered groves of whispering trees that shared stories of the past, pools of crystal-clear water that reflected the dreams of those who gazed into their depths, and fields of wildflowers that bloomed with colors unseen by ordinary eyes. Each new discovery deepened their bond and strengthened their resolve to protect the magic that thrived within their world. As the seasons changed, so too did Leora. She grew wiser, her heart attuned to the delicate balance of nature, her spirit intertwined with the ancient magic that flowed through the forest. She learned to understand the language of the wind, to listen to the wisdom of the stars, and to dance with the rhythms of the earth. One moonlit night, as they rested beneath the protective canopy of the trees, Leora confided in the fox her dreams of understanding more about the origins of the forest's magic. The fox, in response, led her to an ancient, hidden library, where the walls were made of entwined branches and the shelves were lined with books and scrolls filled with knowledge of the land's history and magic. In the library, Leora immersed herself in the rich tapestry of stories and lore. She read about the ancient guardians of the forest, legendary creatures who had once roamed the earth, and the delicate balance that sustained the magic around them. She discovered tales of courageous souls who had defended the forest in times of peril, and she felt a kinship with these protectors of old. But with knowledge came challenges. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves of amber and gold carpeted the forest floor, Leora sensed a disturbance, a shadow that crept upon the edges of her awareness, a chill that whispered of danger. The forest spoke in hushed tones, warning of an impending threat that could unravel the delicate threads of magic that bound their world together. Determined to protect the hidden realm she had come to love, Leora set out with the fox by her side, their path illuminated by the soft glow of the silver key. They ventured to the heart of the forest, where an ancient stone circle stood as a sentinel against the encroaching darkness. The air crackled with energy, the stones humming with a power that resonated deep within Leora's soul. As they approached, a figure emerged from the shadows, a tall, cloaked stranger whose presence seemed to draw the light from the very air. His eyes glinted with a cold, calculating gleam, and his voice was a low, menacing whisper that curled around Leora's heart like a tendril of smoke. "You possess something that does not belong to you," the stranger intoned, his gaze fixed upon the silver key that hung around Leora's neck. "It is a power too great for one so young, so inexperienced." Leora felt the weight of his words, the doubt they sowed in her heart. But she drew strength from the warmth of the fox by her side, from the ancient magic that thrummed through the stones beneath her feet. She met the stranger's gaze with unwavering resolve, her voice steady and clear. "This key was entrusted to me by the spirits of the forest," she declared, her heart burning with the courage that comes from knowing one's purpose. "I will protect the magic of this world, and I will not allow you to harm it." The stranger's eyes narrowed, a flicker of frustration crossing his face. "You are but a child," he sneered, "and you cannot hope to stand against me." But Leora knew she was not alone. She felt the presence of the forest around her, the strength of the trees, the wisdom of the creatures, the power of the earth itself rising to support her. She reached for the silver key, feeling its warmth spread through her fingertips, its magic flowing into her being. In that moment, Leora understood the true nature of the gift she had been given. The key was not a weapon, but a bridge, a connection between her and the magic of the forest, a conduit through which she could draw upon its strength. She closed her eyes, feeling the energy of the forest pulse through her, filling her with light and certainty. When she opened her eyes, the stranger recoiled, his expression shifting from arrogance to fear. The air around Leora shimmered with a radiant glow, the light of the forest shining from within her, banishing the shadows that had crept into their world. "You are not alone," Leora whispered, her voice carrying the strength of the forest, the wisdom of the trees, the courage of the fox by her side. I stand with the magic of this world, and together we will prevail." The stranger's form wavered, his image dissolving like mist before the rising sun. With a final, defiant snarl, he vanished into the ether, leaving behind only the whisper of his defeat. As the light faded, Leora felt the forest's gratitude surrounding her, a warm embrace that filled her heart with joy and contentment. She turned to the fox, her faithful companion and guide, and they shared a moment of understanding, a bond forged in the fires of adversity, tempered by the shared love of the world they had vowed to protect. With the threat vanquished, Leora and the fox returned to their exploration of the forest, their hearts light and their spirits unburdened. Together, they continued to discover the hidden wonders of the natural world, delighting in the magic that flowed through every leaf, every stone, every whisper of the wind. As the years passed, Leora grew into a wise and gentle guardian of the forest, her bond with the hidden realm deepening with each passing season. She learned that true strength came not from power, but from understanding, from friendship, from the willingness to stand for what was right. To deepen her understanding, Leora embarked on a journey beyond Eldergrove. She traveled to distant villages and met with other guardians of the natural world, each with their own unique connection to the magic that intertwined their lives. Through these interactions, Leora gained insight into the vastness of the magic that permeated the land, realizing that Eldergrove's enchantment was part of a larger tapestry that spanned the world. During her travels, Leora encountered a wise elder named Thalion, who had spent his life studying the ancient lore of the earth. Thalion spoke of the Great Convergence, a time when all the magical energies of the world would align, allowing those attuned to their power to glimpse the very fabric of creation. Intrigued, Leora listened intently as Thalion shared his knowledge, his words weaving a vision of a world brimming with potential and wonder. Eager to witness this event, Leora made her way to the sacred gathering place, a vast plateau overlooking the convergence of 5 great rivers. As the day of the Great Convergence dawned, guardians from across the land assembled, their presence a testament to the enduring bond between the natural world and those who cherished it. As the sun reached its zenith, the air shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, a radiant tapestry woven from the threads of magic that bound their world. Leora felt the energy coursing through her, a symphony of light and sound that resonated with the deepest part of her being. In that moment, she understood her place in the grand design, the interconnectedness of all things, the unity of purpose that linked every guardian, every creature, every leaf and stone. She realized that the true magic of the world lay not in the objects or the powers they wielded, but in the connections they forged, the harmony they nurtured, the love they shared. And so the magic of the forest endured, its secrets safe in the hands of those who cherished them, its wonders preserved for generations yet to come. Leora's journey had transformed her, not only in her understanding of the world, but in her understanding of herself, a journey of discovery, of friendship, of courage and compassion. In the end, Leora knew that the true magic of the forest lay not in the mysterious objects or the hidden powers, but in the connections forged between those who dared to see beyond the ordinary, to embrace the extraordinary, and to protect the beauty and wonder that surrounded them. And so, under the gentle light of the moon, with the forest as her eternal companion, Leora's heart swelled with gratitude, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic that had changed her life. She sat beside her fox friend, the crackling leaves beneath them a comforting symphony, and whispered a promise into the night, a vow to cherish the magic of their world, to guard it with all her heart, and to share its wonders with those who would listen, those who would see, those who would believe. With the stars as her guide and the forest as her home, Leora found peace in the knowledge that she was part of something greater, something timeless and beautiful. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the world, she closed her eyes, the warmth of the fox by her side, and drifted into a dreamless sleep, content in the certainty that she was exactly where she was meant to be. For in Eldergrove, where magic whispered through the trees and danced upon the breeze, there was always a place for those who believed, those who listened, those who loved. And in that enchanted world, Leora had found her home. On a particularly golden autumn afternoon, while the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Leora felt a stirring within her heart, a call to return to the ancient oak where her journey had begun. With the fox at her side, she retraced her steps through the woods, the path familiar yet ever-changing in the dance of light and shadow. As they approached the oak, Leora noticed a gathering of creatures, deer, birds, and even a curious squirrel, assembled around the tree, as if drawn by the same mysterious force. The air was thick with anticipation, a gentle hum of energy that vibrated through the ground beneath her feet. Leora knelt before the oak, the silver key in her hand, and placed it gently upon the mossy earth. The creatures watched in silence, their eyes reflecting the glow of the setting sun. As the key touched the ground, a ripple of light spread outward, weaving through the roots and branches, illuminating the tree from within. In that moment, Leora understood the true purpose of the key. It was not merely a token of power, but a symbol of unity, a reminder of the bond between all living things. The magic of the forest thrived on this connection, nourished by the love and respect of those who called it home. With a soft sigh, the oak released a single leaf, its surface etched with delicate patterns that shimmered like gold. The leaf drifted down to Leora, settling in her open palm, a gift from the heart of the forest. Touched by the gesture, Leora felt tears of joy welling in her eyes, a profound gratitude swelling in her chest. She understood now that her journey had come full circle, that her role as a guardian was not to wield power, but to nurture and protect the fragile web of life that bound them all together. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and lavender, Leora stood with the fox by her side. The creatures of the forest gathered around them in a silent vow of solidarity. Together they watched as the stars emerged, each one a beacon of hope, a reminder of the magic that flowed through their world. And in the quiet of the night, with the forest as her witness, Leora whispered a promise to the stars, a vow to cherish and protect the magic of Eldergrove, to honor the connections that gave it life, and to share its wonders with those who would listen, those who would see, those who would believe. For in Eldergrove, where magic whispered through the trees and danced upon the breeze, there would always be a place for those who believed, those who listened, those who loved. And in that enchanted world, Leora had found her home, her purpose, and her peace. 61. Once upon a time, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering babble of a crystal-clear brook, lay the quaint village of Meadowdown. This little village was known for its charming cobblestone streets, the scent of sweet lavender drifting from cottage gardens, and the gentle chime of bells from the old stone chapel at the village square. But beyond the common sights and sounds, Meadowdown held a secret known only to those who had the heart to discover it. In a small, ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a kind-hearted soul, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. She was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and unwavering curiosity. Her days were filled with helping her neighbors, tending her garden, and dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara wandered through the golden-hued forest that bordered Meadowdown, she stumbled upon an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a delicate, silver key, its surface intricately etched with swirling patterns that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara picked up the key, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingers as she held it. As she examined the key, a soft voice broke the gentle rustling of the leaves. "Ah, you have found it," the voice said, seemingly coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Startled, Clara looked around until her eyes fell upon a small rabbit with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes as blue as the summer sky. This was no ordinary rabbit, for it wore a tiny emerald-green waistcoat and a pair of spectacles perched upon its twitching nose. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder rather than fear. "My name is Thistle," the rabbit replied, adjusting his spectacles with a practiced paw. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods, and it seems you have found the Key of Whispers." Clara looked at the key in her hand, now understanding its significance. "What does the key unlock?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Thistle hopped closer, his whiskers twitching with excitement. The key unlocks the door of secrets, a magical portal that reveals the hidden wonders of the forest. But beware, only those with a pure heart and a wise mind can truly benefit from its magic. With Thistle guiding her, Clara embarked on a journey deeper into the forest. The path was lined with towering trees whose branches formed a canopy of vibrant reds and oranges, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the forest's hidden magic, of creatures that sang to the moon and flowers that bloomed only under starlight. Their journey was not without challenges. At one point, they came upon a wide, rushing stream, its waters too deep and swift to cross easily. Clara paused, thinking deeply. Instead of attempting to force her way across, she noticed the pattern of stepping stones hidden just beneath the surface, revealed only to those who took the time to truly observe. With careful steps, Clara and Thistle made their way across the stream, their trust in each other growing with every challenge they faced. Along the way, they encountered other forest inhabitants who offered their unique wisdom. There was Luna, the wise old owl with feathers like moonlit shadows, who taught Clara the importance of patience and listening to the world around her. And there was Fern, the playful squirrel with a tail like a plume, who showed Clara the joy of laughter and the beauty of small, everyday wonders. Finally, after a journey filled with learning and laughter, they reached the Door of Secrets. It stood nestled between two ancient oak trees, its surface shimmering with a light all its own. Clara hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the key in her hand before turning to Thistle. "Are you ready?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Clara nodded and inserted the key into the lock. As she turned it, the door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a world of breathtaking beauty. A world where the trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the air was filled with a melody only the heart could hear. Clara stepped through, feeling a sense of peace and belonging wash over her. She had embarked on this journey with a heart full of curiosity and returned with a heart full of wisdom and wonder. She realized that the true magic of the key was not in the wonders it revealed, but in the journey itself and the friendships she had forged along the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara and Thistle made their way back to Meadowdown. The village welcomed them with open arms, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Clara placed the key in a special place in her garden, knowing its magic would always be there, ready to guide those who were willing to listen and learn. And every evening, as the village settled into the comforting embrace of night, Clara would share stories of her adventures, her voice a gentle melody that lulled the village to sleep. And so in the heart of Meadowdown, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Clara's story of discovery and wonder was whispered from generation to generation, a reminder that the true magic of life lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Once upon a time, nestled in the quiet village of Willowbrook, there was a little cottage with a thatched roof and ivy-covered walls. The cottage belonged to an elderly woman named Granny Willow, who was known for her kindness and the twinkle in her eye that suggested she knew more than the average person. But the real secret of Granny Willow's cottage was not the woman herself, but a simple, unassuming object that lay amidst her collection of trinkets, a silver spoon. This spoon was unlike any other. It had been passed down through generations, and its handle was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer when touched by the light of the moon. Many who visited Granny Willow would admire the spoon for its beauty, but only a few knew of its true magic. When held with a heart full of wonder, the spoon revealed a hidden world, a place where dreams could be tasted and where the impossible seemed possible. One brisk autumn evening, a young girl named Clara visited Granny Willow. Clara was a curious child, with eyes the color of the clearest morning sky and a heart eager for adventure. As she warmed her hands by Granny's crackling fireplace, the elderly woman offered Clara a cup of hot cocoa, stirring it gently with the silver spoon. Clara watched, mesmerized by the way the spoon caught the firelight. and she could not help but reach out to touch it. As her fingers brushed the cool metal, Clara felt a gentle tingling sensation spread through her hand and up her arm. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to blur, and she found herself standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. Towering trees with leaves of gold and silver swayed gently in a breeze that carried the scent of wildflowers and honey. It was a place both foreign and familiar, a place where magic felt as real as the earth beneath her feet. "Welcome, dear Clara," a melodious voice greeted her. Turning, Clara saw a small creature perched on a branch, a tiny bird with feathers of the deepest blue and eyes that sparkled with intelligence. "I am Leora, your guide in this enchanted place." Clara marveled at the bird, her heart swelling with excitement and curiosity. "Where am I?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "You are in the land of whimsy, where the imagination knows no bounds," Leora replied, fluttering down to Clara's shoulder. "Here, you will find answers to questions you haven't yet asked, and perhaps discover things you didn't know you were seeking." Intrigued and a little daunted, Clara set off through the forest with Leora by her side. Along the way, they encountered a variety of creatures. A wise old tortoise named Humphrey, who spoke in riddles and had a shell that shimmered like the night sky. A playful fox named Finn, whose laughter was as infectious as a summer breeze. And a gentle deer named Seraphina, who moved with such grace that she seemed to float above the ground. Each new friend shared with Clara a piece of wisdom wrapped in a tale, teaching her about the importance of patience, the value of laughter, and the beauty of gentle strength. Clara listened intently, her mind and heart open to the lessons of this magical realm. Their journey through the land of whimsy was not without its challenges. At the heart of the forest lay a glade where time stood still, guarded by an ancient riddle that had puzzled even the wisest of creatures. It was said that the answer to the riddle would unlock the path to one's deepest desires and truths, but only those pure of heart could solve it. Clara approached the glade, her mind swirling with thoughts. The riddle echoed in her ears, a melody of words that seemed to dance just out of reach. What is that which, without being seen, guides us through the darkest of nights and the brightest of days? She pondered the question, her thoughts drifting to the friends she had made, the lessons she had learned, and the feeling of wonder that had filled her since she first touched the magical spoon. Then, with a dawning realization, she whispered, "Hope." As the word left her lips, the glade transformed, the trees shimmered with a golden light, and a pathway opened before her, leading to a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In that moment, Clara understood that hope was the thread that wove through every story, every lesson, and every heart. With a sense of peace and fulfillment, Clara bid farewell to her new friends, promising to carry their wisdom back to her world. As she stepped onto the path, the forest began to dissolve, and she found herself once again in Granny Willow's cozy cottage, the silver spoon warm in her hand. Granny Willow, her eyes twinkling with understanding, smiled gently at Clara. "Did you find what you were looking for, my dear?" she asked. Clara nodded, her heart full of gratitude and newfound perspective. "I found more than I ever imagined," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. And so, Clara's journey through the land of whimsy came to an end, but the lessons she learned stayed with her, guiding her through the days and nights to come. She cherished the silver spoon and the magic it held, knowing that its true power lay not in the enchantment of a distant land, but in the hope and friendship it had awakened within her own heart. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with golden forests and the laughter of newfound friends. And somewhere in the quiet village of Willowbrook, a wise old tortoise, a playful fox, and a graceful deer watched over her, their spirits forever part of her story. And thus, the magic of ordinary things continued to weave its gentle spell, reminding all who listened that true wonder lies within the simplest of moments, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to dream. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, where cobblestone paths wound through clusters of thatched cottages, there stood an old, ivy-covered library. The library was a place of warmth, where the scent of aged parchment mingled with the sweet aroma of the librarian's freshly baked scones. It was here that a young girl named Clara spent her afternoons, her nose buried deep in the mysteries of the bookshelves, dreaming of adventures beyond the village. Clara had always been a curious soul, with eyes that sparkled like the brook at sunrise and a heart as gentle as the whispering willows. One chilly autumn day, as the leaves rustled softly outside, she discovered a peculiar book, bound in deep green leather, tucked away in the library's farthest corner. The book was adorned with intricate golden vines that seemed to shimmer in the flickering candlelight. Intrigued, Clara carefully pulled the book from the shelf and found it surprisingly heavy. As she opened it, a gentle breeze, warm and fragrant like summer flowers, swept through the room, ruffling the pages with a soft musical rustle. The pages revealed delicate illustrations of enchanted forests, talking animals, and distant mountains. But the most curious thing was an old brass key nestled between two pages, glimmering mysteriously. Curiosity piqued. Clara took the key to the librarian, a kind-hearted woman named Mrs. Whittle, whose spectacles perched precariously on the tip of her nose. Mrs. Whittle, with her silver hair and eyes like wise, twinkling stars, examined the key thoughtfully. "This key," she mused, "is not just any key, dear Clara. It holds the power to unlock secrets hidden from ordinary eyes. But remember, the true magic lies not in the key itself, but in the journey it inspires." Enthralled by the prospect of adventure, Clara decided to embark on a journey to discover what the key might unlock. Her first stop was the cozy inn at the edge of the village, where she met Finn, the innkeeper's son. Finn was a cheerful boy, with a mop of curly hair and a laugh that could chase away the gloomiest of clouds. He eagerly joined Clara, bringing along his trusty satchel filled with his favorite snacks and a worn-out map of the village and its surroundings. Together, they set off down the winding path that led away from Willowbrook, the autumn leaves crunching softly beneath their feet. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew crisp and the light dappled through the branches, casting playful shadows on the ground. Their journey soon brought them to the edge of a serene, shimmering lake, where the water mirrored the sky in perfect tranquility. It was here they encountered an old turtle named Humphrey. Humphrey was not just any turtle, he was the wisest creature in the forest, with a shell worn smooth by the passage of time, and eyes that held the knowledge of countless seasons. "Ah, young travelers," Humphrey greeted them in a voice as soothing as the lake's gentle waves. "I see you carry a key of great potential. But remember, the greatest treasure is often the wisdom we gain along the way." Clara and Finn shared their story, and Humphrey nodded sagely. "To find what you seek, you must listen to the whispers of the forest and trust in the kindness of those you meet." Thanking Humphrey, the duo continued their journey, guided by the whispers of the wind and the rustling leaves. They traveled through meadows where the air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers and along rocky paths where the distant mountains loomed like ancient sentinels. Their path eventually led them to a small, forgotten cottage, nestled beneath a canopy of towering trees. The cottage seemed to have grown from the forest itself, with vines curling lovingly around its stone walls and flowers blooming in its window boxes. Clara felt a gentle tug at her heart, as though the cottage had been waiting for her. With a deep breath, Clara inserted the old brass key into the cottage's weathered wooden door. To her amazement, the lock clicked open with a soft, welcoming sound. Inside, the cottage was filled with a warm glow, as if bathed in perpetual twilight. Shelves lined the walls, crammed with jars of herbs and shelves of books whose spines were worn with love. As Clara and Finn explored the cozy interior, they discovered an ancient book resting on a pedestal in the center of the room. The book was open, and its pages were filled with stories of Willowbrook, of journeys past and present, and of the enduring magic found in friendship and bravery. Clara realized in that moment that the journey had already unlocked something far greater than any physical treasure. It had opened her heart to the wonders of the world and the magic of friendship. With a sense of peace and fulfillment, Clara and Finn returned to Willowbrook, their hearts light and their spirits soaring. They shared the stories they had discovered with Mrs. Whittle, who listened with a knowing smile. And so, in the gentle embrace of the village library, Clara learned that the greatest secrets are those that bring us closer together, that wisdom is the truest treasure, and that every journey, no matter how small, can change us in ways we never imagined. And from that day on, Clara and Finn spent many afternoons in the old library, dreaming of new adventures with their hearts full of wonder and their spirits forever enchanted by the magic of discovery. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over Willowbrook, they knew that every ending was just another beginning. And in the quiet of the evening, with the soft crackle of the fireplace and the comforting scent of Mrs. Whittle's scones wafting through the air, they drifted into dreams filled with the promise of tomorrow's adventures. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. In a village nestled between rolling hills and surrounded by the gentle murmur of whispering pines, lived a young woman named Lyra. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as deep and green as the forest itself. Lyra was known throughout the village for her skill in weaving tapestries, yet she struggled with the idea of change. Her heart was tethered to the familiar rhythms of her daily life, where she found comfort in the predictable pattern of the loom. Every morning, the sun would rise, casting a golden glow over the village, and Lyra would sit by her window with a cup of chamomile tea, savoring the quiet moments before the bustle of the day. She cherished the stillness, the way the light danced across the wooden floorboards, and the scent of fresh bread wafting from the bakery down the lane. But as the seasons turned, a restlessness began to stir within her. It was as if the very air around her whispered of adventures untold and paths not yet walked. Despite the yearning in her heart, fear of the unknown held her back, like a vine wrapping around her ankles. One crisp morning, as the first frost of autumn kissed the leaves with silver, Lyra received a peculiar letter. It was sealed with wax and bore the emblem of a crescent moon. The letter was from an old friend named Finn, who lived in a quaint cottage on the edge of the enchanted forest. Finn was a gentle soul, known for his wisdom and a garden that flourished with the most extraordinary herbs and flowers. Dear Lyra, the letter read, I sense a change upon the wind, a calling for those who are ready to embrace it. Come visit me, and perhaps together we can unravel the tapestry of what is to come. Intrigued yet apprehensive, Lyra decided to visit Finn. She packed a small satchel with essentials and set out at dawn, the village still wrapped in a blanket of mist. As she walked, the path wound through fields bathed in the soft glow of early morning, the dewdrops sparkling like tiny crystals. The forest soon enveloped her, its ancient trees standing like sentinels. The air was cool and fragrant with pine and earth. As Lyra ventured deeper, she noticed the forest seemed to hum with a quiet magic. The leaves rustled gently, and rays of sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating patterns that danced upon the ground. After a time, she arrived at Finn's cottage. It was a charming little abode, with ivy climbing its stone walls and vibrant flowers spilling from window boxes. Finn greeted her with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of countless lifetimes. Welcome, dear Lyra, he said, ushering her inside. The cottage was cozy, with a fire crackling in the hearth and the aroma of herbs hanging in the air. Books and trinkets lined the shelves, each holding a story of its own. Over tea, they spoke of many things, of dreams, of fears, and the subtle dance between them. Finn listened with the patience of an old oak, and then shared a tale of his own, of a seed that dared to grow beyond the confines of its small garden. You see, Lyra, he said, change is the essence of life. It is in the unfurling of a leaf, the bloom of a flower, and the journey of a river. We are all part of this grand tapestry, each thread unique in its path. As they talked, Lyra noticed a peculiar plant on the windowsill. Its leaves shimmered with a silvery hue, and tiny, luminescent flowers bloomed along its stem. This, Finn explained, is the moonflower. It blossoms only under the light of the full moon, a reminder that even in darkness, there is beauty waiting to be revealed. Inspired by Finn's words and the moonflower's gentle glow, Lyra felt a shift within her. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but embraced as part of life's journey. It was an invitation to grow, to discover new facets of herself, and to weave a tapestry richer and more vibrant than she had ever imagined. With renewed courage, Lyra returned to her village, her heart alight with possibility. She began to incorporate new designs into her tapestries, inspired by her time in the forest. Swirls of silver thread danced across the fabric, echoing the moonflower's luminescence. Her work blossomed in ways she had never anticipated, drawing admiration from villagers and travelers alike. But more importantly, Lyra herself blossomed, her spirit unfurling like a leaf in spring. Through the gentle guidance of Finn, the wisdom of the forest, and the quiet magic of the moonflower, Lyra learned that the most beautiful transformations often begin with the simplest of changes, a single step toward the unknown, a willingness to grow. And so, as the village settled into the embrace of night, with stars twinkling like diamonds above, Lyra drifted into a peaceful sleep. Her heart was light, her mind at ease, and her dreams woven with the promise of new beginnings, under the watchful gaze of the crescent moon. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her days were filled with simple joys, chasing butterflies through sun-dappled meadows, listening to the gentle babbling of the nearby stream, and curling up by the fire with her favorite storybook. One crisp autumn morning, Willow woke to find a curious object on her nightstand, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Puzzled, she turned it over in her hands, admiring the intricate patterns etched into its surface. As her fingers traced the delicate grooves, something extraordinary happened. The box began to glow with a warm, golden light. Willow gasped in wonder as the lid opened, revealing a single feather resting within. It was no ordinary feather, however. Its radiant colors seemed to shimmer and dance before her eyes. Entranced, she reached out to touch it, and in that moment, a wave of energy washed over her. Suddenly, Willow found herself transported to a world unlike anything she had ever seen before. Towering trees of vibrant hues stretched toward a sky painted in dazzling shades of amber and crimson. Strange, enchanting creatures scampered through the undergrowth, their laughter like tinkling bells carried on the breeze. As Willow marveled at her newfound surroundings, a gentle voice called out to her, "Welcome, dear child, to the realm of wonders." Turning, she found herself face to face with a kindly old oak tree, its branches stretching wide and its trunk etched with ancient runes. "I am Elderwood, guardian of this realm," the tree continued. "The feather you found is a key, unlocking the door to a world of magic and adventure, but it is also a test, for only those with pure hearts and open minds can truly embrace its wonders." Willow listened, captivated, as Elderwood explained that a dark force threatened to consume the realm of wonders, casting its beauty into shadow. "You have been chosen, young Willow, to embark on a journey of self-discovery and courage, where you will face challenges that will shape your very soul." With a wave of his branches, Elderwood summoned two companions to guide Willow on her quest. First appeared Zephyr, a mischievous breeze spirit with an infectious giggle and a penchant for playful pranks. Then came Ember, a wise and gentle salamander, whose flickering flames cast a warm, comforting glow. Together, the trio set off into the heart of the realm of wonders, venturing through landscapes that seemed to shift and swirl with every passing moment. They traversed crystal-clear rivers that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny fish, and climbed towering peaks wreathed in clouds of multicolored mist. Along the way, they encountered wondrous beings, chattering pixies who wove gossamer tapestries from moonbeams, and lumbering stone giants whose rumbling footsteps shook the very earth. Each new encounter brought with it a lesson, a whisper of wisdom imparted by the realm itself. Yet their journey was not without its trials. Dark shadows lurked in forgotten corners, jealous of the light and beauty that thrived in the realm of wonders. Time and again, Willow and her companions found themselves faced with challenges that tested their resolve and their hearts. In one particularly dire moment, they found themselves trapped in a maze of twisting, thorny vines that seemed to shift and contort with malicious intent. As Willow's fear threatened to overwhelm her, Ember's gentle flames illuminated a path forward, not by burning through the obstacles, but by coaxing the vines themselves to bloom with vibrant, fragrant flowers. It was then that Willow realized the true power of the realm of wonders, a power rooted not in brute force, but in kindness, patience, and understanding. With each challenge they faced, she grew stronger, her heart opening wider to the wonders that surrounded her. At last, after what seemed like an eternity of adventure, Willow and her companions stood before the source of the darkness that threatened the realm, a great, shadowy entity that fed on fear and doubt. But Willow was no longer the timid girl who had first stumbled into this magical world. Drawing upon all she had learned, she reached out with her heart, offering compassion and empathy to the entity. And in that moment, the darkness began to recede, transforming into a shimmering aurora of light and hope. As the realm of wonders was restored to its former glory, Elderwood's voice echoed through the land, filled with pride and gratitude. "Well done, young Willow. You have proven yourself worthy of the wonders that surround us, and in doing so have discovered the greatest wonder of all, the boundless strength and resilience of your own heart." With a final embrace for Zephyr and Ember, Willow found herself back in her own cozy room, the feather clutched tightly in her hand. But she knew that the magic of the realm of wonders would forever be a part of her, a guiding light in the years to come. As she drifted off to sleep, Willow smiled, her dreams filled with the laughter of pixies and the gentle crackle of Ember's flames. For she had learned that true wonder lies not in extraordinary realms, but in the extraordinary courage and kindness that burns within us all. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. In a quaint village nestled amidst rolling green hills and golden fields of barley, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart full of dreams and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Her village was a lovely place where every morning dewdrops gleamed like tiny jewels on the grass, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. Yet Lila often found herself gazing beyond the horizon, wondering what lay beyond the familiar landscape she knew so well. One misty morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and purple, Lila decided it was time to follow her heart and explore the world beyond her village. Clad in a cozy cloak of deep blue, she set off down the winding path that led through the whispering woods, carrying nothing but a small satchel filled with fresh bread and a flask of warm tea. The path led her into the heart of the forest, where sunlight filtered through the thick canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was cool and filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant melody of a brook. As Lila walked, she marveled at the towering trees, their trunks covered in soft emerald moss, and the delicate wildflowers that lined the path, their petals glistening with dew. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Lila came upon a clearing bathed in sunlight, where a peculiar sight greeted her eyes. It was a grove of trees unlike any she had ever seen. Their bark shimmered like silver, and their leaves were the color of a summer sky. At the center of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching wide and high, adorned with luminescent fruit that glowed softly like lanterns in the twilight. Drawn by an irresistible curiosity, Lila approached the tree. As she neared, she noticed a small, gentle creature nestled among the roots. It was a creature of wonder, with soft, iridescent fur that shifted colors like a rainbow, and eyes as bright as stars. It looked up at Lila with a friendly smile and spoke in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Welcome, dear traveler," the creature said. "I am the keeper of the grove, and these trees have stood here since time began. Few have ventured here, and fewer still have returned with tales of their journey." Lila felt a sense of peace wash over her as she listened to the creature's words. She sat beside it, sharing her bread and tea, and told it of her village and her longing to explore the world. The keeper listened intently, nodding with understanding. "You have a brave heart, Lila," it said kindly. "To seek the unknown is to embrace the beauty of life itself. This grove holds many secrets and wonders, and I sense it has much to teach you." Encouraged by the keeper's words, Lila decided to explore the grove further. As she wandered among the silver-barked trees, she discovered a stream flowing with shimmering water that sang softly as it danced over smooth stones. She dipped her fingers into the water, feeling its cool caress, and noticed tiny, glowing fish darting playfully beneath the surface. Continuing her exploration, Lila came upon a small hill crowned with wildflowers. As she climbed to the top, she was greeted by a breathtaking view. The grove stretched out below her, a sea of silver and blue, with the great tree at its heart. Beyond the grove, the forest continued, a tapestry of greens and browns, and in the distance she glimpsed the peaks of mist-shrouded mountains. Feeling a newfound sense of courage and wonder, Lila descended the hill and returned to the keeper. She found it waiting with a gentle smile, its eyes filled with warmth and wisdom. "You have discovered much today, Lila," the keeper said. "But remember, the true journey is not in what you see, but in what you learn and how you grow." Lila nodded, understanding the truth in the keeper's words. She realized that her adventure had not only shown her the beauty of the world, but had also revealed her own strength and courage. She thanked the keeper for its guidance and friendship, promising to cherish the lessons she had learned. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the grove, Lila knew it was time to return home. She walked back through the whispering woods, her heart light and her spirit filled with joy. She carried with her the memory of the enchanting grove and the kindness of its gentle keeper, knowing that she would forever be a part of its magic. When Lila finally returned to her village, the stars were twinkling in the night sky. She was greeted by the familiar sight of warm lights glowing in the windows of her home and the comforting sounds of her family's laughter. As she settled into her cozy bed, she felt a deep sense of peace and contentment, knowing that her world was now a little bit larger and her heart a little bit braver. And so, Lila drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, dreaming of silver trees and glowing fruit, of shimmering streams and starry-eyed creatures, and of all the adventures yet to come. For she knew that the world was full of wonders, and she was ready to explore them all, one step at a time. Story 96. In a quaint village nestled between the lush, rolling hills and a gentle stream that sang softly as it wound its way through the countryside, there lived a young woman named Linnea. Her home was a modest cottage, its roof adorned with moss and ivy, and its windows framed by cheerful boxes bursting with lavender and daisies. Linnea was known for her kind heart and gentle spirit, yet she was often troubled by the winds of change that seemed to blow ever stronger in her life. Each morning she would awaken to the sweet melody of birdsong, the air alive with the scent of dew-kissed grass and blooming wildflowers. But beneath this serene surface, Linnea felt an unease growing within her, like a vine creeping through her soul. She feared the unknown changes that loomed in the distance, much like the approaching autumn wind that rustled through the trees, turning their leaves to gold. Her life had been simple and predictable, revolving around the village and its gentle rhythms. She tended her garden, baked bread, and often helped her neighbors with their daily tasks. However, as the seasons turned, she felt a stirring within her, a yearning for something beyond what she knew, yet she was hesitant to embrace it, fearing what it might bring. One crisp, clear morning, as Linnea wandered through the village square, she noticed an unfamiliar figure setting up a colorful stall draped with vibrant silks and shimmering trinkets. This was Marisol, a traveling enchantress known for her wisdom and the magical wonders she carried in her caravan. Intrigued yet apprehensive, Linnea approached, her curiosity piqued by the mystical aura that surrounded Marisol. Marisol welcomed her with a warm smile, her eyes twinkling like stars. "Ah, dear Linnea," she said, her voice like a gentle breeze, "I see in you a heart that longs for growth and transformation, yet fears the journey it may require." Linnea nodded, her voice barely a whisper. "I feel something inside me changing, but I don't know what to do. How can I embrace what I don't understand?" With a knowing look, Marisol reached beneath her counter and retrieved a small, intricately carved box. "This," she said, presenting it to Linnea, "is a seed of transformation. Plant it under the full moon, and it will guide you on your path to discovery." Clutching the box to her chest, Linnea thanked Marisol and returned home, her heart alight with a mix of hope and uncertainty. That evening, as the silver moon hung like a lantern in the sky, she ventured into her garden, the cool earth soft beneath her feet. With a deep breath, she planted the seed, feeling a strange warmth spread through her fingers as she covered it with soil. In the days that followed, Linnea tended the spot with care, watering it with love and anticipation. Slowly, a delicate sprout emerged, its leaves unfurling like tiny green hands reaching for the sky. As it grew, Linnea found herself drawn into a world of wonder, for the plant was unlike any she had ever seen, its petals shimmering with colors that danced in the sunlight. With each passing day, Linnea noticed changes within herself, mirroring the plant's growth. She became more attuned to the whispers of the wind, the rustle of leaves, and the songs of the birds. Her heart, once heavy with doubt, began to lighten, filled with a newfound sense of purpose and connection to the world around her. The villagers, too, noticed the change in Linnea. Her eyes sparkled with a vitality that seemed to brighten even the cloudiest days. Encouraged by her transformation, they sought her advice, drawn to her warmth and wisdom. Linnea, in turn, found joy in sharing her journey, realizing that by helping others, she was also nurturing her own spirit. One afternoon, as she sat beneath the shade of an ancient oak, her friend Tomas joined her. Tomas was a gentle soul with a love for stories and a knack for seeing the world in hues of wonder. "Linnea," he said, his voice soft and thoughtful, "the changes in you are like the seasons, inevitable and beautiful. You've learned to dance with them, and that is the true magic." Linnea smiled, her heart swelling with gratitude. "The seed Marisol gave me was just the beginning," she replied. "It taught me that change is not something to fear, but to embrace. Every leaf that falls, every blossom that blooms, carries a lesson if we're willing to listen." As the seasons continued to turn, Linnea's garden flourished, a testament to her journey of growth and self-discovery. She had learned that change, like the gentle flow of the stream, could lead to new and wondrous places. Her fears had dissolved like morning mist, replaced by a deep-seated belief in the beauty of life's ever-unfolding path. And so, in the heart of the village where magic and wisdom mingled beneath the starlit sky, Linnea found her place. She had become a beacon of hope, reminding all those around her that the most profound transformations often begin with a single, daring step into the unknown. As the sun set over the hills, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Linnea stood in her garden, surrounded by the soft hum of twilight. She whispered a silent thank you to Marisol and the seed that had set her on this path of discovery, for in the gentle embrace of nature and the kindness of others, she had found the courage to grow, to change, and to truly become herself. And so, dear reader, as you drift into the gentle embrace of sleep, remember that, like Linnea, you too can find magic in the changes life brings. For every challenge holds the promise of growth, and every ending is but the beginning of a new and wondrous journey. Story 97. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly to the rhythm of the wind, nestled a quaint village named Willowbrook. It was a place where the sky stretched in hues of lavender and gold at dusk, and mornings were greeted with the gentle caress of mist. The villagers were warm-hearted, and each day was filled with the comforting hum of a community in harmony with nature. In this village lived a young woman named Anwen. Anwen was known for her gentle spirit and thoughtful nature, but she carried a burden within her heart, a fear of change. She found solace in routines, like the familiar path through the woods she walked each morning, the comforting scent of her grandmother's lavender-scented shawl, and the melodic chimes of the village clock tower marking the hours. However, the winds of change were blowing gently but persistently through Willowbrook, whispering secrets of transformation that Anwen could not ignore. A new season was approaching, one that promised new beginnings, and Anwen found herself standing at the edge of this change, anxious and uncertain. One crisp autumn morning, while Anwen was wandering through the woods, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a ring of mushrooms glowing with a soft, ethereal light. It was a fairy ring, a rare and magical phenomenon that was said to appear only to those with open hearts and yearning souls. Drawn to its quiet luminescence, Anwen stepped closer, feeling a strange yet comforting warmth enveloping her. The ground beneath the fairy ring shimmered like stardust, and from it rose a gentle, wise spirit named Aila. With eyes like sparkling dew and a voice as soft as the rustle of leaves, Aila greeted Anwen warmly. "Fear not, dear Anwen," said Aila, her presence as soothing as a lullaby. "For every change holds a promise of growth. The path of transformation is woven with threads of magic and wisdom, and you are not alone on this journey." Anwen, though hesitant, felt a flicker of hope kindling within her. She had heard tales of spirits guiding those in need, but never did she imagine experiencing such an encounter herself. Aila extended a hand, inviting Anwen to join her on a walk through the woods, a journey that would mirror the transformations she feared. As they walked together, Aila shared stories of the trees, each one unique, bending and stretching towards the sun, their colors shifting with the seasons, a reflection of the beauty and change. "Just as the trees embrace the changing winds," Aila explained, "so too can you find strength in adapting to life's gentle turns." Along their path, they encountered an array of woodland creatures, an industrious squirrel gathering acorns, a family of deer moving gracefully through the underbrush, and a chorus of birds harmonizing with the breeze. Each creature, Aila pointed out, had its own way of adapting to the shifting seasons, finding joy and purpose in the process. Anwen began to see the world around her with new eyes, noticing the subtle transformations in the forest, and in herself, with a sense of wonder rather than apprehension. The magic of the woods mirrored the magic within her, a quiet strength lying dormant, waiting to awaken. As twilight descended, painting the sky in soft shades of indigo, Anwen and Aila returned to the fairy ring. There, Aila offered a parting gift, a pendant shaped like a leaf, its surface shimmering with the colors of the forest. "This pendant will remind you of the magic that dwells within and around you," Aila said, her voice a gentle breeze. "Remember, dear Anwen, that change is but a dance in the rhythm of life, and you are more than capable of moving to its tune." With gratitude in her heart, Anwen accepted the gift, feeling a newfound courage blooming within her. She knew that the path ahead would not always be easy, but she was ready to embrace the changes that life would bring, trusting in the wisdom she had gained. As Anwen made her way back to Willowbrook, the village lights twinkling like stars in the distance, she felt a comforting sense of peace. The change she once feared now seemed like a gentle unfolding, revealing layers of her own strength and potential. In the days that followed, Anwen shared her experience with the villagers, who were both enchanted and inspired by her tale. Her story became a beacon of hope, a reminder that within each of them lay the power to embrace change with grace and courage. And so, under the watchful eyes of the whispering woods and the gentle guidance of the spirit Aila, Anwen and her village flourished, their hearts open to the beauty of transformation, forever connected by the magic of personal growth and discovery. Through the seasons and years, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, a testament to the enduring strength found in embracing the dance of life. Story 98. Story 99. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her unruly red curls and freckled cheeks gave her an air of whimsy, but it was her curiosity and bravery that truly set her apart. Willow's favorite place in the world was the old oak tree that stood tall and proud at the edge of the village. Its gnarled branches beckoned her with promises of adventure, and it was here that she would spend countless hours, lost in daydreams and stories. One spring day, as Willow sat beneath the oak's comforting shade, something remarkable happened. A tiny door, no bigger than her hand, appeared in the tree's trunk. Willow gasped, her heart racing with excitement. Could it be a hidden world within the tree itself? Without a second thought, she reached out and turned the miniature doorknob. The little door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit passage that seemed to stretch on endlessly. Willow's eyes widened in disbelief, but her sense of wonder quickly overtook her apprehension. Taking a deep breath, she crouched down and stepped through the doorway, emerging into a magical realm unlike anything she had ever imagined. The world within the oak tree was alive with vibrant colors and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. Tiny mushrooms dotted the mossy ground, and streams of crystalline water trickled over smooth pebbles. As Willow wandered deeper into this enchanting place, she encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. Fairies with gossamer wings, pixies with mischievous grins, and talking animals who greeted her with kindness. One such animal, a wise old badger named Bramble, took Willow under his wing and introduced her to the wonders of this hidden realm. He explained that the oak tree was a magical gateway, and only those with pure hearts and open minds could enter. Bramble became Willow's guide, teaching her about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of protecting this secret world. Together, they embarked on countless ventures, exploring every nook and cranny of the oak tree's inner sanctum. On one particularly memorable journey, Willow and Bramble stumbled upon a clearing where a cluster of glowing mushrooms grew. Bramble warned her that these were no ordinary fungi. They possessed the power to grant wishes, but only to those who truly understood the weight of their desires. Willow, ever the curious soul, couldn't resist the temptation to make a wish. She closed her eyes and wished for the ability to understand and communicate with all living things. In an instant, the world around her came alive with a symphony of voices, the whispering trees, the chattering squirrels, and even the soft melodies of the wind itself. At first, this newfound ability was overwhelming, but with Bramble's guidance, Willow learned to embrace her gift and use it to forge deeper connections with the natural world. She became a bridge between the hidden realm and the human village, advocating for the protection of the forest and its inhabitants. As the seasons changed and years passed, Willow's friendship with Bramble and the other creatures of the oak tree grew stronger. They faced challenges together, solving mysteries and overcoming obstacles with wisdom and courage. One such mystery unfolded during a particularly harsh winter, when the once vibrant oak tree began to wither and fade. Willow and her friends worked tirelessly to uncover the cause, ultimately discovering that a nearby stream had been polluted by human carelessness. With her newfound understanding of the natural world, Willow rallied the villagers to clean up the stream and restore balance to the forest. Slowly but surely, the oak tree regained its strength, its branches reaching towards the sky once more. Through her journey within the hidden world of the oak tree, Willow had transformed from a curious young girl into a compassionate, determined guardian of nature. She had faced her fears, embraced her gifts, and forged friendships that defied all expectations. As the years passed, Willow grew into a wise woman, her hair now streaked with silver. But her spirit remained as vibrant as ever, and she would often return to the oak tree, opening the little door and stepping into the magical realm that had shaped her so profoundly. And as she sat beneath the whispering branches, surrounded by her dearest friends, Willow would share the tales of her adventures with the next generation of wide-eyed, curious children. For she knew that the hidden world within the oak tree was not just a place of magic, but a sanctuary of wonder, friendship, and personal growth, a legacy to be cherished and protected for all time. In a small, sleepy village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, where the air was always fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees, lived a young girl named Aila. Her home, a quaint cottage with a thatched roof and weathered stone walls, stood at the edge of the village, where the forest began and secrets lingered in the shadows of ancient trees. Aila was known for her bright eyes and curious spirit, always eager to uncover the stories hidden in the rustle of leaves or the babbling of the brook that wound its way through the village. Yet, despite her love for tales of yore, Aila knew little of her own family's past. Her grandmother, the village's storyteller, had always hinted at a legacy rich with wonder, but Aila had never heard the full tale. One serene autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced in the crisp breeze and the sun dipped low in the sky, Aila found herself drawn towards the attic of her cottage, a place she seldom ventured. The attic was a realm of dust and shadows, filled with treasures and trinkets from generations past, each with its own story to tell. There, hidden beneath an old quilt, she discovered a wooden chest engraved with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. The chest, she knew, had belonged to her grandmother's grandmother, a woman whispered to have been wise beyond her years. With a heart full of anticipation, Ada opened the chest and uncovered a collection of artifacts, a delicate amulet of silver and turquoise, a bundle of letters bound with a faded ribbon, and a small, intricately carved flute. Each item seemed to hum with a quiet magic, and Ada felt a strange warmth spreading through her fingers as she touched them. Her grandmother, hearing the gentle creak of the attic door, climbed the stairs and joined Ada, her eyes soft with memories. "Ah, you found it," she said, her voice a gentle melody. "Our family's legacy." As they sat together in the fading light, her grandmother began to weave the story of their ancestors. She spoke of a time long ago when their family had been the keepers of an ancient tradition, tasked with preserving the harmony between the village and the forest. The amulet, she explained, was a symbol of their bond with nature, its turquoise stone a gift from the river spirits. The letters written by their ancestors contained wisdom and tales of courage and kindness. The flute, with its sweet, haunting melody, was used to call upon the forest creatures in times of need. Ada listened, her heart swelling with pride and wonder. She realized that the legacy she had uncovered was not just a tale of the past, but a guiding light for her own journey. The artifacts were not merely relics. They were symbols of the values her family cherished: wisdom, harmony, and a deep connection to the natural world. With newfound understanding, Ada felt a sense of belonging she had never known before. She saw herself as part of a greater tapestry, woven with threads of love and tradition. The lessons from her ancestors resonated with her, teaching her that true strength lay in gentleness, and that the bonds we share with others and with the world around us are the greatest treasures of all. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvety night sky, casting a soft glow over the village, Ada and her grandmother descended the stairs from the attic. Together, they sat by the hearth, where the flames danced and crackled, casting a warm, comforting light. Ada took the flute in her hands and played a simple, sweet tune. The music flowed through the open window, mingling with the night breeze, and for a moment, it seemed as if the entire forest paused to listen. In that serene moment, Ada felt the presence of her ancestors, their love and wisdom enveloping her like a warm embrace. From that day forward, Ada cherished her family's legacy, not as a burden, but as a gift. She shared the stories and the music with the villagers, fostering a renewed appreciation for the bonds that connected them all. And as the seasons turned and the years passed, Ada became the village's storyteller, a gentle guardian of the tales that had shaped her life and the lives of those who came before. In the quiet of the night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Ada knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be, rooted in her heritage, enveloped in love, and forever connected to the ancient legacy that whispered through the leaves and sang in the heart of the forest. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a babbling brook, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with the same curiosity as the brook rippling outside her window, forever whispering tales of lands unknown. Lila loved her village, with its cobblestone paths and flower-laden windowsills, but her heart yearned for adventure beyond the familiar fields and orchards. One misty morning, as the sun began its gentle climb above the horizon, Lila set off on a journey, wrapped in a cloak of soft wool and armed with nothing but a small satchel filled with bread and cheese. She followed the brook's melodious tune, which seemed to invite her to discover its source. As Lila ventured deeper into the forest, the air shimmered with the scent of pine and earth, and the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. She soon arrived at a place where the brook widened into a serene pond, its surface a mirror of the azure sky. Here, Lila paused, enchanted by the sight of lily pads floating like tiny green islands. Suddenly, the stillness was broken by a gentle splash. Lila turned to see a curious creature peeking out from behind a lily pad. It was a frog, but unlike any she had seen before. Its skin was a vibrant mosaic of emerald and gold, and its eyes twinkled with the wisdom of ages. "Hello there," croaked the frog in a voice that sounded like the rustle of leaves. "I am Finn, the guardian of this pond. Few travelers venture this far. What brings you here, young one?" "I seek adventure and the wonders of the unknown," Lila replied, her voice filled with the earnestness of a true explorer. Finn nodded, his eyes crinkling with approval. "Then you must follow the path of the fireflies," he said, gesturing to a trail of glowing lights that danced in the air, leading deeper into the forest. Lila thanked Finn and set off once more, her heart alight with excitement. The fireflies twinkled like tiny stars, guiding her through groves of whispering willows and fields of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The forest was alive with the songs of birds and the rustle of small creatures hidden in the underbrush. As she walked, Lila encountered a family of rabbits, their fur as soft and white as freshly fallen snow. The youngest rabbit, with ears too large for his little head, hopped over to her, offering a carrot from their stash. Touched by their kindness, Lila shared her bread and cheese, and they all feasted together under the shade of a towering oak. The path of the fireflies led Lila to a clearing bathed in golden sunlight, where a shimmering waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the gentle hum of bees. Here Lila rested, letting the soothing sound of the waterfall wash over her. As she sat in peaceful contemplation, a soft voice floated to her on the breeze. "Welcome, brave traveler," it said. Lila turned to see a figure emerging from the mist of the waterfall. It was a deer with antlers that glistened like silver in the sunlight, adorned with delicate flowers. "I am Seraphina," the deer said, her eyes as deep and calm as the pool at her hooves. "Few have the courage to follow the path of the fireflies. You possess a rare spirit, Lila." Lila blushed at the compliment, feeling a warmth spread through her. "Thank you, Seraphina, but I only followed where the brook and fireflies led me." "Ah," Seraphina nodded, "but it takes courage to step into the unknown, to trust your heart and the kindness of strangers along the way." With these words, Seraphina dipped her head, and the air shimmered with a soft luminescence. Lila felt a gentle tingling, as if the forest itself was wrapping her in an embrace. The feeling was one of unity, of being part of something larger and wondrous. After a time, Lila knew it was time to return to her village. She bid farewell to Seraphina and retraced her steps, the path now familiar, yet filled with a newfound wonder. The forest seemed to hum with a melody she had not noticed before, a song of life and harmony. When Lila finally emerged from the forest, the sun was setting, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. Her village lay before her, a tapestry of warmth and welcome. As she crossed the stone bridge over the brook, she paused, looking back at the path she had traveled. In her heart, she carried the magic of the forest, the kindness of its creatures, and the courage she had discovered within herself. That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, the whisper of the brook lulled her to sleep. She dreamed of fireflies and waterfalls, of silver-antlered deer and emerald frogs. Her adventure had taught her that the world was full of wonders, waiting just beyond the horizon, and that sometimes the greatest journey was the one that led back home, with eyes opened anew to the beauty all around. And so, with a heart full of courage and dreams as bright as the stars, Lila's adventures continued. Each day a new story waiting to unfold, each night a gentle reminder that the world is a place of endless magic and possibility. In the heart of the misty blue forest, where trees wore coats of moss and squirrels played hide-and-seek with the sunbeams, there lay a tiny, bustling village known as Twinklewood Hollow. This was no ordinary village, for its inhabitants were as unique and whimsical as the forest itself. You see, Twinklewood was home to a medley of magical creatures, each with their own delightful peculiarity. At the center of the hollow lived a merry little gnome named Pipkin. Pipkin was known far and wide for his penchant for wearing mismatched socks, believing they brought him good luck. His home was a cozy burrow beneath an ancient oak, with windows framed by ivy and a door that creaked a friendly greeting each time it opened. Pipkin's most cherished possession was a brass kettle that whistled the tune of "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star" whenever the tea was ready. Next door to Pipkin, in a treehouse woven from willow branches, lived a sprightly fairy named Flick. Flick had wings as delicate as a dragonfly's, shimmering in hues of lavender and gold. She had an infectious giggle that sounded like wind chimes in a gentle breeze, and was known for her remarkable skill in painting the most vibrant rainbows across the sky with her magic paintbrush. A little further down the cobblestone path, one would find the abode of Terence, the talking tortoise. Terence was never in a rush, and he often reminded his friends that the best way to enjoy life was one slow step at a time. His shell was a patchwork of colors, each tile a memory from his travels around the world. Terence was a master storyteller, his tales as rich and layered as the forest floor in autumn. One sunny morning, as the dew sparkled on the meadow like 1,000 tiny diamonds, Pipkin, Flick, and Terence gathered at the village square. They were joined by a lively crowd of other villagers, including the melodic-voiced songbirds, the mischievous squirrel twins, and the wise old owl Hootsworth, who always wore spectacles perched precariously on his beak. The occasion was the annual Twinklewood Festival, a day filled with laughter, games, and feasting. But this year, something peculiar was afoot. As the festivities began, a curious occurrence unfolded. The air shimmered with a peculiar iridescent glow, and suddenly, every sound in the village turned into a melody. The rustling leaves sang a gentle lullaby, the bubbling brook played a merry jig, and even the clattering of dishes at the feast was transformed into a cheerful tune. At first, the villagers found this quite amusing. They danced to the melody of their chores and chuckled at the serenading sounds all around them. However, as the day wore on, it became apparent that this magical melody was more than just a harmless enchantment. Every spoken word was now a song, and trying to communicate became a comical opera of misunderstandings. "We need to solve this musical mystery," declared Pipkin, his words tumbling out in a lively aria that made the crowd giggle. Flick fluttered her wings excitedly, her voice a playful soprano. "Let's head to the whispering glade. Perhaps the trees can tell us what's causing this tuneful trouble." The villagers agreed, and off they went, a parade of singing, humming, and whistling creatures, weaving their way through the forest to the whispering glade. The glade was a special place where the oldest trees in the forest stood, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. It was said that these trees could speak if you listened closely enough. As they reached the glade, the villagers quieted, their melodic chatter turning into a harmonious hum. Pipkin stepped forward, his mismatched socks peeking out from beneath his trousers, and addressed the trees in a gentle ballad. "O wise trees, what is this magical melody that fills our village? Can you help us find a way to bring back our normal voices?" For a moment the glade was silent, save for the rustling leaves. Then, a deep, resonant voice emerged from the largest tree, its bark as gnarled and wise as time itself. "Long ago, a playful sprite named Melody cast a spell upon these woods, leaving behind a treasure of musical enchantments. It seems you have stumbled upon one of her playful charms." Terence, in his slow and deliberate baritone, asked, "Is there a way to undo the spell, dear trees?" The elder tree responded with a gentle rustle. "Ah, yes. To return your voices, you must find Melody's forgotten flute, hidden deep within the enchanted grove. Play a tune of friendship, and the spell shall be undone." With newfound determination, Pipkin, Flick, and Terence set out towards the enchanted grove, a place known for its magical wonders and delightful surprises. The path was lined with flowers that opened and closed like little music boxes, and birds that flew in synchronized patterns, creating an aerial symphony. As they reached the grove, they were greeted by a sight that took their breath away. The trees here were not ordinary. Their trunks twisted into fantastical shapes, and their leaves glowed in every color imaginable. In the center of the grove stood a pedestal made of crystal, and atop it lay a flute, its surface shimmering like a moonlit lake. Flick, with her fairy grace, picked up the flute. "I think I know just the tune," she said, her voice a gentle melody. She placed the flute to her lips and began to play. The notes floated through the air, a sweet, simple tune that spoke of friendship and harmony. As the melody swirled around them, the iridescent glow that had filled the village began to fade, and the sounds returned to their natural state. Back in Twinklewood Hollow, the villagers cheered, their voices at last free from the musical enchantment. They gathered around Pipkin, Flick, and Terence, thanking them with heartfelt gratitude. Pipkin grinned, twirling one of his mismatched socks. "It's good to have our voices back, but I must admit it was quite an adventure." Flick giggled, her wings fluttering with joy. "Yes, and what a wonderful tune it turned out to be." Terence nodded slowly, a contented smile on his face. "Indeed, my friends, sometimes it takes a little magic to remind us of the music in our lives." As the sun set, casting a warm golden glow over Twinklewood Hollow, the villagers gathered for a feast beneath the stars. Laughter and the clinking of glasses filled the air, mingling with the gentle hush of the forest. The night ended with Pipkin and Flick leading everyone in a joyful dance, their feet tapping out a merry rhythm on the cobblestone streets. And so, with hearts full of joy and the bonds of friendship stronger than ever, the villagers drifted into happy dreams, comforted by the knowledge that even in a world of magic and melody, the greatest harmony of all was found in their togetherness. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, there lay a quaint village called Willowbrook. Nestled amidst blooming wildflowers and the gentle laughter of babbling brooks, Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to slow, and the world's worries melted away like morning mist. Every evening, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the villagers would gather around the great old oak in the village square. It was here that stories were shared, laughter echoed, and the bonds of community grew ever stronger. One such evening, as the villagers settled beneath the oak's sprawling branches, a peculiar thing happened. A series of soft, shimmering lights began to dance above them, weaving intricate patterns in the air. At first, they thought it might be fireflies, but these lights were different, more vibrant, more alive. Among the villagers was a gentle soul named Mira. With her chestnut curls and warm hazel eyes, Mira was known for her kindness and her curiosity. She watched the lights with fascination, noticing how they flickered and swirled as if they were trying to communicate something. Intrigued by the mysterious display, Mira decided to investigate. The next morning, she set out into the woods, where the lights seemed to have originated. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. Birds sang cheerful tunes as she walked along the winding paths, their melodies mingling with the rustling leaves. As Mira wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood a small, shimmering pond, its surface glistening like 1,000 diamonds in the sunlight. Surrounding the pond were delicate lilac flowers that swayed gently, as if dancing to a silent song. "Hello, young seeker," came a soft voice, as warm and inviting as a summer breeze. Startled, Mira turned to see a creature unlike any she had encountered. It was a luminal, a rare and magical being with wings that sparkled like the night sky. Its eyes were deep pools of wisdom, and its presence exuded a comforting aura. "I am Selwyn," the luminal introduced itself, its voice a gentle melody. "I see you are curious about the lights." Mira nodded, her curiosity piqued. "Yes, they were beautiful and unlike anything I've seen. Do you know what they are?" Selwyn nodded, its expression serene. "The lights are the whispers of the forest, messages from the heart of nature. They are meant to guide and protect, but lately they have been restless." "Why are they restless?" Mira asked, her brow furrowed with concern. "There is a disturbance in the balance of the woods," Selwyn explained, "a hidden sadness that needs healing. The lights seek someone with a pure heart to help restore harmony." Mira's eyes widened with determination. "I want to help. How can I do that?" Selwyn fluttered its wings gently, the air shimmering with stardust. "You must listen to the forest, feel its rhythm, and uncover the source of its sorrow. Trust in your heart, and you will find the way." Buoyed by Selwyn's words, Mira closed her eyes and allowed herself to attune to the forest around her. She listened to the rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the distant call of a lone owl. Slowly, a pattern emerged, a gentle thrum beneath the surface, a melody of life interwoven with a single discordant note. Following this faint trail of unease, Mira journeyed deeper into the woods, her footsteps guided by the forest's subtle cues. Along the way, she encountered various creatures, a family of rabbits who shared their burrow's warmth, an old tortoise who nodded sagely as she passed, and a mischievous squirrel who offered her an acorn as a token of friendship. Each encounter reinforced the sense of community and mutual care that thrived within the whispering woods. It was a reminder that even the smallest gesture of kindness could ripple outwards, touching lives in ways unseen. At last, Mira arrived at a thicket where the air felt heavy with a quiet sadness. Peering through the intertwined branches, she discovered a small grove where the trees stood tall and proud, yet their leaves drooped as if burdened by unseen weight. In the center of the grove lay a young fawn, its eyes wide with fear and confusion. The source of the forest's sorrow was clear, a creature lost and alone, seeking the warmth of companionship. Approaching slowly so as not to startle the fawn, Mira spoke softly, her voice a soothing balm. "Hello, little one. You're not alone anymore. I'm here to help." The fawn blinked, its ears twitching as it listened to Mira's kind words. Gradually it relaxed, sensing the genuine care in her tone. With gentle hands, Mira guided the fawn out of the thicket and back towards the heart of the forest. As they walked, the trees seemed to sigh with relief, their leaves lifting as the weight of sadness began to dissipate. Selwyn appeared once more, its eyes alight with gratitude. "You have done well, Mira. The forest thanks you for your kindness and courage." Mira smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. "I only did what felt right. The forest is a magical place, full of life and wonder. I'm grateful to be part of it." Under the luminal's watchful gaze, the shimmering lights returned, dancing joyfully through the trees. They twirled around Mira and the fawn, a celebration of restored harmony and newfound friendship. As the sun began to set, casting golden rays across the forest floor, Mira made her way back to Willowbrook, the fawn trotting happily by her side. The villagers welcomed them with open arms, their hearts touched by the tale of the gentle mystery that had unfolded in their beloved woods. That night, as the stars twinkled above and the village settled into peaceful slumber, Mira lay beneath the great old oak, the fawn nestled beside her. She closed her eyes, her dreams filled with shimmering lights and the whisper of a forest at peace. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, its people bound by tales of wonder and the gentle magic that surrounded them. Here, under the watchful gaze of the luminal and the twinkling stars, harmony reigned, and the world felt just a little bit brighter. Once upon a time, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering babble of a crystal-clear brook, lay the quaint village of Meadowdown. This little village was known for its charming cobblestone streets, the scent of sweet lavender drifting from cottage gardens, and the gentle chime of bells from the old stone chapel at the village square. But beyond the common sights and sounds, Meadowdown held a secret known only to those who had the heart to discover it. In a small, ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a kind-hearted soul, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. She was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and unwavering curiosity. Her days were filled with helping her neighbors, tending her garden, and dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara wandered through the golden-hued forest that bordered Meadowdown, she stumbled upon an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a delicate, silver key, its surface intricately etched with swirling patterns that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara picked up the key, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingers as she held it. As she examined the key, a soft voice broke the gentle rustling of the leaves. "Ah, you have found it," the voice said, seemingly coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Startled, Clara looked around until her eyes fell upon a small rabbit with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes as blue as the summer sky. This was no ordinary rabbit, for it wore a tiny emerald-green waistcoat and a pair of spectacles perched upon its twitching nose. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder rather than fear. "My name is Thistle," the rabbit replied, adjusting his spectacles with a practiced paw. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods, and it seems you have found the Key of Whispers." Clara looked at the key in her hand, now understanding its significance. "What does the key unlock?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Thistle hopped closer, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "The key unlocks the Door of Secrets, a magical portal that reveals the hidden wonders of the forest. But beware, only those with a pure heart and a wise mind can truly benefit from its magic." With Thistle guiding her, Clara embarked on a journey deeper into the forest. The path was lined with towering trees whose branches formed a canopy of vibrant reds and oranges, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the forest's hidden magic, of creatures that sang to the moon and flowers that bloomed only under starlight. Their journey was not without challenges. At one point, they came upon a wide, rushing stream, its waters too deep and swift to cross easily. Clara paused, thinking deeply. Instead of attempting to force her way across, she noticed the pattern of stepping stones hidden just beneath the surface, revealed only to those who took the time to truly observe. With careful steps, Clara and Thistle made their way across the stream, their trust in each other growing with every challenge they faced. Along the way, they encountered other forest inhabitants who offered their unique wisdom. There was Luna, the wise old owl with feathers like moonlit shadows, who taught Clara the importance of patience and listening to the world around her. And there was Fern, the playful squirrel with a tail like a plume, who showed Clara the joy of laughter and the beauty of small, everyday wonders. Finally, after a journey filled with learning and laughter, they reached the Door of Secrets. It stood nestled between two ancient oak trees, its surface shimmering with a light all its own. Clara hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the key in her hand, before turning to Thistle. "Are you ready?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Clara nodded and inserted the key into the lock. As she turned it, the door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a world of breathtaking beauty. A world where the trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the air was filled with a melody only the heart could hear. Clara stepped through, feeling a sense of peace and belonging wash over her. She had embarked on this journey with a heart full of curiosity and returned with a heart full of wisdom and wonder. She realized that the true magic of the key was not in the wonders it revealed, but in the journey itself and the friendships she had forged along the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara and Thistle made their way back to Meadowdown. The village welcomed them with open arms, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Clara placed the key in a special place in her garden, knowing its magic would always be there, ready to guide those who were willing to listen and learn. And every evening, as the village settled into the comforting embrace of night, Clara would share stories of her adventures, her voice a gentle melody that lulled the village to sleep. And so in the heart of Meadowdown, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Clara's story of discovery and wonder was whispered from generation to generation, a reminder that the true magic of life lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. Once upon a time, in the far reaches of the Andromeda Galaxy, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Viridia. Viridia was renowned for its lush emerald forests and skies that danced with hues of azure and amethyst. It was here, amidst this verdant splendor, that the first of our companions resided, a gentle creature named Leora. Leora was a Viridian, a species known for their ability to communicate with flora and fauna. Her long, silvery tendrils, which cascaded down her back like a waterfall of moonlight, allowed her to tune into the whispers of the forest. Her eyes, a deep shade of jade, sparkled with an understanding beyond her years. She lived in harmony with the world around her, tending to the needs of the forest with a nurturing touch. One day, as Leora wandered through the sun-dappled glades, she stumbled upon something quite peculiar, an object unlike anything she had ever seen. It was smooth, metallic, and shaped like a small vessel. As she approached, a curious sound caught her attention, a soft hum, like a distant lullaby carried on the wind. From within the vessel emerged a being unlike any she had encountered. He was Zin, a traveler from the distant planet of Athura. The Etherians were a technologically advanced species, their bodies composed of shimmering, translucent energy. Zin's form glowed with a gentle iridescence, his eyes a kaleidoscope of colors that shifted with his emotions. At first, Leora and Zin regarded each other with cautious curiosity. Their worlds were so vastly different, their ways of life seemingly incompatible. Leora, with her connection to nature, found Zin's reliance on technology bewildering. Zin, on the other hand, marveled at Leora's ability to converse with the natural world, a skill that seemed as foreign to him as his technology did to her. Their initial encounters were riddled with misunderstandings. Leora's attempt to offer Zin a fruit from the forest was met with hesitation, as he was unsure if it was safe for him to consume. Zin's efforts to show Leora his holographic projections of the stars were met with confusion, as she struggled to comprehend the intricate devices he used. Yet, despite these initial challenges, a bond began to form between them. They found themselves drawn to each other's differences, intrigued by the chance to learn and grow. Leora was fascinated by the stories Zin shared of his travels across the galaxy, tales of far-off worlds and wondrous civilizations. In turn, Zin was captivated by Leora's gentle wisdom, her ability to listen and understand the world in ways he had never considered. One day, as they sat beneath the sprawling branches of an ancient Viridian tree, Leora and Zin faced a shared challenge that would bring them closer than ever before. A sudden storm, fierce and unyielding, swept across the landscape, its winds howling through the trees like a wild symphony. The forest, which had always been a place of peace, was now a tumult of swaying branches and swirling leaves. As the storm raged around them, Leora and Zin found themselves working together, their differences becoming strengths. Leora used her connection with the forest to calm the trees, whispering soothing words to still their frantic dance. Zin, with his technological prowess, projected a barrier of energy to shield them from the worst of the storm's fury. In that moment, as they stood side by side, they realized the true power of their friendship. Their differences had become their greatest asset, allowing them to overcome the storm's wrath through a blend of nature and technology, wisdom and innovation. When the storm finally subsided, the forest bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Leora and Zin sat together, their hearts filled with a newfound understanding. They had learned that friendship transcended the boundaries of species and worlds, that it was a bond forged through shared experiences and mutual respect. In the days that followed, Leora and Zin continued to explore the wonders of Viridia together, their friendship a beacon of warmth and light. They taught each other the songs of their worlds, shared the stories of their people, and discovered the beauty in their differences. And so, in the heart of the Andromeda Galaxy, beneath the sheltering canopy of Viridia's ancient trees, Leora and Zin found not only a friendship that defied the stars, but a home in each other's hearts. They learned that true friendship was like a garden, a place where differences could bloom into understanding, where challenges could be overcome through unity, and where the seeds of kindness and compassion could grow into something beautiful and enduring. As the nights grew longer and the stars shone brighter, their laughter echoed through the forest, a melody of joy and companionship that would forever be remembered as a testament to the power of unlikely companions discovering the true meaning of friendship. In the little village of Willowbrook, nestled among rolling hills and whispering streams, there was a quaint, old bookstore known as Whimsy and Wonder. Its shelves stretched from floor to ceiling, filled with books of every kind imaginable. The air inside was always warm, filled with the comforting scent of aged paper and polished wood. It was here that a young girl named Clara found herself spending most of her afternoons, losing herself in the pages of adventure and mystery. One particularly drizzly afternoon, as raindrops stitched a delicate pattern on the windows, Clara stumbled upon a dusty, leather-bound book tucked away in a shadowed corner. Its cover was embossed with faded gold letters that read, "The Book of Whispers." Intrigued, Clara carefully opened it, and to her surprise, the pages were blank. Disappointed but curious, she decided to take the book home, thinking it might make a perfect sketch pad for her drawings. As night fell and the village was enveloped in a cozy hush, Clara sat by her bedroom window, the gentle patter of rain a soothing lullaby. She opened the book again, and as she did, she noticed a soft glow emanating from the pages. Words began to appear in elegant script, forming a story as if written by an invisible hand. It was a tale about a hidden world where everyday objects held magical secrets, waiting to be discovered by those with kind hearts and open minds. The book spoke of a magical quill, crafted from the feather of a mystical bird, said to bring stories to life. It lay hidden in the heart of the Whispering Woods, a place known for its enchanting beauty and gentle spirits. Clara's heart leapt with excitement and an adventurous spirit. She decided she must find this quill and learn its secrets. The next morning, with the sun peeking through the clouds and painting the village in soft hues of gold, Clara set out on her journey to the Whispering Woods. Along the way, she met a peculiar old man named Mr. Tibbles, who wore spectacles so large they seemed to magnify his twinkling eyes. Mr. Tibbles was the village storyteller, known for his vast knowledge of the woods and its wonders. "Ah, the Whispering Woods," he mused, adjusting his spectacles. "A place of great beauty and mystery. But remember, dear Clara, it is not strength or speed that will guide you to the quill, but wisdom and kindness." With Mr. Tibble's words in her heart, Clara ventured into the woods. The air was crisp, filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. Sunlight danced through the leaves, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. As she walked deeper, she felt a gentle sense of calm, as if the woods themselves were whispering secrets of ancient times. It wasn't long before Clara encountered a small, timid squirrel named Oliver, who was frantically searching for his lost acorns. With a kind smile, Clara offered to help, and together they found the acorns nestled beneath a pile of autumn leaves. Grateful, Oliver decided to accompany Clara on her quest, chattering cheerfully and offering bits of wisdom about the forest. Further along, they came across a wise old turtle named Gertrude. Her shell was etched with patterns that told stories of the forest's past. "To find the quill," Gertrude said in a slow, gentle voice, "you must first listen to the whispers of the forest. They will guide you." Clara closed her eyes, allowing the forest sounds to envelop her. The rustle of leaves, the chirping of birds, and the soft murmurs of the wind seemed to form a melody, leading her deeper into the woods. After what felt like hours, Clara and her newfound friends reached a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its branches stretching towards the sky. Nestled within the roots was the quill, glowing softly with a magical light. As Clara reached out to take the quill, a gentle voice filled the air. "The quill chooses those who write with their hearts," it said. Clara understood that the quill's true magic lay not in the stories it could write, but in the intentions of the storyteller. With the quill in hand, Clara returned to the village, her heart filled with gratitude and wonder. She realized that the true journey had been one of self-discovery, learning the value of kindness, friendship, and wisdom. Back at Whimsy and Wonder, Clara began writing stories with the magical quill, sharing tales of her adventures and the lessons she had learned. The bookstore became a haven of warmth and imagination, drawing people from near and far who came to listen to Clara's enchanting stories. And so, in the gentle glow of the bookstore's lanterns, with the rain softly tapping on the windows, Clara's stories lived on, whispering secrets of magic and wonder to all who would listen. And in the heart of Willowbrook, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, the spirit of adventure and kindness thrived, gently guiding all who ventured into the realms of imagination. Once upon a timeless eve, nestled deep within the ancient Elderwood Forest, a wondrous tale unfolded, a story as eternal as the towering pines and whispering streams that graced this enchanted realm. In a cozy burrow beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, a family of rabbits stirred to welcome the first rays of dawn. Willow, the matriarch, nuzzled her kits awake with a gentle nudge, her soft fur glistening with dewdrops like diamonds in the morning light. "Wake up, my little ones," she cooed, her voice as soothing as the babbling brook nearby. "The forest awakens, and with it, a world of magic awaits." Blinking away the remnants of sleep, the kits scampered out of their burrow, their tiny noses twitching with curiosity. The forest floor was a tapestry of emerald moss and wildflowers, each petal glistening with crystalline beads of dew. As the family ventured deeper into the woodland, the air seemed to hum with an ancient melody, the harmonious symphony of nature itself. Willow's ears twitched, and she paused, her eyes alight with wonder. "Listen closely, my kits," she whispered. "Can you hear the heartbeat of the forest?" The kits stilled, their eyes wide with awe as the gentle thrum of life pulsed around them. The rustling of leaves, the gurgle of the stream, the song of birds, all woven together in a tapestry of sound that echoed the very essence of the Elderwood. Willow led her family through a maze of ferns and mushroom rings, her paws leaving no trace upon the mossy ground. As they ventured deeper, the forest seemed to come alive with magic. Glimmering sprites danced among the branches, their gossamer wings scattering stardust in their wake. A family of deer materialized from the mist, their graceful forms ethereal and otherworldly. The kits gasped in delight, their eyes sparkling with childlike wonder. "Behold the guardians of the forest," Willow murmured, her voice reverent. "They walk between the realms, ensuring the delicate balance of nature remains undisturbed." As the sun crept higher in the sky, the forest hummed with the rhythms of life. Squirrels chattered from their lofty perches, and butterflies flitted from blossom to blossom, their wings a kaleidoscope of color. In a secluded glade, a crystal-clear pool shimmered like liquid moonlight, its waters infused with the magic of the ancient wood. Willow gestured for her kits to approach, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Watch closely, my little ones," she whispered. With a flick of her paw, she conjured a ripple upon the surface of the pool. Instantly, the water transformed into a shimmering mirror, reflecting not their physical forms, but the very essence of their spirits, glowing orbs of pure energy, pulsing with the vibrant hues of life itself. The kits gasped in wonder, their eyes wide with amazement. "How is this possible, Mother?" one kit asked, his voice tinged with awe. Willow smiled, her whiskers twitching with delight. "The magic of the Elderwood is as ancient as the forest itself," she explained. "It flows through every living thing, connecting us all in a tapestry of life." As the day wore on, the family basked in the warmth of the sun's golden rays, their bellies full from a hearty feast of berries and succulent greens. Willow regaled her kits with tales of the forest's ancient wisdom, passed down through countless generations of rabbits before them. She spoke of the changing seasons, each one a symphony of transformation and renewal. The vibrant greens of spring, the fiery hues of autumn, the crystalline blanket of winter, each held its own unique magic, woven into the very fabric of the Elderwood. As dusk approached, the family retreated to their burrow, their hearts full of wonder and reverence for the magic that surrounded them. Willow tucked her kits in, her eyes shining with love and pride. "Remember, my little ones," she whispered, nuzzling them tenderly. "The magic of the Elderwood flows through us all. It is our sacred duty to protect and cherish this wondrous realm, for it is the very heartbeat of life itself." And as the moon rose high above the ancient canopy, the forest seemed to hum with a contented sigh, its secrets guarded by those who walked in harmony with nature's eternal dance. In the distant reaches of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Luminara. Its skies shimmered in hues of lavender and gold, and its lush landscapes teemed with life. Among its gentle inhabitants was Lyra, a creature of light and song, whose translucent wings caught the sun's rays and scattered rainbows across the fields as she fluttered from one blossom to the next. On a nearby planet shrouded in twilight and mystery lived Corin, a towering being of earth and stone. His world, Teros, was a place of deep valleys and echoing caverns, where the ground whispered ancient secrets. Corin's strength was matched by his gentle heart, and he wandered his land with a quiet reverence for the beauty of the stones and the life they cradled. One fateful day, as the stars aligned in a cosmic dance, a curious portal opened between these two worlds. Lyra, drawn by its shimmering allure, darted through the portal, her heart filled with wonder and a touch of trepidation. She found herself in the shadowed realm of Teros, where the air was cool and the scent of earth was rich and comforting. Corin, who had been exploring near the portal's edge, watched in awe as the delicate creature emerged. Her light was a stark contrast to the muted tones of his world, and for a moment they simply stared at one another, two beings from different worlds, brought together by the whims of the universe. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Lyra's melodious trills and chirps seemed like mere music to Corin's ears, while his deep rumbling tones were too low for her to comprehend fully. Yet there was a spark of curiosity in both their hearts, a desire to bridge the gap between them. Over time, they learned to communicate through gestures and shared experiences. Lyra would guide Corin to the hidden nooks where flowers bloomed in the shadows, their colors vibrant even in the dim light, while Corin showed Lyra the secret paths within the caverns, where crystals glowed with an inner fire. Their bond deepened as they faced challenges together. One day, a fierce storm swept across Teros, its winds howling through the valleys, and its rains turning paths into torrents. Lyra, unused to such weather, found herself struggling against the gale. Corin, with his sturdy form, shielded her with his broad back, guiding her to the safety of a cavern where they waited for the storm to pass. In that quiet refuge, they shared warmth and stories, their differences fading as they found comfort in each other's presence. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra and Corin discovered the true meaning of friendship. They learned to appreciate each other's strengths and to lend support in times of need. Lyra taught Corin the joy of laughter, her tinkling giggles echoing through the caverns, while Corin showed Lyra the beauty of silence, the way it allowed the heart to listen more deeply. One day the portal shimmered once more, signaling that it was time for Lyra to return to Luminara. The thought of parting was bittersweet, yet both knew that their friendship had transcended the boundaries of their worlds. As Lyra prepared to leave, she touched her wings lightly to Corin's forehead, a gesture of gratitude and affection. Corin, in turn, placed a small crystal in her hands, its glow a reminder of the light they had found in each other. With a final, shared glance of understanding and warmth, Lyra stepped through the portal, her heart full of memories and a newfound wisdom about the strength of friendship. Back on Luminara, Lyra often gazed up at the stars, her thoughts drifting to her friend Anteros. And on Teros, Corin would sit in the quiet of a cavern, feeling the gentle hum of the crystal Lyra had touched, knowing that their bond was as enduring as the stones of his world. In the vastness of the universe, Lyra and Corin had discovered the simple truth that true friendship knows no bounds, and that even the most unlikely companions can find understanding and joy in one another. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, their friendship endured, a testament to the harmony that could be found in diversity and the strength that could be born from shared hearts. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of towering oaks whispered secrets in the language of rustling leaves, there lay a world unseen by hurried eyes. Here the boundary between the earthly and the enchanted was as thin as a spider's silk, shimmering with the dew of dawn and the gold of setting sun. This was a realm where the natural creatures lived hidden lives, weaving tales of harmony and balance in concert with the rhythm of the seasons. As the first blush of spring unfurled across the forest, a gentle awakening stirred among its denizens. The air was laced with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers, and the babble of brooks was a lullaby for all who dwelled within. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Berwin, whose shell was etched with the stories of centuries. Berwin moved slowly, but his mind was sharp as the breeze that danced through the budding branches. Berwin had a special bond with a young squirrel named Leora. Her fur was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Leora loved to scamper through the treetops, her heart beating in time with the flutter of new leaves. She was always eager to learn, and Berwin, with his ancient wisdom, was her favorite teacher. One bright morning, as the sun cast dappled patterns on the forest floor, Leora found Berwin near a gnarled oak, basking in the warmth. "Berwin," she chattered, her voice as lively as the songbirds, "why do the seasons change? And what makes the weather dance between sun and rain?" Berwin opened his eyes slowly, a smile creasing his leathery face. "Ah, Leora, that's a tale old as the forest itself," he began, his voice deep and soothing, like the murmur of distant thunder. "The seasons are the breath of the earth. Each one has its time and purpose, a harmony that holds the world together." He gestured with a slow movement of his head towards the sky, where clouds drifted lazily. "It is said that the winds carry whispers from the ancients, and with them the magic that changes leaf to bloom, bloom to fruit, and fruit to rest. This magic, dear Leora, is the balance we all must keep." Leora listened, her eyes wide with wonder. "But how do we keep this balance, Berwin?" "Through respect and care, my dear," Berwin replied. "Each creature, no matter how small, plays a part. The bees that dance from flower to flower, the roots that drink from the earth, and even the rain that nourishes us all. We live not just for ourselves, but for the world around us." As spring gave way to the golden hues of summer and the forest buzzed with life, Leora took Berwin's words to heart. She watched as the bees hummed their tireless song, gathering nectar with a precision that only nature could command. She marveled at the way the sun's warmth coaxed the sweet scent of pine into the air, a fragrance that mingled with the laughter of brooks and the rustle of leaves. The forest was a tapestry of life, each thread vibrant and essential. Leora learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to feel the pulse of life beneath her paws. She understood the importance of her place within this delicate dance. As the sun began to dip lower in the sky, painting the forest in hues of amber and sienna, the whispers of change rustled through the leaves once more. The air grew crisp, and the scent of earth and wood smoke mingled, signaling the approach of autumn. One evening, as the moon hung low and round like a lantern, Leora found Berwin nestled beneath a canopy of red and gold. "Berwin, the air feels different, and the forest is changing again," she observed, her voice now tinged with the wisdom she had gathered through the seasons. Berwin nodded, his eyes reflecting the gentle glow of the moon. "Yes, Leora, the earth is preparing to rest, and soon the world will be blanketed in the quiet of winter. It is a time for reflection and renewal." Leora settled beside him, the crisp leaves crunching softly beneath her. "And when will spring return, bringing its magic and life?" "In time, dear Leora," Berwin said softly. "The world turns in its gentle rhythm, a cycle that teaches us patience and trust. We must honor the gifts of each season, for they are the heartbeats of the earth." As the stars twinkled like fireflies in the vast expanse above, Leora understood the deep truth in Berwin's words. The forest, with all its hidden lives and magical phenomena, was a testament to the power of balance and harmony. Each season brought its own gifts and lessons, a reminder that life was a wondrous journey, best traveled with kindness and wisdom. With this knowledge cradled in her heart, Leora curled up beside Berwin, their breaths mingling in the cool night air. Together they listened to the lullaby of the forest, a melody as timeless as the stars above. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, the ancient forest continued its eternal dance. A sanctuary of peace and magic, where creatures great and small lived in harmony with the world and each other. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Leela. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lila spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lila decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lila followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lila to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lila thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the Enchanted Hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lila's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Leela met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lila of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lila traveled to the heart of the enchanted hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lila closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lila realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lila returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lila knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the enchanted hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lila slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. In the heart of the lush, emerald-green woods, where the golden sunbeams filtered through the canopy like threads of silk, there lay a small village named Willow Glen. It was a place where time seemed to stand still, wrapped in the gentle embrace of nature's beauty and serenity. The villagers there lived simple, harmonious lives, tending to their gardens and sharing stories by the fireplace. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her kind heart and curious spirit. Lila had a way of seeing the world that others often overlooked, finding magic in the mundane and joy in simplicity. Her days were filled with exploration, as she wandered the woods, collecting wildflowers and listening to the whispers of the wind. One day, while following a particularly curious-looking butterfly with wings the color of a late afternoon sky, Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. Nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with swirling patterns, reminiscent of the dancing leaves in autumn. As she carefully picked it up, she noticed it felt warm to the touch and seemed to hum with a life of its own. Lila's heart raced with excitement as she opened the box. Inside was a shimmering, iridescent stone, unlike anything she had ever seen. It glowed softly, casting a gentle light that danced in her eyes. As she held it, a comforting warmth spread through her, as if the stone itself was whispering secrets of forgotten times. Intrigued by her discovery, Lila hurried back to the village to show her best friend, Finn. Finn was a gentle soul with a mind as sharp as a fox's and a heart as vast as the ocean. Together they had shared countless adventures, each one more thrilling than the last. "Lila, where have you been?" Finn called out as she approached, his eyes lighting up with curiosity. "Finn, you won't believe what I found!" Lila exclaimed, holding out the stone for him to see. As Finn took the stone in his hands, his eyes widened in awe. "It's beautiful, Lila. But what is it?" he asked, turning the stone over to admire its luminescent surface. "I don't know," Lila admitted, "but I think it's special. It feels alive." The two friends sat beneath the shade of a willow tree, discussing the stone's origins and pondering its purpose. As they spoke, the stone seemed to pulse softly, as if responding to their words. It was then that Finn noticed something remarkable. "Lila, look!" he said, pointing to the ground. As they watched, the grass around them began to shimmer with the same iridescent glow as the stone, forming a delicate pathway leading deeper into the woods. With hearts full of wonder and a sense of adventure, Leela and Finn decided to follow the glowing path. It twisted and turned through the forest, leading them to places they had never seen before. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers, and the sounds of birdsong accompanied their journey. As they walked, they noticed that the path seemed to guide them through a hidden world, one that existed just beyond the veil of the ordinary. Trees with leaves of silver and flowers that sang in the breeze surrounded them, and they marveled at the beauty of it all. Eventually, the path led them to a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching toward the heavens, adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars. "This must be the heart of the forest," Finn whispered, his voice filled with awe. Lila nodded, her eyes shining with wonder. "It's like a dream," she said softly. As they approached the tree, the stone in Lila's hand began to glow brighter, and a gentle voice filled the air around them. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, conveying a sense of warmth and belonging. "You have found the Stone of Harmony," the voice seemed to say. "It is a gift from the forest, a symbol of the bond between nature and those who cherish it." Lila and Finn exchanged a glance, understanding dawning within them. The stone was not just a magical object. It was a reminder of the harmony that existed between all living things, a connection that could be felt in every breath of wind and every rustle of leaves. As they stood beneath the tree, the stone pulsed with a gentle rhythm, and the world around them seemed to come alive. The whispers of the forest became clearer, speaking of ancient stories and timeless wisdom. "We must protect this place," Leela said, her voice filled with determination. "It's a treasure, and it needs to be cherished." Finn nodded, his heart swelling with pride. "Together, we can make sure it stays safe," he agreed. With a newfound purpose, the two friends made their way back to the village, their hearts light with the knowledge of the secret world they had discovered. They shared their tale with the villagers, who listened with rapt attention and vowed to help protect the forest and its hidden wonders. As the days turned into weeks, Lila and Finn continued to visit the clearing, tending to the tree and learning from the wisdom of the forest. They discovered that the stone had the power to heal and to bring peace, and they used it to help those in need, spreading kindness and harmony throughout the village. Through their actions, the forest thrived, and the bond between the villagers and the natural world grew stronger. Lila and Finn's friendship blossomed, their shared adventures bringing them closer than ever. In the heart of Willow Glen, where the sun cast its warm embrace over the land, the village flourished, a testament to the power of harmony and the beauty of friendship. And in the depths of the forest, beneath the shade of the ancient tree, the Stone of Harmony continued to glow, a beacon of hope and peace for all who dared to dream. As the years passed, Lila and Finn grew older, their lives rich with the memories of their adventures and the joy of the world they had helped to protect. And though they eventually passed the Stone of Harmony on to the next generation, its magic remained, a timeless reminder of the bonds that connected them all. And so, in the quiet moments as dusk settled over the village, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, telling tales of a young girl and her friend who had found the heart of the world and learned that true magic lay not in the stone itself, but in the love and friendship that it inspired. The end. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the streams giggled with joy, there was a quaint little village called Chuckleborough. The village was known far and wide for its peculiar inhabitants and their delightful quirks, each more charming than the last. In a cozy cottage with a roof made entirely of sunflower petals lived a sprightly gnome named Gimble. Gimble was known for his sparkling blue spectacles, which he wore even during moonlit nights, claiming they helped him see dreams better. He was a tinker of sorts, creating odd gadgets that made the villagers chuckle. His latest invention was a teapot that played a merry tune whenever it poured a cup of tea. Next door, in a house shaped like a giant mushroom, lived a plump, cheerful squirrel named Nibble. Nibble was no ordinary squirrel. He wore a tiny red vest and had a tail that seemed to have a mind of its own, often wagging to the rhythm of his laughter. Nibble was the village's storyteller, regaling the young and old with tales of faraway lands and magical creatures. One sunny morning, as the dew glittered like diamonds on the grass, Gimble and Nibble gathered with their friends in the village square. There was a buzz of excitement in the air, for today was the annual Chuckleborough Jamboree, a day filled with games, feasts, and contests of whimsy. But as the preparations were underway, a peculiar problem presented itself. A mysterious fog, tinged with a hint of lavender, had settled over the village overnight. It wasn't an ordinary fog, for it seemed to shimmer and shift, and the villagers soon discovered that anyone who entered it found themselves speaking in rhymes. While this was amusing at first, it quickly became problematic. How could they organize the jamboree when every instruction was transformed into a poetic riddle? Gimble, with a twinkle in his eye, declared that they must find the source of this magical mist. A fog that speaks in verse and song must have a story to which it belongs, he mused, adjusting his spectacles. Nibble, his tail wagging excitedly, agreed. Let us seek the fog's creator and make our village celebrations greater. And so, the quirky duo set off on an adventure, accompanied by their friends, a bashful hedgehog named Prickle, who always wore a jaunty little hat, and a wise old owl named Hoot, who loved to solve puzzles. Their journey led them through the heart of whispering woods, where the trees whispered secrets of the past. As they followed the trail of the lavender fog, they encountered a series of delightful surprises. First, they met a family of fireflies who danced in the air, spelling out messages in glowing letters. One said, "To find the source, follow the course, where the sunlight kisses the forest floor." Guided by this luminous clue, the friends arrived at a glade where the sunlight streamed through the canopy in golden beams. There they found a small, shimmering pond, the surface of which was alive with ripples that formed words and rhymes. At the edge of the pond sat a whimsical creature, a tiny, giggling sprite named Limerick. With hair like spun silver and eyes like twinkling stars, Limerick was the master of the fog. She explained, between fits of giggles, that she had accidentally spilled her rhyming elixir into the air while practicing her spells for the jamboree. Oh dear, what a funny mistake! I only wanted a rhyme or two to make," Limerick chirped, her laughter ringing like chimes. Gimble and Nibble, both chuckling at the serendipity of it all, assured her that all was well. "With a bit of wisdom and a dose of cheer, we'll turn this mishap into a wondrous affair," Gimble said. Together, the friends and Limerick devised a plan. Using Gimble's clever tinkering skills, they crafted a series of rhyming games and contests for the jamboree, turning the fog into a feature rather than a flaw. The villagers embraced the challenge with laughter and song, weaving verses into their daily chatter with ease. As the day of the jamboree dawned, the village square was alive with color and sound. The lavender fog, no longer a puzzle, danced around the villagers, carrying their rhymes on the breeze. Gimble's musical teapot played a merry tune, while Nibble spun tales that rhymed and delighted all. The highlight of the day was the grand rhyme-off, where villagers competed to create the most whimsical verses. Even Prickle, usually shy, joined in the fun, his rhymes earning him a hatful of applause. And Hoot, delighted by the linguistic creativity, judged the contest with wise and humorous comments. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over Chuckleborough, the villagers gathered around the fire for the closing ceremony. Limerick, grateful for the friends who had turned her mistake into magic, gifted each of them a vial of her rhyming elixir, with a wink and a promise of future fun. And so, with hearts full of joy and laughter, the villagers of Chuckleborough drifted into dreams, cradled by the gentle rhymes of the whispering woods. Gimble adjusted his blue spectacles one last time, content with the day's adventures, while Nibble's tail wagged happily in his sleep. For in Chuckleborough, even the quirkiest of problems could be solved with friendship, creativity, and a touch of whimsical magic. And they all lived happily ever after, in a world where rhymes danced on the breeze, and joy was found in the most unexpected places. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. Like most children her age, Lily loved playing outdoors and exploring the wonders of nature. One crisp autumn afternoon, while chasing a kaleidoscope of falling leaves, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. Beneath a towering oak tree lay a tarnished metal box, half buried in the earth. Curiosity piqued, Lily knelt and began brushing away the soil, revealing an ornate pattern etched into the lid. As her small fingers traced the intricate design, something extraordinary happened. The box began to glow with a warm, golden light. Startled yet entranced, Lily watched as the light pulsed in rhythm with her heartbeat. She instinctively knew this was no ordinary box. It held a magic unlike anything she had ever encountered. Just then, a rustling in the nearby bushes caught her attention. Out hopped a sprightly rabbit with eyes that twinkled like starlight. "Greetings, young one," the rabbit spoke, its voice soft and melodic. "I am Sage, guardian of the luminous box. You have awakened an ancient power." Lily's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking rabbit? But how is this possible?" Sage chuckled. "In this world, anything is possible for those with open hearts and curious minds. The luminous box has chosen you as its new keeper, a role of great responsibility." As if on cue, a wise old owl swooped down from the branches above. "Fear not, little one," the owl hooted. "We shall guide you on this journey. I am Athena, keeper of knowledge." And so began Lily's extraordinary adventure. With Sage and Athena as her companions, she learned that the luminous box held the power to illuminate the truths hidden within all living things. Its magic could reveal the innermost thoughts, fears, and desires of anyone who gazed into its radiant depths. However, with such power came a great challenge: using it wisely and with compassion. For the box's light could be a beacon of understanding or a harsh glare that exposed too much. As they traversed meadows and forests, Lily and her friends encountered many who sought the box's power for selfish gain. A greedy merchant wished to use it to discover the secrets of his competitors. A bitter recluse hoped to expose the flaws of those who had wronged him. In each instance, Sage and Athena gently guided Lily towards a path of empathy and kindness. They taught her that true wisdom came not from exploiting others' vulnerabilities, but from embracing them with open hearts. One day, they came upon a village engulfed in turmoil. Neighbors had turned against one another, fueled by mistrust and suspicion. Lily knew the luminous box could reveal the truth behind their conflicts, but she also understood the risk of causing further harm. With Sage and Athena's counsel, she decided to approach the villagers not with the box's power, but with a listening ear and a compassionate spirit. One by one, she heard their stories, their fears, and their hopes. As the villagers opened up, they began to recognize the common threads that bound them together. The petty grievances that had once seemed insurmountable faded, replaced by a newfound understanding and desire for reconciliation. In that moment, Lily realized the true magic of the luminous box. It had illuminated not the secrets of others, but the depths of her own heart. She had learned that wisdom often lies not in revealing truths, but in creating an environment where truths can be shared freely and without judgment. From that day forward, Lily carried the luminous box not as a tool of revelation, but as a reminder of the power of empathy, compassion, and open-hearted listening. She continued her journey, sharing its gentle light with those in need of understanding and acceptance. And whenever the weight of her responsibility felt overwhelming, Sage and Athena were there to remind her that the greatest magic of all was the ability to touch the hearts of others with kindness and wisdom. As the evening sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Lily would often sit beneath the old oak tree, recounting her adventures to the fireflies that danced among the branches. And in their twinkling lights she saw the warm glow of the luminous box, a testament to the extraordinary magic that can be found in the most ordinary of places, if only one has the courage to look with an open heart. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked, and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, as Lila and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea, a soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in twilight's embrace. Curious, Lila padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lila," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the whispering woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen." Lila's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lila set off toward the whispering woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, the familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lila walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Lila," a voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Lila nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods." Lila listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. "The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony." Thanking the tree guardian, Lila set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lila returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection. Its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lila spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, with a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lila made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lila's soul. "Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons." That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, she listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she, knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods. Once upon a time, nestled in a serene valley surrounded by lush emerald hills, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. In this village, ivy-clad cottages stood under the watchful embrace of towering oak trees, their branches whispering ancient secrets to the winds. Among these cottages, at the end of a winding cobblestone path, was the home of a young woman named Eleanor. Eleanor had always been a creature of habit, finding comfort in the routines that shaped her days. She knew every stone in the path she walked, every note of the birdsong that greeted her at dawn. Yet, as the seasons began to shift from the vibrant energy of summer to the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor felt a growing unease, a restlessness she could not quite name. The familiar patterns of her life seemed to stifle rather than soothe, and she found herself yearning for something just beyond her reach. One crisp morning, as the first golden leaves tumbled from the trees like coins from a treasure chest, Eleanor set out for a walk in the nearby forest, seeking solace in the rustling leaves and soft earth. The forest was a tapestry of colors, the air rich with the scent of pine and the earthy perfume of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she came upon a sight that made her heart pause. A small, glistening pond, its surface a mirror reflecting the world above. Drawn to its tranquil beauty, Eleanor knelt at the water's edge. As she gazed into the pond, a gentle ripple disturbed its surface, and from its depths emerged a curious creature. It was a small, luminous fish with scales that shimmered like 1,000 rainbows. The fish spoke, its voice a soft melody that seemed to echo in Eleanor's mind. "Greetings, Eleanor," the fish said with a gentle nod. "I am the keeper of waters. You have come seeking change, have you not?" Eleanor blinked in surprise, her heart fluttering like the wings of the butterflies that danced around her. "I suppose I have," she replied, her voice barely a whisper, "but I do not know what it is that I seek." The keeper of waters glided closer, its eyes wise and knowing. "Change is a river, ever flowing, ever changing," it said. "It can be daunting, yet it is the essence of life. Embrace it, and you will discover your true self." As these words settled in her heart, the pond began to shimmer with a warm, golden light. Eleanor felt a gentle warmth spread through her, and when she looked around, she found herself no longer alone. The forest had transformed, and standing beside her were creatures of the wood, the spirited fox, the wise owl, and the playful squirrel, all friends she had known since her childhood. Each creature spoke in turn, their voices weaving a tapestry of encouragement and support. The fox, with eyes like amber, spoke of courage and the joy of exploration. The owl, perched with grace, shared wisdom and the importance of patience. The squirrel chattered about the delight found in small wonders and the magic of discovery. With each word, Eleanor felt a growing sense of peace and possibility. She saw her life not as a series of fixed patterns, but as a journey filled with endless potential. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a path to new adventures and self-discovery. In gratitude, Eleanor thanked the keeper of waters and her woodland friends. As she rose to leave, the pond's light faded, and the forest returned to its familiar form. Yet within Eleanor's heart, a transformation had begun, a spark of courage and curiosity that would guide her forward. Returning to Willowbrook, Eleanor found that the world around her seemed more vibrant, more alive. She welcomed the changing seasons, each day an opportunity to learn and grow. She embraced new experiences, finding joy in the unexpected and strength in her newfound resilience. And so, in the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor discovered the beauty of personal growth and magical transformation. With the support of her friends and the wisdom of the keeper of waters, she learned that life, like the shimmering pond, was a mirror reflecting the endless possibilities within her. In time, Eleanor became a beacon of inspiration for others in Willowbrook, her story a reminder that change, though challenging, can lead to the most wondrous discoveries. And as the stars twinkled above the village each night, the gentle hum of the forest sang a lullaby of hope and transformation, a song that carried the promise of new beginnings for all who dared to dream. In the gentle embrace of twilight, when the world was painted in soft hues of lavender and gold, young Sylvie found herself standing at the edge of the whispering woods. This was no ordinary forest. It was a place of enchantment, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, and the leaves rustled like a chorus of gentle whispers, telling tales of ancient times and forgotten magic. Sylvie had always been a curious soul, with eyes wide and bright like a pair of polished amber stones. Her heart danced with the thrill of discovery, and it was this very spirit that led her to the threshold of the Whispering Woods. The stories of the forest had been many, passed down through generations in her village, each tale more captivating than the last. Yet none could say what truly lay within, for no one had ventured far enough to uncover its secrets. With a deep breath, Sylvie stepped forward, her feet sinking softly into the mossy path. The forest welcomed her with a gentle breeze that played with her hair like an old friend. As she walked, the air was filled with the soothing sound of a babbling brook nearby, its waters glistening like a trail of diamonds under the fading light. It wasn't long before Sylvie encountered her first glimpse of the forest's wonders. A small, luminescent creature flitted across her path, a wisp glowing with a gentle blue light. It paused midair, regarding Sylvie with curious eyes that twinkled like tiny stars. The wisp danced around her in playful circles, leading her deeper into the heart of the woods. Following the wisp, Sylvie soon arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight. Here the trees formed a protective circle around a shimmering pond, its surface reflecting the night sky as if it were a mirror. Around the pond, flowers of every imaginable color bloomed, their petals opening to reveal a symphony of fragrances that filled the air with a sense of peace and wonder. As Sylvie marveled at the beauty around her, she noticed a figure sitting by the pond's edge. It was a small, gentle creature with fur as soft and white as freshly fallen snow. Its eyes were the color of twilight, deep and full of wisdom. The creature, a moonlit hare, greeted Sylvie with a nod, as if acknowledging her courage to explore the unknown. "Welcome, brave traveler," the hare spoke, its voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "Few have come this far, but those who do are often rewarded with the forest's secrets." Sylvie felt a warmth spread through her chest, a mixture of pride and gratitude. "I've always wondered what lay beyond the stories," she confessed, sitting down beside the hare. "It feels like a dream." The moonlit hare chuckled, a sound like the tinkling of distant bells. "This place is indeed magical, but it is your heart that makes it a dream. Your courage to step into the unknown is what brings the wonders of this forest to life." As they spoke, other creatures began to emerge from the shadows, drawn by Sylvie's presence. A family of glow foxes, their tails trailing streams of golden light, played in the underbrush. Above, a pair of sky owls glided silently through the treetops, their feathers glistening like silver in the moonlight. Sylvie listened as the hare shared stories of the Whispering Woods, tales of friendship and harmony among its inhabitants. She learned that the forest was a place of balance, where each creature played a part in maintaining its delicate beauty. As the night deepened, Sylvie felt a gentle tug on her heart, a reminder of home and the comfort of her own bed. The moonlit hare noticed her gaze drifting back toward the path she had come from and smiled knowingly. "Every journey must find its end, just as every night must yield to dawn," the hare said softly. "But remember, Sylvie, the courage you showed here tonight is a light that will guide you wherever you go." With a heart full of newfound wisdom and a promise of return, Sylvie bid farewell to her new friends. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the path seemed to glow with a welcoming light, as if the Whispering Woods itself were guiding her safely home. When Sylvie finally emerged from the forest, the first rays of dawn were beginning to paint the sky in shades of pink and gold. She felt a profound sense of peace, as if the forest had shared a part of its magic with her, a magic that would stay with her always. As she slipped back into her warm bed, the stories of the Whispering Woods lingered in her mind like a gentle lullaby, reminding her that courage and exploration could unveil the most wondrous of dreams. And so, with a heart full of joy and eyes heavy with sleep, Sylvie drifted into a world of dreams, comforted by the knowledge that she was part of a larger magical world where anything was possible. Once upon a time, nestled between the rolling hills and Whispering Woods, lay the quaint village of Bramblebrook. It was a place where the morning sun kissed the rooftops with gentle warmth, and the evening breeze carried the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. The villagers were a close-knit bunch, their lives intertwined like the ivy that clung to the stone cottages. In this serene corner of the world, magic was spoken of in hushed tones, a relic of old tales and distant memories. In a small cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Leora. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as bright as the summer sky, Leora was known for her curious spirit and kind heart. Her days were spent exploring the fields and forests that surrounded Bramblebrook, her laughter echoing through the trees like a melody carried on the wind. Leora's closest companion was a wise old owl named Horace. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes held the depth of ancient knowledge. Horace had been Leora's friend for as long as she could remember, guiding her with gentle wisdom and watching over her adventures with a protective gaze. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in shades of gold and crimson, Leora set out on a new adventure. She had heard whispers from the villagers about a hidden world within the heart of the forest, a place where the ordinary and extraordinary intertwined. The stories spoke of a magical glade, a sanctuary for creatures unseen and wonders untold. With Horace perched on her shoulder, Leora followed the winding path into the woods. The forest was alive with the symphony of chirping crickets and rustling leaves, a lullaby that soothed the soul. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor as they ventured deeper into the woodland realm. As they journeyed, Leora noticed something peculiar. A faint glow seemed to emanate from beneath the moss-covered roots of an ancient oak tree. Intrigued, she knelt down, brushing aside the leaves and twigs to reveal a small, ornate box. It was crafted from polished wood, inlaid with delicate silver filigree that shimmered in the dappled light. "What do you suppose this is, Horace?" Leora wondered aloud, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns on the box. Horace tilted his head thoughtfully. "It appears to be a relic of the old magic, Leora. Handle it with care, for such objects often carry both wonder and responsibility." With a gentle touch, Leora opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft velvet, lay an exquisite amulet. It was a pendant of silver and sapphire, glowing with a soft, ethereal light. As she held it in her hand, a warmth spread through her as if the amulet recognized her touch. "It's beautiful," Leora marveled, slipping the chain around her neck. The moment the amulet settled against her heart, the forest around her seemed to shift. The colors grew more vibrant, the sounds clearer, as if the world had come alive in a way she had never experienced before. With Horace by her side, Leora continued her journey, drawn by an unseen force that guided her deeper into the forest. The path led them to a secluded glade, where the air was thick with enchantment. Here the trees stood tall and proud, their branches adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars. A gentle stream babbled nearby, its waters sparkling with 1,000 tiny rainbows. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree unlike any other. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark a tapestry of twisting vines and emerald moss. From its branches hung clusters of luminescent fruits, each one pulsating with a soft, inviting light. As Leora approached the tree, a soft voice echoed through the glade, warm and welcoming. "Welcome, Leora, guardian of the amulet. You are in the realm of the Whispering Woods, a sanctuary for all that is magical and true." Startled, Leora looked around, searching for the source of the voice. "Who's there?" she called, her curiosity tinged with awe. "I am the spirit of the woods," the voice replied, gentle as a summer breeze. "I have watched over this land for centuries, preserving the balance between the seen and unseen." Leora felt a sense of peace wash over her, the presence of the spirit comforting and reassuring. "Why have I been brought here?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "The amulet chose you, dear child," the spirit explained. "It seeks a heart pure of intent, one who can see beyond the veil of the ordinary. You possess the ability to bring harmony between our worlds." As the spirit spoke, Leora felt the weight of responsibility settle upon her shoulders. Yet it was not a burden, but a promise of purpose and belonging. "What must I do?" she asked, determination in her voice. "There is a storm brewing, one that threatens to disrupt the balance of our worlds," the spirit warned. "An ancient feud between the creatures of the forest has awakened, and only through understanding and unity can peace be restored." Leora nodded, her resolve unwavering. "I will do whatever it takes to help," she vowed, her hand clutching the amulet. Horace hooted softly in agreement, his wings ruffling with anticipation. With the guidance of the spirit, Leora set out to mend the rift that threatened the Whispering Woods. Her first task was to speak with the Dryads, the tree spirits who guarded the forest. Their home was in a grove of silver birch trees, where the air was thick with the scent of earth and rain. The Dryads emerged from their arboreal homes, their forms shifting between wood and flesh. They regarded Leora with curiosity, their eyes reflecting the wisdom of the ages. "Why have you come, child of the outside?" one of them asked, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "I seek to understand the discord that has taken root in the forest," Leora replied, her tone respectful and earnest. "I wish to help restore harmony." The Dryads exchanged glances, a silent conversation passing between them. Finally, another spoke, her voice tinged with sorrow. "Our kin, the Sylphs, have grown distant. They dwell in the upper reaches of the forest, where the wind sings a different song. We once danced together in harmony, but now distrust has taken root." Leora listened intently, her heart aching for the fractured bonds between the forest dwellers. "What caused this rift?" she asked gently. "It began with the loss of the Heartstone," the first Dryad explained. "A gem of great power, it was a symbol of our unity. Without it, our connection has withered, leaving space for fear and misunderstanding." Leora thanked the Dryads for their honesty and promised to seek out the Sylphs. As she and Horus continued their journey, she pondered the wisdom in the Dryads' words. She understood that the Heartstone was more than a mere object. It was a representation of the unity and trust that bound the forest together. The path to the Sylphs' domain was steep and winding, leading them to the treetops where the air was crisp and the sky stretched wide. The Sylphs, ethereal and graceful, greeted Leora with wary curiosity. Their translucent wings shimmered in the sunlight, casting iridescent shadows on the leaves. "What brings you to our realm, earthbound one of the Sylphs inquired, her voice melodic and airy. "I come seeking understanding and reconciliation," Leora answered, her gaze steady and sincere. "The Dryad spoke of the lost Heartstone and the rift it has caused. I wish to help bridge the divide." The Sylphs exchanged looks, their expressions a mixture of hope and skepticism. Finally, a Sylph with wings the color of twilight spoke. "The Heartstone was entrusted to the care of both our kin. It vanished one stormy night, leaving only whispers of betrayal in its wake." Leora listened carefully, her mind piecing together the fragmented story. "I believe the Heartstone still exists, hidden away, waiting for the right moment to be found," she mused aloud. "Perhaps it lies in a place where both worlds touch, yet remain separate." The Sylphs considered her words, their gazes softening. "If you can find the Heartstone, perhaps the wounds can begin to heal," the twilight-winged Sylph agreed, hope flickering in her eyes. With a promise to return, Leora left the Sylphs' domain, her mind racing with possibilities. The amulet around her neck pulsed with a gentle warmth, guiding her thoughts like a beacon in the night. She realized that the Heartstone's hiding place must be at the confluence of the two realms, where the magic of the forest and the world beyond intertwined. Determined to find the Heartstone, Leora retraced her steps to the enchanted glade. As she approached the magnificent tree at its center, she felt the amulet's warmth intensify, the sapphire glow resonating with the energy of the glade. Leora knelt before the ancient tree, her fingers brushing the soft earth. "Spirit of the woods," she called softly, her voice a gentle plea. "Guide me to the Heartstone, so that I may help restore the harmony that has been lost." The spirit's voice answered, a soothing presence that enveloped her like a warm embrace. "The Heartstone lies within, child. It is a part of the forest, yet hidden from sight. Trust in your heart and the amulet's guidance." Closing her eyes, Leora let the amulet's warmth flow through her, connecting her to the pulse of the forest. Images danced in her mind's eye, visions of roots intertwining, branches reaching skyward, and the gentle rhythm of life that flowed through the whispering woods. With newfound clarity, Leora rose and approached the tree once more. Her hands moved with a purpose not entirely her own, guided by the amulet's magic. She reached into a hollow within the tree's trunk, her fingers brushing against something cool and smooth. When she withdrew her hand, she held the Heartstone. It was a gem of unparalleled beauty, its surface swirling with colors that mirrored the forest's vibrant hues. As she held it aloft, the glade seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, the air shimmering with renewed energy. With the heartstone in her possession, Leora returned to the dryads and sylphs, her heart filled with hope and determination. She gathered them in the glade, where the spirit of the woods watched over them with a gentle presence. Holding the heartstone high, Leora addressed the gathered spirits, her voice carrying the weight of the forest's ancient wisdom. This is a new beginning, a chance to mend what was broken and rebuild the bonds of trust and friendship. The dryads and sylphs regarded the heartstone with reverence, its light reflecting in their eyes. Slowly, tentatively, they began to approach one another, their hands reaching out in gestures of reconciliation. As they joined hands, the heartstone blazed with a brilliant light, its magic weaving through the forest like a gentle breeze. Leora watched as the bonds of friendship and unity were reformed, a tapestry of harmony that enveloped the whispering woods. In that moment, Leora understood the true power of the amulet and the heartstone. It was not the objects themselves, but the connections they represented, the trust, understanding, and love that bound the creatures of the forest together. With the rift healed and harmony restored, Leora bid farewell to the dryads and sylphs, her heart light with the knowledge that she had played a part in preserving the magic of the whispering woods. Horus flapped his wings in approval, his eyes twinkling with pride. As they made their way back to Bramblebrook, Leora felt a deep sense of peace. The village was bathed in the warm glow of twilight, the stars beginning to twinkle in the vast sky above. She knew that the magic of the forest would always be a part of her, a reminder of the power of friendship and understanding. That night, as Leora lay in her cozy bed, the amulet resting on her bedside table, she drifted into a peaceful sleep. Her dreams were filled with visions of the whispering woods, the gentle rustle of leaves, and the soft, comforting presence of the spirit. And so, the story of Leora and the Whispering Woods became a cherished tale in the village of Bramblebrook, a reminder that even in the simplest of places, magic could be found in the hearts of those who believed in the power of friendship and the beauty of the world around them. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the Misty Wood Mountains, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle murmur of the river lullaby could be heard on quiet evenings, there lived a young woman named Isla. Aila was known far and wide for her kindness and gentle demeanor, yet she found herself struggling with the winds of change that seemed to swirl ever more insistently around her. Aila cherished her life in the village, where each day was a familiar pattern of tending to her flourishing garden and assisting the villagers with her herbal remedies. But as the seasons turned, she felt a stirring within her, a restlessness she couldn't quite name. It was as if her heart whispered of adventures beyond the fields she knew so well, yet her mind clung to the comfort of the known. One particularly serene afternoon, as golden rays of sunlight filtered through the rustling leaves, Aila sat by the riverbank, her fingers trailing lazily through the cool water. It was here she often found solace and clarity, and today was no different, for as she watched the play of light on the ripples, a curious thing happened. The water began to shimmer with an ethereal glow, and from its depths emerged a small, luminescent creature, a water sprite, no taller than a foot, with wings that glinted like moonlit dew. The sprite, whose name was Sylvie, was a guardian of the river, entrusted with maintaining its harmony. "Dear Aila," Sylvie chimed in a voice as melodic as a chime, "I sense your heart's yearning for something beyond. Change is a part of life's grand tapestry, and it need not be feared." Startled yet comforted by Sylvie's presence, Aila listened intently as the sprite continued. "Embrace these winds of change, dear one, for they carry with them opportunities for growth and transformation." Despite Sylvie's words, Aila felt a knot of uncertainty tighten within her. "But what if I'm not ready? What if I fail?" she murmured, gazing into the sprite's wise eyes. Sylvie smiled, her glow warming the air. "Remember, Aila, you are never alone. The forest itself is alive with those who care for you, ready to lend their wisdom and aid." Heartened by Sylvie's assurance, Aila thanked the sprite, who vanished with a soft splash into the river, leaving a trail of sparkling droplets in her wake. With a newfound resolve, Aila rose and made her way back to the village, determination blossoming alongside the lilacs. The following morning, Aila awoke with the sun's first light, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of pine and promises of new beginnings. She decided to seek counsel from Elder Rowan, the village's wise sage, whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the ancient trees. The path to Elder Rowan's cottage wound through lush meadows and under arching boughs, where birds sang of dawn's beauty. As Aila approached, she noticed the warm glow of a fire crackling within, its smoke curling up like a dragon's breath into the morning sky. Elder Rowan greeted her with a kind smile, his eyes twinkling like stars in the twilight. "Ah, Aila, I've been expecting you," he said, gesturing for her to sit beside the hearth. "The winds of change have whispered of your coming." Aila poured out her heart, speaking of her fears and the sprite's counsel. Elder Rowan listened with the patience of a timeless oak, nodding thoughtfully. "My dear, change is indeed daunting, but it is also a great teacher," he mused, his voice a soothing balm. "Consider the caterpillar, who must surrender its form to become a butterfly. It is through transformation that we discover our truest selves." Aila pondered his words, the flickering fire casting gentle shadows that danced across the walls. "But how do I find the courage to embrace it?" she asked softly. Elder Rowan handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. "Within this box is a seed," he explained. "Plant it in your garden, and let it be a symbol of your journey. Nurture it with care, and watch how it mirrors your own growth." Grateful for his guidance, Isla returned home with the seed, feeling a sense of purpose kindling within her. She chose a special spot in her garden, where the sun's warmth lingered longest, and gently pressed the seed into the earth. Days turned to weeks, and Isla tended to the seed with devotion, watering it with clear river water and surrounding it with the rich soil of the forest floor. As she cared for it, she found herself changing too, her heart opening to the possibilities that lay beyond her comfort zone. During this time, Aila often visited her dear friend Aiden, a gentle-hearted blacksmith whose laughter was as infectious as springtime. Aiden had faced his own fears of change when he took up his father's smithy, and he offered Aila his unwavering support. "You're stronger than you know, Aila," Aiden said one afternoon, the rhythmic clang of his hammer a steady backdrop. "Just as iron must be tempered by fire to become steel, so too must we face challenges to grow." As the village cycled through the seasons, Aila's seed began to sprout, its tender leaves unfurling toward the sky. With each new leaf, Aila felt her confidence bloom, and the knot of uncertainty within her began to loosen. One moonlit night, as Isla sat in her garden, the air heavy with the fragrance of night-blooming jasmine, she heard a soft rustle among the leaves. Sylvie, the water sprite, appeared once more, her wings casting a silvery glow. "Look at how you've grown, Aila," Sylvie remarked, her voice a gentle whisper. "Just like this plant, you've stretched beyond your limits, reaching for the light." Aila smiled, a quiet joy filling her heart. "I think I'm ready now," she said, her voice steady, ready to embrace whatever lies ahead. Sylvie nodded, her wings fluttering softly. "Remember, dear one, the journey is as important as the destination. Trust in yourself and in the friendships that support you." With those parting words, Sylvie vanished into the night, leaving behind a shimmering trail that lingered in the air like a promise. As dawn broke the next day, Aila awoke with a sense of peace and clarity. She knew she could face the unknown, for she had grown stronger and wiser through her journey. With her heart open to the possibilities of the world beyond the village, Aila embraced the winds of change, ready to spread her wings and soar. And so in the gentle embrace of the Mistywood Mountains, a young woman discovered the beauty of transformation, guided by wisdom, friendship, and the magic of her own heart. As she stepped into the world, she carried with her the lesson that change, though daunting, was the very essence of life's wondrous journey. Once upon a time, in a verdant forest where the trees stretched their branches towards the heavens, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were intricately woven into the fabric of nature itself. In this enchanted realm, the whispers of the wind carried ancient melodies, and the babbling brooks sang softly of the secrets they had witnessed over the centuries. At the heart of this mystical forest dwelled a wise old oak tree, its gnarled bark etched with the memories of 1,000 summers. Perched among its branches was a family of owls, guardians of the woodland lore. The eldest owl, whose eyes shone like 2 moons, had seen the forest through countless cycles of rebirth and renewal. One crisp autumn evening, As the leaves danced in a gentle breeze, the young owlets gathered around their elder, eager to learn the ways of the forest. The wise old owl cleared his throat and began to speak, his voice rich and melodious. "My dear ones, this forest is a sacred place where every living being plays a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. From the smallest insect to the mightiest oak, each creature has a purpose, a thread woven into the tapestry of life." The owlets listened intently, their feathers ruffling in the cool night air. "Look around you, my children," the elder continued. "See how the squirrels meticulously gather their winter stores, ensuring the survival of their kind. Observe the bees as they flit from flower to flower, pollinating the plants that sustain us all. Even the mushrooms that sprout from the fallen logs play their part, recycling the nutrients of the earth." As the wise owl spoke, the forest seemed to come alive with a symphony of sounds, the rustling of leaves, the chittering of insects, and the distant call of a nightingale. The owlets marveled at the intricate tapestry of life that surrounded them. "But our forest is not merely a place of survival," the elder added, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "It is a realm where magic breathes life into every season, where the cycles of nature are celebrated with reverence and wonder." With a sweep of his wing, the old owl gestured towards the distant horizon, where the first hints of autumn's fiery hues were beginning to blaze across the treetops. As the leaves turn crimson and gold, the forest prepares for its annual slumber, embracing the chill of winter with grace and acceptance. It is during this time that the fairies gather, spinning their gossamer threads to weave blankets of warmth for the slumbering creatures. The owlets gasped in delight, for they had heard tales of the elusive fairies, but had never glimpsed their enchanting presence. "And when the first snowflakes drift down from the heavens," the elder continued, "the spirits of the forest awaken, their icy breath painting intricate patterns upon the frozen ponds and streams. These spirits are the guardians of winter, ensuring that the forest rests peacefully until the first buds of spring emerge." As the night deepened, the old owl's voice grew softer, lulling the owlets into a state of tranquil wonder. He spoke of the magical renewal of springtime, when the earth awakened from its slumber, and the forest was alive with the songs of nesting birds and the gentle unfurling of new leaves. He described the vibrant energy of summer, when the forest basked in the warmth of the sun, and the air was thick with the fragrance of wildflowers. Throughout his tales, the wise old owl wove a tapestry of interconnectedness, reminding his young charges that every creature, every plant, and every element of the forest played a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. "Remember, my dear ones," he whispered as the first rays of dawn peeked through the canopy. "The wisdom of the forest has been passed down through generations, a sacred trust that we must honor and protect. For it is only through our reverence for the natural world that we can ensure its beauty and magic will endure for centuries to come." As the sun rose over the ancient forest, the owlets blinked sleepily, their hearts filled with a newfound appreciation for the wonders that surrounded them. They knew that the lessons of the wise old oak would guide them through their lives, reminding them of the sacred harmony that bound all creatures together in nature's eternal dance. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the ancient trees swayed gently to the melody of the wind, there lay a quaint little village called Willowbrook. This village, nestled in a valley where the mist liked to curl around the cobblestones like a cat seeking warmth, was known for its peaceful charm and magical inhabitants. Each morning, the sun would peek over the horizon, casting a golden glow that shimmered through the leaves, painting the village in hues of warmth and wonder. Willowbrook was home to all manner of delightful creatures, from the chatty squirrels who loved to gossip about the latest happenings, to the gentle deer who wandered serenely through the meadows. Among these creatures lived a wise old owl named Hoot, who perched high in the great oak that stood proudly at the village's center. Hoot had seen many a season pass and was known for his wisdom and kindness, always ready to offer guidance to those in need. One crisp autumn evening, as the villagers gathered around the common bonfire to share stories and laughter, a peculiar event occurred. The moon, usually a steadfast companion in the night sky, began to flicker like a candle in the breeze. Gasps rippled through the crowd as everyone pointed skyward, eyes wide with wonder and a hint of worry. "Fear not," Hoot hooted reassuringly from his perch. "The moon is simply playing a trick, perhaps in need of a little attention. Let us find out why." The village's youngest inhabitant, a curious young hedgehog named Thistle, piped up. "I want to help solve the mystery, Hoot." Thistle was known for his keen sense of observation and a heart as warm as the hearth in the village inn. Hoot nodded approvingly, his feathers ruffling gently in the cool night air. "Very well, Thistle. Let us embark on this little adventure together." With the moonlight guiding their path, Thistle and Hoot set off through the forest. The leaves crunched softly under Thistle's tiny paws, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. As they ventured deeper into the woods, they came upon a clearing where the moonlight danced playfully upon a small pond. There, they met a shimmering water sprite named Lyra, whose laughter sounded like the tinkling of silver bells. "Oh, I've been waiting for someone to visit," Lyra exclaimed, her voice bubbling with excitement. "I might know a thing or two about your flickering moon." Thistle's eyes gleamed with curiosity. "Do you know why the moon is behaving so strangely, Lyra?" The water sprite nodded, her translucent wings shimmering in the moonlight. "The moon has lost its reflection, dear Thistle. Without it, the moon cannot shine as brightly. You see, the reflection is caught in a net of stardust up in the sky." Hoot ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "A net of stardust, you say? Well, we must find a way to set the reflection free." Thistle pondered for a moment, his little nose twitching with thought. "Perhaps we can use the wind to unravel the net," he suggested. Lyra clapped her hands with delight. "Why, that's a splendid idea, Thistle. The wind sprites owe me a favor. I shall call upon them." With a graceful twirl, Lyra summoned the wind sprites, tiny beings as light as feathers, who danced around her with glee. At her request, they soared into the sky, their laughter echoing like a gentle breeze. As the wind sprites worked their magic, the net of stardust began to unravel, releasing the moon's reflection back to its rightful place upon the pond. Slowly, the moon regained its steady glow, casting a serene light over the forest. The villagers, watching from afar, sighed with relief, their hearts warmed by the sight of their beloved moon restored to its full splendor. Thistle beamed with pride, and Hoot gave an approving nod. "Thank you, dear Thistle and Lyra," Hoot said, his voice filled with gratitude. "Your clever thinking and friendship have brought light back to our nights." As the night deepened, the villagers returned to their homes, comforted by the familiar glow of the moon. In the whispering woods, Thistle nestled into his cozy burrow, the scent of fallen leaves and damp earth lulling him to sleep. And so, the village of Willowbrook settled into a peaceful slumber, knowing that with a little wisdom and friendship, even the strangest mysteries could be unraveled, leaving behind a world filled with warmth and wonder. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where the stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across the velvet sky, lay a small, verdant planet named Luminara. It was a world of gentle hills cloaked in emerald grasses, and rivers that sang softly as they wove through forests of towering, silver-barked trees. The air was perpetually tinged with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers that carpeted the land in vibrant hues of pink and gold. On this peaceful planet lived a creature named Nara, a luminarian, with skin that glowed faintly like moonlight and eyes the color of the sky at dawn. Nara was a gentle soul, content with the simple pleasures of life, harvesting the sweet fruits that grew abundant on her family's orchard and listening to the wind whisper stories through the leaves. Meanwhile, across the vastness of space, on a planet named Aegis, a very different life existed. Aegis was a world of towering crystalline spires and bustling energy fields. Its skies were perpetually aglow with the vibrant hues of its many moons, and the constant hum of technological marvels filled the air. Here lived a being called Zeke, an Aegisan, with a body of shimmering metallic hues and eyes that flickered with the iridescent light of distant galaxies. Zeke was a curious inventor, always tinkering with gadgets and dreaming of the vastness beyond his own planet. His heart yearned for adventure, for the stories hidden among the stars. One day, while testing a new starship engine, an unexpected surge of energy hurled Zeke across the galaxy, landing him, rather unceremoniously, on the tranquil plains of Luminara. The crash was gentle, as far as landings go, cushioned by the soft grasses and the forgiving earth of Luminara. Nara, tending to her orchard, heard the distant thud and decided to investigate. As she approached the strange, gleaming vessel, she saw Zeke emerging, looking bewildered and a little charred around the edges. Nara's heart was filled with curiosity and a touch of fear. She had never seen anyone like Zeke before, but her natural kindness prevailed as she offered a hand in greeting, her soft glow a beacon of warmth and welcome. Zeke, grateful and a little embarrassed, accepted the gesture, his metallic skin cooling in the gentle breeze. Communication was their first challenge. The languages of their respective planets were as different as the worlds themselves. At first, they resorted to gestures and expressions. Nara pointed to the sky, then to Zeke's ship, raising her eyebrows in question. Zeke nodded, illustrating with his hands the trajectory of his unplanned journey. Despite the initial misunderstandings, a friendship began to blossom. Nara took Zeke to her home, where her family received him with open arms, offering food and a place to rest. Zeke, touched by their hospitality, marveled at the simplicity and beauty of their life. He began to share stories of his world, using holographic images from a pocket device, painting pictures of crystalline cities and technological wonders. As days turned into weeks, Zeke worked on repairing his ship, often with Nara by his side, her gentle presence a balm to the frustration that sometimes accompanied his efforts. Nara, in turn, showed Zeke the beauty of Luminara, from the hidden groves where crystal butterflies danced, to the serene lakes that reflected the skies like mirrors. One evening, as they sat by the fire, the stars twinkling overhead, Zeke shared a hologram of his family, the soft light casting a glow over their faces. Nara, with her empathetic heart, saw the longing in Zeke's eyes. She placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, understanding without words the ache of distance and the pull of home. Their friendship deepened through shared challenges. A sudden storm, fierce and unexpected, threatened to damage the ship further. Together, they worked tirelessly, Nara using her knowledge of the land to gather materials that Zeke fashioned into makeshift repairs. In those moments of urgency, their differences melted away, leaving only the shared goal and the bond of friendship. Through these trials, they discovered the true meaning of companionship, a connection that transcended words and worlds. They learned to appreciate each other's unique qualities. Nara admired Zeke's ingenuity and his courage to explore the unknown, while Zeke cherished Nara's wisdom and her ability to find beauty in simplicity. Finally, the day came when Zeke's ship was ready to return to Aegis. As he prepared to leave, a bittersweet feeling settled over them both. Zeke promised to return, to share more stories, and to learn more about the gentle world of Luminara. Nara gifted him a small vial of Luminara's fragrant blossoms, a reminder of the peace and friendship he had found. As Zeke's ship ascended, cutting a bright path across the sky, Nara watched, her heart full. She knew that their friendship, forged through understanding and shared trials, would remain a shining star in her heart, guiding her always. And so, across the vast expanse of the galaxy, two unlikely companions discovered not only the stars, but the true meaning of friendship. A bond that, like the stars themselves, would endure across time and distance, lighting the way for their hearts. Title: The Whispering Wood's Secret. In the tranquil village of Elderwood, nestled within the embrace of a lush, ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Mabel. Elderwood was a place where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the whispering woods seemed to carry secrets from times long past. The village was small, with stone cottages dotting the landscape like scattered pebbles, each one warmed by the glow of hearth fires that never seemed to fade. Mabel, with her curious hazel eyes and a heart full of wonder, was no ordinary child. She had a penchant for exploring, often venturing to the edges of the village where the whispering wood began. The villagers spoke of the wood with a mixture of reverence and caution, for it was said to be alive with magic, a place where the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary was as thin as the morning mist. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Mabel set out towards the forest. Her mother had tucked a warm woolen scarf around her neck and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, saying, "Stay on the path, my little adventurer, and listen to the whispers of the trees. They speak if you know how to listen. Mabel nodded, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She knew the woods well, having spent countless afternoons beneath its towering oaks and whispering pines. Today, however, felt different. There was a tingling in the air, a sense of anticipation that danced along her skin like the first touch of winter's breath. As she wandered deeper into the forest, the world around her shifted subtly. The light filtering through the canopy was dappled and golden, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. The leaves crunched softly under her boots, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and damp moss. It wasn't long before Mabel came across something unusual, a glimmering stone, half buried in the soft earth. It was the size of a robin's egg, and shimmered with an iridescent glow that seemed to pulse with its own gentle light. Mabel knelt down, her heart pounding with the thrill of discovery. As she reached out to touch it, a soft, melodic voice filled the air, so faint it was almost a sigh. "Seek the heart of the wood, little one, and the truth shall be revealed." Startled, Mabel glanced around, her eyes wide. The voice seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once, as if the forest itself had spoken to her. She picked up the stone, feeling its warmth seep into her palm, and slipped it into her pocket, determined to follow its silent call. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest seemed to change. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their bark etched with patterns that looked like mystic runes. The air grew cooler, and a gentle breeze whispered through the branches, carrying with it a soft, tinkling sound like distant chimes. As she walked, Mabel noticed something extraordinary. The forest floor was dotted with clusters of tiny, luminescent mushrooms that glowed with a soft blue light, illuminating her path. She followed the trail of light deeper into the heart of the wood, her breath visible in the cool air. At last, Mabel arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like the arms of a wise old guardian. At the base of the tree, nestled among its roots, was a small door carved into the trunk. It was adorned with intricate carvings of woodland creatures and swirling vines. With a mixture of awe and trepidation, Mabel approached the door. She felt the stone in her pocket grow warm, and the carvings on the door seemed to shimmer in response. Taking a deep breath, she gently pushed it open and stepped inside. The interior was a wonderland of light and color. The walls glowed with a soft golden hue, and the air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and wild roses. At the center of the room stood a table carved from a single piece of crystal, its surface reflecting the light in a myriad of colors. Seated at the table was a figure cloaked in shadows, yet Mabel felt no fear. There was a kindness in the air, a sense of welcome that put her at ease. The figure gestured to a chair opposite, and Mabel sat, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Welcome, Mabel," the figure said, their voice as soothing as the murmur of a gentle stream. "I am the keeper of the Whispering Wood, and you have been chosen to receive a gift." Mabel listened intently, her heart filled with wonder. "A gift?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The keeper nodded, and with a wave of their hand, the room filled with images, scenes of the forest through the ages, its beauty and magic captured in a tapestry of light. "This stone you carry," the keeper said, "is a shard of the forest's heart, a fragment of its ancient magic. With it, you hold the power to listen to the whispers of the world, to understand the language of nature." Mabel gasped, her fingers brushing the stone in her pocket. "But why me?" she asked, her voice filled with awe. The keeper smiled, their eyes twinkling like stars. "Because, dear child, you have the heart of a true listener, one who sees the beauty in the world and cherishes it. Use this gift wisely, and you will bring joy and harmony wherever you go." Mabel nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude. "I will," she promised, her voice strong and clear. As the keeper faded into the shadows, the room began to dissolve into a swirl of light and color. Mabel felt herself being gently lifted, the world spinning around her until she found herself back in the clearing, the ancient oak standing silent sentinel under the moonlit sky. The journey back through the forest was a blur of wonder and joy. The stone in her pocket pulsed with warmth, and the forest seemed to hum with life around her. As she emerged from the woods, the The village of Elderglow lay ahead, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Mabel returned home, her heart filled with the magic of the Whispering Wood. She knew that her life would never be the same, that she had been forever changed by the gift she had received. And as she lay in bed that night, the stone glowing softly on her bedside table, she listened to the whispers of the world, her heart open to its secrets. In the days that followed, Mabel discovered that her new gift allowed her to communicate with the natural world in ways she had never imagined. She could hear the songs of the birds, the gentle murmur of the brook, and even the soft sighs of the wind as it danced through the trees. The village of Elderglow seemed to come alive with magic, its beauty magnified by Mabel's newfound ability to listen and understand. Word of Mabel's gift spread quickly through the village, and soon people began to seek her out, eager to hear the stories she could tell and the wisdom she had gained. Mabel, ever kind and generous, shared what she had learned, helping those around her see the world with new eyes. One day, a young boy named Oliver approached Mabel with a look of worry etched on his face. Oliver was known for his mischievous spirit, often getting into trouble with his playful antics. He was well liked, but his restlessness sometimes got the better of him. "Mabel," Oliver said hesitantly, "there's something strange happening in the meadow near my house. The flowers have stopped blooming, and the bees are nowhere to be found. Can you help?" Mabel nodded, her heart filled with determination. "Of course, Oliver. Let's go see what we can do." Together, they made their way to the meadow, the soft grass whispering beneath their feet. As they arrived, Mabel noticed the silence that hung heavy in the air, the absence of the usual buzz of life that filled the summer days. Closing her eyes, Mabel reached out with her senses, listening to the whispers of the earth beneath her feet. She felt the pulse of the meadow, its energy dampened and subdued. Slowly the truth revealed itself. A patch of tangled brambles had grown unchecked, their thorny vines choking the life from the flowers and blocking the bees' path. "We need to clear the brambles," Mabel said, her voice filled with certainty. "Once the flowers can breathe again, the bees will return." With Oliver's help, they carefully cleared away the brambles, their fingers working gently to free the delicate blooms hidden beneath. As they worked, Mabel could feel the meadow's energy shift, the life returning to the soil and the air. By the time they finished, the sun had begun to set, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Mabel and Oliver stood together, watching as the first bees returned, drawn by the sweet scent of the newly freed flowers. "You did it, Mabel," Oliver exclaimed, his eyes shining with gratitude. "We did it," Mabel corrected, smiling at her friend. Sometimes all it takes is a little listening and a lot of heart. As the days turned to weeks, Mabel's gift continued to bring joy and harmony to Elderglow. She helped the villagers understand their connection to the natural world, teaching them to listen to its whispers and cherish its beauty. One crisp morning, as the first hints of winter touched the air, Mabel was walking through the village when she noticed an elderly man sitting alone on a bench. His eyes were clouded with sorrow, and Mabel's heart went out to him. "Hello," Mabel said softly, sitting down beside him. "Is there something troubling you?" The man sighed, his voice tinged with sadness. "I used to play the violin," he said, his gaze distant, "but my hands are no longer steady, and the music has left me." Mabel reached out, her hand gently resting on his. "Maybe the music hasn't left," she said gently. "Perhaps it's just waiting for you to listen again." The man looked at her, hope flickering in his eyes. "Could you help me find it?" Mabel smiled, nodding with understanding. "Close your eyes and listen with your heart," she instructed softly. "Feel the rhythm of the world around you." Together they sat in silence, the sounds of the village weaving a gentle symphony. Gradually the man's expression softened, the lines of worry smoothing into a look of peace. "I can hear it," he whispered, his voice filled with wonder. "The music is still there." Mabel beamed at him, her heart warm with joy. "It's always there," she said softly. "Sometimes you just need to be still and listen." The man's eyes shone with gratitude as he looked at Mabel. "Thank you," he said, his voice choked with emotion. "You've given me back my music." As the first snowflakes began to fall, Elderglow was transformed into a winter wonderland, its rooftops blanketed in white and the air filled with the crisp scent of pine. Mabel continued to share her gift with the village, her heart full of the magic that had been entrusted to her. One evening, as she sat by the fireplace, her family gathered around her. Mabel's mother smiled at her daughter with pride and love. "You've brought so much light to our village, Mabel," she said softly. "The forest chose well." Mabel looked around at her family, her heart swelling with happiness. "The forest taught me to listen," she replied, her voice gentle and warm. "And in listening, I found a world full of wonder and friends." As the fire crackled and the wind whispered outside, Mabel knew that her journey had only just begun. With each new day, she would continue to listen, to learn, and to share the magic of the Whispering Wood with those around her. And as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, she dreamed of the endless possibilities that lay ahead, her heart open to the whispers of the world and the promise of tomorrow. And so, in the village of Elderglow, where the air was always sweet and the forest alive with magic, Mabel's story became a cherished tale of friendship and wisdom, a reminder that sometimes all it takes to change the world is a little listening and a lot of heart.